practices. Number 3, serene environment that is well decorated with ornamental plants, birds in school and at home can promote agricultural development.
Stakeholders and experts in the agriculture sector laud NTA's initiative of engaging young minds in agricultural production and shaping their intellectual abilities.
For NTA to key in with the revision of the governments, and I want to say that Mary's Leather and Candle Foundation will continue to support NTA.
This year's summit is expected to bring to fore the intellectual ability of children and other potentials associated with education and speech making.
At the end of the event, the primary school category had High Soil Academy emerging first position, Christ the King Primary School Uyo and Presbyterian School clinched second and third positions respectively. In the secondary school category, the first position went to Rayfield International School, Modern Training School and Community Secondary School Akalfort second and third positions respectively. In Uyo, Evelyn Badu Ekbo, NTA News.
Rediscovering Nigeria by Nigerians is a new roadmap being charted by concerned citizens on the Unveiling and Rebranding Nigeria initiative. The essence is to raise a new set of patriots who love, support and defend the fatherland. Kenneth Nanim reports that Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, was represented at the event.
Unveiling and Rebranding Nigeria initiative is a citizens' action-driven project on changing the negative concepts about Nigeria. The theme, Rise Up, Patriots Take Pride in Our Nation, is compelling voices to get louder. Former INEC chairman, Professor Atahiru Jega, rekindled hope that Nigeria is a work in progress and needs the support and contributions of all citizens to thrive.
We should never lose hope in our country. And the driving factor and force behind progress and development in countries globally is patriotism, love for country, and the selflessness with which people contribute to their country's development and to addressing the challenges that affect the country.
Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, represented by the Director General, National Orientation Agency, explains effort by the ministry to rebrand the minds of citizens by imputing local content in children's programs that identifies Nigeria as a people.
We are not saying ban foreign cartoon. You need to provide your own content and then gradually, replace the foreign content with your own content.
Nigeria's ex-international, Emmanuel Babayaro, is urging for investments in sports, especially football, which he believes has become a unifying factor.
Sometimes when we're playing on the pitch, my brother Celestine is my left back. So he's always close to me whenever something happens. If I almost make a mistake and he saves the ball, he will come close to me in the net. He say, if to say I leave that ball, Nigerians will kill you today. You can't mess up for where Nigerians do. It's there.
We can actually tell our stories. We don't need people to come tell our stories from us. It's from this realization that Unveiling Nigeria was born. Our mission is to use community engagement and technology through the social media spaces and the internet to show the world what Nigeria is truly all about.
With the reorientation of the mindset, behavioral change and love for fatherland illustrated at the event, every attendee, no doubt, would have been equipped with the right information to promote patriotism among citizens. Kenneth Nanim, NTA News.
You're watching the news at 10 and NTA News 24 has a quick look at our major stories. IMF meeting closes in Washington as Nigeria's delegation persuades investors.
Critical investments must go on so that we have a chance to grow.
Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics extends ultimatum to proprietors of public polytechnics and colleges of technology to review affairs and institutions. Inspector General of Police orders investigation into security formations confrontation. And that concludes the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Thanks for watching. I am Olajide Bello.
Information with no verifiable source presented as true story on media platforms with the sole intention of causing injuries, chaos, and disaffection between persons, groups, or countries. Fake news facilitates extremism. Fake news creates panic and distrust. Fake news breeds hatred. Fake news kills. Don't joke with it. Don't be in a rush. Verify your sources and facts. It is better late than fake. This message is brought to you by NTA News 24.
From the heart of Africa, where dreams are born and passion is boundless, a new wave of talent rises. In La Liga, these extraordinary athletes are not just playing the game, they're transforming it.
The man chasing, it's Lamine Yamal! What a magnificent goal that is!
They shine on the world stage. Watch as they redefine football, inspire millions, and make history. La Liga, where dreams become reality.
Information with no verifiable source presented as true story on media platforms with the sole intention of causing injuries, chaos, and disaffection between persons, groups, or countries. Fake news facilitates extremism. Fake news creates panic and distrust. Fake news breeds hatred. Fake news kills. Don't joke with it. Don't be in a rush. Verify your sources and facts. It is better late than fake. This message is brought to you by NTA News 24.
The Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit, NDIS, serves as a bridge that connects diaspora investors with local entrepreneurs, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, as well as startups across the various sectors of the Nigerian economy. The Diaspora this week brings to you proceedings of the NIDCOM press conference ahead of the 2024 7th Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit, scheduled for 5th to 7th November 2024. Stick around for details. And Chairman CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Honorable Abike Dabri Erewa, was in Canada recently to attend the Canadian-Nigerian Business Summit towards connecting, networking, and exploring investment prospects between Nigeria and Canada. This is also unmissable. Dabri Erewa calls for more strategic collaboration between the federal government of Nigeria and its citizens, both at home and in the diaspora, for national development. This was the text of a lecture at the 12th convocation ceremony at Afe Babalola University at Ado-Ekiti. Details soon. And the Nigerian diaspora based in the United States is committed to giving back to her homeland. Dr. Ita Awan James says investing back home is the way to go. And of course, do not forget our complimentary segment of health tips by Association of Nigerian Physicians in the Americas and our diaspora of the moment. This is your favorite show, The Diaspora. I'm Juliana Vincent Yakubu, your anchor. Please stay. Welcome back. Let's begin with the press conference ahead of the 7th Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit.
This year's summit will take place at the Presidential Dinner Conference Hall, November 5th to 7th. Accreditation will be taking place at the Yadwa Event Center on the 2nd and 4th of November. We are honored to announce that Mr. President will give a good message, and this will discuss the significance of this event and the diaspora on our President's agenda. We also expect Alhaji Aliko Dangote as our special guest of honor to talk to us about, operating business in Nigeria, so we look forward to his participation. Mr. John Aladito will deliver the keynote address on the second day. NDIS has been a practical vehicle for connecting the Nigerian diaspora with local industries and fostering partnerships that, in their turn, have driven the Nigerian economic growth. Some of them include the following, but not limited to them. Wakilimo Nishati, who as a result of participating in NTA, got engaged in discussions with the United government for a PPP aimed at revitalizing dairy operations, leveraging local expertise and investments. By participating and pitching their business at the NTIS, Adubiaro Farms attracted nearly 15 million naira in investments. So as a result of the engagement with the NTIS, ISTEM Labs Africa is currently exploring a promising partnership with NIDCOM to establish a software engineering campus in Nigeria. So we focus on key sectors such as finance, ICT, fintech, creative industries, sports and entertainment, agribusiness, healthcare, education, real estate and infrastructure, as well as manufacturing and mining.
Everybody's seeing that this is a moving force. It cannot be stopped. So I want to encourage any Nigerian that has a viable business. If you're looking for investment, it's not about investing in, it's not just about millions of investment. It can be $1 million, it can be $200,000, it can be $1 million naira. Whatever it is you're looking for to grow your business, you're the one we're looking for. We want to impact you because we know that if we can impact the micro, small, and medium enterprises, they can start impacting their own communities, they can create jobs, and they'll have some income for them and their families. The diaspora remittances want to be channeled towards investment in Nigeria. Let's not teach, let's talk about people, let's empower them.
The Canadian-Nigerian Business Summit provided platforms to constructively and progressively drive and investment with concrete results.
The essence of this meeting is from the government and the service. So whatever
a small fire chat where we will ask questions. His Excellency is not from Nigeria. I think we'll go right into that now.
We as Nigerians, I say Nigeria has prepared us for anything, and we are able to do and achieve anything. So in this room, we have the best of the best, and we want to share and listen. We've always been passionate about
we dream of the best, and we think that beauty will happen. Roosevelt said, he said, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. I think we'll have a dream, and Nigeria will be a beautiful place for all of us.
So Nigeria can develop effectively with only the Nigerian skill in Nigeria. For us to have a complete country, Nigerians in diaspora must work with Nigerians in Nigeria to be able to drive all the visions of make our country great.
And the best diasporans Nigeria ever produced in the world are Canadians. No scandal, no bad names. We're very proud of you. I'm inviting you to join the agricultural revolution in Niger State to feed Nigeria and the world.
One of the biggest, or some of the biggest supermarkets in Canada. We have a deal with Loblaws. We are selling the bread at the vegetable. We're selling to Italian superstore. So we have is over 700 stores across Canada, and we're still growing. So what we've done it to millions, we've done it with prayer, and we've even presented the bread to the Prime Minister of Canada. So we're going to do today our own people to see what we've been able to export from Nigeria to Canada, our plan, our own bread.
In a lecture entitled Diaspora Engagements for National Development, the NICOM boss stated, unity of purpose by all will spark tremendous progress, growth, and development.
Talking about diaspora engagement for national development. These Nigerians, here's the fact, they are contributing significantly to our economic, social, and cultural contributions. Now, the diaspora, as I see them, are an intellectual capital. Why are they intellectual capital? Because honestly speaking, everywhere you go to, Nigerians are excelling. Nigerians are excelling everywhere in the world, and it's amazing. You know, I don't think, and I said categorically, that we have any other country in the world like Nigeria. I think we're just blessed. What we do is transfer this back to our home country. It's just amazing what we're doing. But if Nigerians are excelling over the world, why is it not impacting on our home country? How do we harness these enormous resources to, have a good effect on Nigeria? And when we talk about the diaspora, we're talking about the good, the bad, on the good, but we'll talk a bit about the bad. So yes, we know that, sometimes you hear bad stories, Nigerian is in prison, and Nigerian works for one night, but that is not who we are. But bad news travels fast. But I tell you, if one Nigerian commits a crime, I can give you 10,000 that are doing great things. So how do we celebrate those 10,000 and not focus on the one? Again, it's a challenge to all of us to ensure that we celebrate ourselves and bring out the best in all of us as diaspora, wherever we find ourselves. Now, because of the enormous benefits, because of the enormous advantages of the diaspora, and because there's the need to tap into these enormous resources, the federal government of Nigeria decided to set up a diaspora commission, for which I was the pioneer. I'm the pioneer chairman. And by the way, I'm proud to be the first woman to mount this podium. Thank you very much. That happened. To ensure that diaspora burner. One of the things we did is we want to have engagements, town halls. So even the president, when he travels, he meets with them. We have the Diaspora Day, July 25 every year, where they all come together and celebrate. We have the Diaspora Investment Summit, where they come together and see what they can contribute. We are building a data portal, and we'd like to partner with your institution on the data portal, because I know there's so much we can do with your institution. Now, we also have, quite a number of activities which, well, I put in the presentation that I'm giving, and hopefully we can harness these enormous diaspora contributions. Diaspora, we define a diaspora as someone illegally in another man's country, pays tax, and has an address. So let's just get that clear. But however, even if you're not doing that, you get into trouble, we have to help you out. We need to shun nepotism. We need to shun tribal bigotry and religious bigotry. We have to see ourselves as one Nigeria. We can't keep saying, is your ethnic group, and then, use that to solve things. We need to ensure that we see ourselves as one Nigeria. And if we ourselves as one Nigeria, we can build this country together. And I believe that you, the younger ones, the lessons you have learned in your university, a lot can be done. It is important to also discourage irregular migration. We can't keep having people, you can't stop migration, regular or irregular, but we can't keep having people just go and die in the desert. So how do we stop irregular migration, or at least reduce irregular migration? It's very, very important. Now, Japa. We are not saying don't Japa, but we're saying that when you do Japa, Japa to a better place. Japa to become a better person, not Japa to frustrate yourself. But I'm glad that people are beginning to Jakpada, and I hope that, we encourage them. So for the young people in the hall, by the time you're done with your education here, if you get a job abroad, I'm sure you'll take it. But be careful where you're going to. And I'm talking to you, the younger ones, you all have to ensure that we all join hands together to write our story as Nigerians.
Thank you, Mama Diaspora, for all that you do for the diaspora. Dr. Ita Awan James is a certified trained nurse, but there's more to this that keeps her going and giving her fulfillment. Let's meet this great diasporan.
Give us a sense into what to do as a Nigerian diaspora, your area of specialization, and how it benefits both country of state and country of origin.
I live in California, and I'm a nurse by profession and a public health practitioner. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, and while in the US, I run my own business. It's called All Care Health Services, Inc. What I do is I employ nurses, so we take care of the sick patients, but we take care of the patients in the home. So because insurance company will not cover, it's, at the initial stage, when the patient is sick at the acute phase, patient is managed at the hospital. But when the patient is actually stabilized, then the patient is sent home, because it's cost effective for insurance companies to manage the case at home. Because now at home, the insurance company is not going to pay for food, not going to pay for the accommodation. The patient is now at his or her home, but receiving care from the nurses, skilled and unskilled care. So I do that, and I'm signed up with the federal government, Medicare, medical, and private insurance companies.
There's been a call by the government that Nigerians in the diaspora come home and invest in education, in health, infrastructure, real estate, everything you can do for Nigeria to accentuate its development and progress. So what have you been doing back home?
What we've done, we've built actually help support, like I'm a part of NANA, the National Association of Nigerian Nurses. So I was given a grant, and so I had to erect a 7-bed maternity unit and a 2-bed labor room at the primary health center in Akwa Ibom State. And so I partnered with NANA to do that. And also, I have a school in my locality. I was born and raised in Calabar, Cross River State, but I still identify that by birth, I'm from Okanafo.
Yeah.
And so I went back to Kanafon. There is a primary school there that my husband and I funded. We provided all the desks in that school, and also all the desks and tables for the teachers, and provided backpacks, school supplies, and then renovated the ceilings and doors.
You have a special project you are undertaking in Akwa Ibom State, meant to curb unemployment, engage in food security, and give good livelihood to the people of Akwa Ibom State.
Akwa Ibom Integrated Farms. Yes. So our focus at this time is on livestock, and then we have planted cassava. So our aim or future plan is to have food production and also food processing. So we are going to branch into that. We are supporting the rights agenda of President Governor Pastor Moino. We want him to be there because he calls for investors, come down and do something. So this is something we have answered that call. Even though we even started before he became the governor, but we have answered that call, we have responded. So we want him to be a part of that commissioning. So we are working on that. So we already have the livestock, is moving, the business is moving, it's going in progress. And so that's what we do.
Thank you. We now have you on the show. We'll call you again very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Right. And I really appreciate you having me here. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, this is The Diaspora. We take a short break. The Diaspora continues shortly.
Walk that you're walking, even though it was known as the point of no return, we see it now as the joy of return.
The spirit of Africa could not be broken by the transatlantic slave trade. You cannot lose the spirit. And the divine force, the spirit of Africa, has brought us back today. Welcome to home.
Now to our health tips segment with Ampa Doctor.
Sickle cell disease is an inherited blood cell disorder, specifically red blood cell. So in your body, you have white blood cells that help prevent infection. You have platelets that help prevent injury, to help you to heal. And then you have red blood cells, which supply oxygen throughout your body. And a person without sickle cell disease, their red blood cells are perfectly round and flexible, so they can move through the body without any issues. A person with sickle cell disease, the red blood cells are sickled or crescent shape, given the name of the disease, and they have problems traveling through different sizes or different blood vessels of different sizes. So it can really impact your major organs. It can cause problems involving swelling in the lower extremities and the hands. It can cause organ damage to your kidneys. It can cause stroke. It can cause heart disease. So it makes a major impact, especially people with ethnic connections to Africa, the Middle East, the Mediterranean Basin, and India.
How is sickle cell disease diagnosed?
It's really easy to diagnose. It's a simple blood test that can be done at a lab or even at a point of care center. In more developed countries like the United States, we do screenings on newborn babies as part of the state's newborn screenings program. That way you can identify a person or a baby with sickle cell disease right within a few days of life, even within a week maximum. In other parts of the world, particularly Nigeria, I've heard there's certain hurdles in terms of trying to get a program that can do the same thing and get the same results.
What are some health interventions used to treat sickle cell disease?
So initially, especially if you identify a baby within a few days of life, the easiest intervention is giving penicillin, which is an antibiotic geared toward preventing infections. When you have sickle cell disease, you're predisposed or vulnerable.
Any designer will be you tell me I go pay. Oh yeah, go my baby, you live via shere oh. Kawade. If I know sing, don't put me for cruise oh. Baby, where I want money oh. Carry go. On my love, carry go. On my money, carry go. On my love, I talk before to you I will. Give you love, because you love more. Anything when you want me, you don't want to do. Even in the night, I've been a day for you. You don't go fail me. But by my happiness, trust you since it's true, my lady. Me, I love you, what I love. See, now you like in my color. My love it, come on. One does for she hate that figure. And every dance it joke, come on. See, now you like in my color. My love it, come on. One does for she hate that figure. And every dance it joke, come on. Shut the back, what the butter? Give me some cool love for the theater. For your size, push it butter. One no feel leave for no another. Shut the back, what the butter? Give me some cool love for the theater. For your size, push it butter. One no feel leave for no another. Again, blues to my melody. Chicken curry with the spice with it totally. I tell tea when I see you with somebody. No feel they carry the play cause the song no go get it. Breaking all the rules of society. Pepe all of them with the jealousy. Carry on my top for a like in my person. I want to be more than friends with you. Come for my baby. Come on for my baby. Come for my baby. Now don't go away this spray. For my head, let's so on my leg. Anything you say to me, I can smoke it. Just the way you do this, so don't they carry me there, go. Don't pass. Just a little bit of alcohol, a little bit of cigarette. I'm already singing back, I'm already continental, international. Killing it, you know what, put the fire. Now baby, if you look on, couple up or solo. National cigarette, fully loaded car. I'm already in place with that. Blah, mash it back on your layer. Energy like a star, time be like a bastard. The full on in a chocolate, what do you call your kutu? Open up and bar up, yeah, with Taliban. But I'm already in place with that. But I'm already in place with that. I could think with you 5D. I want to be calling daddy. But all this on my body, my little saggy. I get it all more than naughty.
There you have it, our top 5 trending Nigerian music videos for the week. And on that note, we have come to the end of today's edition of Your Weekend. I hope you enjoyed watching. Join us next time for an even more exciting edition. I am Chinene Ozo signing out.
The mosaic of time in the kaleidoscope of life.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
The Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit, NDIS, serves as a bridge that connects diaspora investors with local entrepreneurs, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, as well as startups across the various sectors of the Nigerian economy. The Diaspora this week brings to you proceedings of the NIDCOM press conference ahead of the 2024 7th Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit, scheduled for 5th to 7th November 2024. Stick around for details. And Chairman CEO Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Honorable Abike Dabri Erewa, was in Canada recently to attend the Canadian-Nigerian Business Summit towards connecting, networking, and exploring investment prospects between Nigeria and Canada. This is also unmissable. Dabri Erewa calls for more strategic collaboration between the federal government of Nigeria and its citizens, both at home and in the diaspora, for national development. This was the text of a lecture at the 12th convocation ceremony at Afe Babalola University at Ado-Ekiti. Details soon. And the Nigerian diaspora based in the United States is committed to giving back to her homeland. Dr. Ita Awan James says investing back home is the way to go. And of course, do not forget our complimentary segment of health tips by Association of Nigerian Physicians in the Americas and our diaspora of the moment. This is your favorite show, The Diaspora. I'm Juliana Vincent Yakubu, your anchor. Please stay. Welcome back. Let's begin with the press conference ahead of the 7th Nigerian Diaspora Investment Summit.
This year's summit will take place at the Presidential Villa Conference Hall, November 5th to 7th. Accreditation will be taking place at the Yaradua Event Center on the 2nd and 4th of November. We are honored to announce that Mr. President will give a goodwill message, and this underscores the significance of this event and the diaspora on our President's agenda. We also expect Alhaji Aliko Dangote as our special guest of honor to talk to us about, operating the business in Nigeria, so we look forward to his participation. Mr. John Olajide will deliver the keynote address on the second day. NDIS has been a practical vehicle for connecting the Nigerian diaspora with local industries and fostering partnerships that, in their turn, have driven the Nigerian economic growth. Some of them include the following, but not limited to them. We have Kilimo Nishati, who has, as a result of participating in NDIS, got engaged in discussions with the Ondo State government for a PPP aimed at revitalizing dairy operations, leveraging local expertise and investments. By participating and pitching their business at the NDIS, Ajubiaro Farms attracted nearly 50 million naira in investments. So as a result of the engagement with the NDIS, iSTEM Labs Africa is currently exploring a promising partnership with NIDCOM to establish a software engineering campus in Nigeria. So we'll focus on key sectors such as finance, ICT, fintech, creative industries, sports and entertainment, agribusiness, healthcare, education, real estate and infrastructure, as well as manufacturing and mining.
Everybody's seeing that this is a moving force. It cannot be stopped. So I want to encourage any Nigerian that has a viable business. If you're looking for investment, it's not about investing in, it's not just about millions of investment. It can be $1 million, it can be $200,000, it can be 5 million naira. Whatever it is you're looking for to grow your business, you're the one we're looking for. We want to impact you because we know that if we can impact the micro, small, and medium enterprises, they can start impacting their own communities. They can create jobs, and they'll have source of income for them and their families. The diaspora remittances we want to be channeled towards investment in Nigeria. Let's not give our people fish. Let's teach them how to fish. Let's empower them to grow their businesses.
The Canadian-Nigerian Business Summit provided platforms to constructively and progressively drive trade and investment with concrete results.
The essence of this evening is to hear from the governor and the senator. So we're going to have a small fire chat where we're going to ask questions and have a conversation with His Excellency the Governor of Niger State. I think we'll go right into that now.
We as Nigerians, I say Nigeria has prepared us for anything, and we are best of the best, and we've come together to share and listen. We've always been passionate about give back.
The truth is that we dream of a better Nigeria, and we think that beauty is going to happen. Eleanor Roosevelt said, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. I think we all have a dream, and Nigeria will be a beautiful place for all of us.
There's no way Nigeria can be developed effectively with only the Nigerians living in Nigeria. For us to have a complete country, Nigerians in diaspora must work with Nigerians in Nigeria to be able to drive all the visions that make our country great.
And the best diasporans Nigeria ever produced in the world are Canadians. No scandal, no bad names. We're very proud of you. I'm inviting you to join the agricultural revolution in Niger State to feed Nigeria and the world.
One of the biggest, or some of the biggest supermarkets in Canada, we have a deal with Loblaws. We are selling the bread into Freshco. We're selling it to Canadian Superstore. So in all, it's over 700 stores across Canada, and we're still growing. So what we want to do today, we've done it with mayors, we've done it with Premier, and we've even presented the bread to the Prime Minister of Canada. So we're going to do it today to our own people to see what we've been able to export from Nigeria to Canada, our brand, our own Nagige bread.
In her lecture entitled Diaspora Engagements for National Development, the NIDCOM boss stated, unity of purpose by all will spark tremendous progress, growth, and development.
We're talking about diaspora engagement for national development. These Nigerians, here's the fact, they are contributing significantly to our economic, social, and cultural contributions. Now, the diaspora, as I see them, are an intellectual capital. Why are they an intellectual capital? Because, honestly speaking, everywhere you go to, Nigerians are excelling. Nigerians are excelling everywhere in the world, and it's amazing. You know, I don't think, and I said categorically, that we have any other country in the world like Nigerians. I think we're just blessed. What we have to do is transfer this back to our home country. It's just amazing what we're doing. But if Nigerians are excelling over the world, why is it not impacting on our home country? How do we harness these enormous resources to, have a good effect on Nigeria? And when we talk about the diaspora, we're talking about the good, the bad, and the good, but we'll talk a bit about the bad. So yes, we know that, sometimes you hear bad stories, Nigerian is in prison, Nigerian is doing drugs, 419, but that is not who we are. But bad news travels fast. But I tell you, if one Nigerian commits a crime, I can give you 10,000 that are doing great things. So how do we celebrate those 10,000 and not focus on the one? Again, it's a challenge to all of us to ensure that we celebrate ourselves and bring out the best in all of us as diaspora, wherever we find ourselves. Now, because of the enormous benefits, because of the enormous advantages of the diaspora, and because there's the need to tap into these enormous resources, the federal government of Nigeria decided to set up a diaspora commission, for which I was the pioneer. I'm the pioneer chairman. And by the way, I'm proud to be the first woman to mount this podium. Thank you very much, Abuja, for making that happen. So now we have a diaspora commission. We are about 5 years old, and some of our people are here. We are just about 5 years old. But within the 5 years, we've realized the need to ensure that diaspora issues are put on the front burner. One of the things we did is, number one, have engagements, town halls. So even the president, when he travels, he meets with them. We have the Diaspora Day, July 25 every year, where they all come together and celebrate. We have the Diaspora Investment Summit, where they come together and see what they can contribute. We are building a data portal, and we'd like to partner with your institution on the data portal, because I know there's much we can do with your institution. Now, we also have, quite a number of activities which, I've put in the presentation that I'm giving. And hopefully we can harness these enormous diaspora contributions. But who is a diaspora? We define a diaspora as somebody who is living legally in another man's country, pays tax, and has an address. So let's just get that clear. But however, even if you're not doing that, you get into trouble, we have to help you out. We need to shun nepotism. We need to shun tribal bigotry and religious bigotry. We have to see ourselves as one Nigeria. We can't keep saying, is your ethnic group, and then, use that to solve things. We need to ensure that we see ourselves as one Nigeria. And if we ourselves as one Nigeria, we can build this country together. And I believe that you, the younger ones, the lessons you have learned in your university, a lot can be done. It is important to also discourage irregular migration. We can't keep having people, you can't stop migration, regular or irregular, but we can't keep having people just go and die in the desert. So how do we stop irregular migration, or at least reduce irregular migration? It's very, very important. Now, Japa. We are not saying don't Japa, but we are saying that when you do Japa, Japa to a better place. Japa to become a better person. Not Japa to frustrate yourself. But I'm glad that people are beginning to Jakpada. And I hope that, we encourage them. So for the young people in the hall, by the time you're done with your education here, if you get a job abroad, I'm sure you'll take it. But be careful where you're going to. And I'm talking to you, the younger ones, you all have to ensure that we all join hands together to write our story as Nigerians.
Thank you, Mama Diaspora, for all that you do for the diaspora. Dr. Ita Awan James is a certified trained nurse, but there's more to this that keeps her going and giving her fulfillment. Let's meet this great diasporan.
Give us a sense into what you do as a Nigerian diaspora, your area of specialization, and how it benefits both country of state and country of origin.
I live in California, and I'm a nurse by profession and a public health practitioner. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, and while in the US, I run my own business. It's called All Care Health Services, Inc. What I do is I employ nurses, so we take care of the sick patients, but we take care of the patients in the home. So because insurance company will not cover, it's, at the initial stage, when a patient is sick at the acute phase, patient is managed at the hospital. But when the patient is actually stabilized, then the patient is sent home, because it's cost effective for insurance companies to manage the case at home. Because now at home, the insurance company is not going to pay for food, not going to pay for the accommodation. The patient is now at his or her home, but receiving care from the nurses, skilled and unskilled care. So I do that, and I'm signed up with the federal government, Medicare, medical, and private insurance companies.
There's been a call by the government that Nigerians in the diaspora come home and invest in education, in health, infrastructure, real estate, everything you can do for Nigeria to accentuate its development and progress. So what have you been doing back home?
What we've done, we've built, actually help support, like I'm a part of NANA, the National Association of Nigerian Nurses. So I was given grants, and so I had to erect a 7-bed maternity unit and a 2-bed labor room at the primary health center in Akwa Ibom State. And so I partnered with NANA to do that. And also, I have a school in my locality. I was born and raised in Calabar, Cross River State, but I still identify that by birth, I'm from Okanafo.
Yeah.
And so I went back to Kanafon. There is a primary school there that my husband and I funded. We provided all the desks in that school, and also all the desks and tables for the teachers, and provided backpacks, school supplies, and then renovated the ceilings and doors.
You have a special project you are undertaking in Akwa Ibom State, meant to curb unemployment, engage in food security, and give good livelihood to the people of Akwa Ibom State.
Akwa Global Integrated Farms. Yes, so our focus at this time is on livestock. And then we have planted cassava. So our aim or future plan is to have food production and also food processing. So we are going to branch into that. We are supporting the Arise agenda of present Governor, Pastor Moino. We want him to be there because he calls for investors, come down and do something. So this is something we have answered that call. Even though we even started before he became a governor, but we have answered that call, we have responded. So we want him to be a part of that commissioning. So we are working on that. So we already have the livestock, is moving, the business is moving, it's going in progress. And so that's what we do.
Thank you. We're not having you on the show. We'll call you again very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
And I really appreciate you having me here. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, this is The Diaspora. We take a short break. The Diaspora continues shortly.
This walk that you're walking, even though it was known as the point of no return, we see it now as the joy of return.
The spirit of Africa could not be broken by the transatlantic slave trade. You cannot lose the spirit. And the divine force, the spirit of Africa, has brought us back today.
Welcome to Hope and Africa.
Now to our health tips segment with Amper Doctor.
Sickle cell disease is an inherited blood cell disorder, specifically red blood cell. So in your body, you have white blood cells that help prevent infection. You have platelets that help prevent injury, to help you to heal. And then you have red blood cells, which supply oxygen throughout your body. And a person without sickle cell disease, their red blood cells are perfectly round and flexible. So they can move through the body without any issues. A person with sickle cell disease, the red blood cells are sickled or crescent shape, given the name of the disease, and they have problems traveling through different sizes or different blood vessels of different sizes. So it can really impact your major organs. It can cause problems involving swelling of the lower extremities and the hands. It can cause organ damage to your kidneys. It can cause stroke. It can cause heart disease. So it makes a major impact, especially people with ethnic connections to Africa, the Middle East, the Mediterranean Basin, and India.
How is sickle cell disease diagnosed?
It's really easy to diagnose. It's a simple blood test. It can be done at a lab or even at a point of care center. In more developed countries like the United States, we do screenings on newborn babies as part of the state's newborn screening program. That way you can identify a person or a baby with sickle cell disease right within a few days of life, or even within a week maximum. In other parts of the world, particularly Nigeria, I've heard there's certain hurdles in terms of trying to get a program that can do the same thing and get the same results.
What are some health interventions used to treat sickle cell disease?
So initially, especially if you identify a baby within a few days of life, the easiest intervention is giving penicillin, which is an antibiotic geared toward preventing infections. When you have sickle cell disease, you're predisposed or vulnerable to certain bacteria that's in the community. Things like strep, things like staph, those can predispose a person with sickle cell disease to very serious problems and hospitalizations.
Next is our diaspora of the moment with Shalewa Ajila presenting.
Our diaspora of the moment is Noel Ifeanyi Alumona. Noel is a Nigerian student who hails from Enugu State, Nigeria. Noel, who is studying in Vanderbilt University, United States, went home with a cash prize of $10,000 in recognition of his vigorous campaign to end violence against women and girls through proper orientation of boys on responsible behavior. The AFS Award for Young Global Citizens recognizes the work of young people around the world for their commitment in improving the global community and contributing to a more just, peaceful, and tolerant world. Noel became the first African to win the prize since its inception in 1914. The award was presented during the International Youth Day organized by the United Nations Global Communications Department, the AFS Intercultural Programs, and the Youth Assembly at the United Nations headquarters in New York. He is also a 2018 Obama Foundation Fellow of the African Leaders Program. On October 1st, 2018, he formed the Boys Champions as a youth-focused group committed to providing safe environment for young boys and training them to become part of the solution to ending societal violence and prejudice against women and girls in Nigerian communities. Noel, who is presently pursuing a graduate degree in special education in the United States, said he has remained passionate about youth development, education, and more specifically on ways to improve access to quality education in underdeserved communities. He is also a recipient of the AFS Award for Young Global Citizens at the United Nations in New York, African Youth Award, Nigerian Goodwill Ambassador Award, Volunteer of the Year Award by Appreciate African Network, Beijing, China. Congratulations, Noel. We celebrate you as our diaspora of the moment.
This has been today's episode of your favorite show, The Diaspora. Join us in our next episode. You'll be glad you did. I remain your uncle, Juliana Vincent Jacobo. Stay positive.
Just like other kingdoms and empires that existed before the coming of Europeans, so was the Beja kingdoms. In fact, during the Middle Ages, there were 5 Beja kingdoms that were established. These kingdoms stretched from the lowlands of Eritrea to Aswan in Egypt. The Beja kingdoms occupied much of the former territory of the Aksum Empire. These kingdoms were first noted by the famous Arab historian Ali Yaqubi during the 9th century. The names of the kingdoms were Nakis, Baklin, Bazin, Jarin, and Qatar. These kingdoms bordered each other and the powerful Nubian Alodia kingdom. To the south of the Beja kingdoms was a Christian kingdom called Najashi. And naturally, the kingdoms were rich in gold, precious stones, and emeralds were found in many of the kingdoms. The scholar noted that Muslim Arabs visited the kingdoms for trading purposes. The rise of the Beja ethnic groups was one of the main reasons for the demise of the Aksumite Empire in the 7th century. raids and invasions by the Beja kingdoms weakened the state of the Aksum Empire. Also, due to the rise of Islam, they lost control of their trading routes on the Red Sea coast. The Beja capitalized on this and managed to take over much of Aksum's territory. Towards the end of the 7th century, a powerful Beja ethnic person called the Zanafaj acquired a unified structure, penetrated the Eritrean plateau through the valley of Gash Bakar, and raided the Aksumites. Much of the Eritrean highlands were overrun by Beja ethnic men, and many of the dispersed Aksumites fled southwards. After the fall of Aksum, the coastal regions were occupied by the Beja. The Beja kingdoms were subdivided by tribes and clans. These clans were noted by Al-Yaqubi to be the Hedarab, Suhab, Amarar, Kobir, Manasseh, Rasa, Arbaria, and Zanafaj. It was also noted that the Kunama were a part of the kingdom, due to the fact that they were called Bazen by Abyssinians. The Beja tribes were on good terms with Muslim Arabs who walked and visited their kingdoms. At the time that Ali Yaqubi visited the kingdoms, the Bazen kingdom was at war with the Nubian kingdom of Alodia. The Beja kingdoms were warlike and powerful nations who were skilled at warfare. There was a Beja tribe that was described as a warrior clan. The name of the clan was Daras Sawa. The young men of this particular tribe were sent to military training school where they were trained for war and combat. The inhabitants of the kingdoms that were located in Eritrea were agriculturalists and pastoralists. These kingdoms established some of the modern-day cities. After 600 years, the former Beja kingdoms were replaced by the powerful Blue Kingdom, who were also Beja.
Hey, I don't know how to place value on people who don't place value on me.
What do you mean? You know I respect you so much.
In other words, you prefer this your status, right?
Calista, can you please help me with a client with legit money, please?
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to the program Nigerian Movies Today, coming to you on the network service of the NTA. My name is Ifoma Odemba. We'll begin the show with the movie of the week.
I am strong. I am strong. The Lord keep me safe and sound.
Amen. Our movie of the week is Momiwa, written by Gibbs Collins and Biodun Stephen, produced by Udi Udo, Biodun Stephen, and directed by Biodun Stephen. The movie parades a cast of Uzo Arukwe, Blessing Jessica Obasi, Yabo Uju, among others.
I don't understand your relationship with her. I don't understand your arrangements. It's uncomfortable.
I left my card on the team, so you can just see to the salaries and make sure you can buy anything that you want.
Finding. I'm Nature's wife.
Who did you say came to my house?
Momiwa mirrors a housekeeper who is passionate about the family until the arrival of the estranged wife of her boss, who wants to take back what she left behind. A comedy drama and a family movie that anyone will be delighted to watch.
Movie of the week to set the tone for the program as we'll take you to our exclusive guest segment. She's an actress, a TV host, and featured in several blockbuster movies. Too numerous to mention. Who am I talking about? Find out in this profile.
Our exclusive guest this week is Zainab Balogun, born on 10th October 1989 in London, England. Zainab Balogun, a British-Nigerian actress, TV host, and executive producer at Zaba Productions. She bagged LLB from the University of Kent, United Kingdom. Zainab is an endo survivor who endured 19 years without diagnosis when she leveraged her journey to raise awareness. She started her career with Premier Models Management as a fashion model. Zainab Balogun made her debut when she acted in BBC One's drama as Material Girl on the set of The Dark Knight Rises. She has since starred as a lead actor in popular Netflix and Amazon Prime productions, TIFF and BFI film selections, some of which include Sylvia, The Royal Hibiscus Hotel, and Walking Shadows. She has several television credits to herself, some of which include, but not limited to, primetime shows for Ebony Live TV, Global Entertainment Networks, TV host on The Voice Nigeria music reality show. Zainab Balogun was nominated Africa Prize for Acting in 2018. She is a lead actress in the movie The Beats, recently premiered in Lagos. Zainab Balogun's founded Zaba Productions, a multimedia company currently developing The Blood, a psychological thriller based on the true horror of endometriosis, and she has carved a niche in the Nigerian movie industry.
On our exclusive guest segment, we'll have someone who has carved a niche for herself in Nollywood. Who am I saying? Zainab Balogun. Hey!
Hi! How are you?
I'm fine.
It's so
I'm
nice
fine.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you. I'm one of your biggest fans, and to have you in our studios today is a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you for having me.
So let's get straight into the chat.
Yes.
How have you been able to interpret the role of being an actress and being a host?
So I would say that being an actress is actually something that has been in me a little bit longer than hosting. I love both of them. I wouldn't say equally. Acting definitely, is far up there. But I always enjoyed being in front of the camera, producing, being able to have conversations with people, because most of my experience comes from doing talk shows and then also hosting live events, which is not easy. I know people make it look simple, but it's not. But overall, I'm just somebody who loves telling stories and being able to express that to the audience.
Okay, so when did you realize that you love telling stories?
I would probably say when I was in secondary school, taking part in things like drama, dance. I was very much an artistic but also very academic child. So I had the ability to balance both my left brain and my right brain. And I was on this course to, go to law school, that I finished my degree, but then that creative side just kept knocking. And a few opportunities came, and I couldn't say no. But who knows? Maybe in the future, I might still go down the legal route. Who knows? I don't know.
Okay, you studied law.
Yes.
So how were you able to interpret it and being an actress too? Tell us about it when we focus on your journey into the industry.
Yes. Okay. So I always wanted to study like media and entertainment law. That was my plan because again, I had the creativity, the creative side and the very academic side. But then it was the fact that I got a job I had auditioned for a new TV series. Kind of need to start, so what are your plans? So it was that moment, and so the day that I was on set,
some actors will not agree they did waka pass.
Oh no, that's how it started. I wasn't professionally trained. I didn't.
You actually got trained on the job?
I got trained on the job, yes. And I remember doing this waka pass role, and I was in university at the time, and I had some coursework, so I bought all my books to set. And I loved being on set. I loved seeing, the equipment, the cameraman, this person, that person. And that, in the next couple of months, you'll see the fruition of what it is that they were creating. So that's what drew me in. And after that particular project, I said to myself, okay, let me go for an actual audition where it's not waka pass. I have like maybe one line. And so I went, I did it, they gave me the job. I said, wow, these people don't know that I don't know what I'm doing here. So let's see how long I can pretend for. And it's been such an amazing journey. I've learned so much on the job. I've also put in a lot of work, a lot of training myself and acquiring knowledge. It's not just about getting there. It's about being better.
Okay, in terms of scripting, what do you look out for when the script is being given to you?
So story is probably one of the most important things to me as an actress. I look out for things that I, don't see too often, roles that I haven't had particular experiences in, and I look for something that really tugs at your heartstrings. As I mentioned, that the audience is used to seeing certain types of things.
Love things.
Romance, love, all of those things. And they're great. And I've had the opportunity to shoot certain projects that are like that. But as an actor, for me, I love to stretch myself. Because if I'm not stretching myself, I'm not doing anything different.
Yes.
And so things that are challenging for me are things that I'm attracted to.
So is the beat challenging to you?
The beat wasn't as challenging, but the story was very attractive. Because again, it's not something that I'd seen that was, had been done in this space and in that way. And it was also something that was taking the illusion of time, but also blending it with tradition and culture. So that, the synergy of those two things made it very comfortable for me to say, okay, let's give this a try.
And you're happy seeing that giving it a try has become a success story.
Yes, indeed.
That's what we call magic.
Yes.
The camera, light, lens, everything becomes magic at the end of the day. Okay, so let's go into the movie that is actually trending now. The Beads.
Yes.
Tell us more about it.
So The Beads is our brand new movie that's out now on Amazon Prime. It is a great project. This is a story that pretty much takes you through a loop of time, fate, culture. What I really love about this project is the fact that it touches on things that the Nigerian audience isn't particularly very used to.
Especially the storyline.
I don't want to give away too much, but when we go to cinema or we watch projects, people want to forget things, right? They want to enjoy themselves, they want to laugh. And so we're very familiar with, say, comedy or romance stories or dramas. But this is something that takes a little bit of every good thing and brings it together.
We can call it act of the box.
Yes. And so this story follows that of my character called Ronti, who, wakes up on her wedding day and there's turmoil and she's being forced to relive that day over and over again until she gets to the root of the matter. And the strongest message for me on this project is the fact that, we all have just one life, okay? You don't get an opportunity to go again. And so you have to put your best foot forward and you have to make sure you get things right the first time around. So that's what people will connect with and remember on this project.
Okay, let's move to the casts. Yes. The likes of Auntie Shafi Bello, Mama Iya Rainbow, and Efa Iwara.
Yes.
So how were you able to tag along with them? Because I know most of them are veterans in the industry.
Yes.
So how were you able to tag along with them to also come up with the movie?
So, Efra and I, we worked together before. I've also worked with Auntie Shafi before. This is probably my second or third time playing Auntie Shafi's daughter.
Sorry, can you hold it there?
Yes.
Playing her daughter or playing with her, she looks like a street type, is she?
No, she's such an eloquent, elegant, woman.
Very classy.
And she's very, very classy and disciplined. And I can identify with that. You don't last in the industry that long without being how you are and without, being able to be very professional and really passionate about what you do. So I love working with Auntie Shafi. I got to live out one of my dreams of working with Mama Rainbow. Growing up as a child that watched, Nollywood on whether it was 10 CDs or whatever, right?
Yes.
And she's someone that I was used to seeing a lot on the screen, but never did I imagine that a day will come where I get a chance to be on the same set, on the same project with her, and just seeing how she worked. And she was such an amazing, pleasant woman to just be around, and that was a significant moment for me. Even working with Auntie Ronke Oshodi as well. She's another veteran actress that I grew up watching, and these women's career, their careers have stood the test of time for a reason. So there's a lot to learn from them, and yeah, it was a great experience.
Okay, there's a part in the film, I think there's a scene in the film that you get to point a gun
at the character's head, yes.
Okay, tell us more about that.
So again, in the hope of not giving away too much, so there's some drama at this wedding, and that is part of the drama that the audience will see, that Ronti has to keep going back in time to fix and find answers for. And another message is that, sometimes we may assume that the solutions to our problems are, outside of us, but oftentimes they're within. So if you take a moment to search your conscience, you can really find truth and solutions.
Okay, before I leave the beats, I also want to talk about storyline. It's not our typical Nigerian story.
Yes.
But going forward, do you think we should tell more stories or tag along that storyline in our movies?
Yes, I think now our audiences are they're ready for more. I think the days are gone where we simply just look at what the Western world is giving us and we say, hey, how can we make a Nigerian version of this? I think there's a lot of stories and culture and tradition that we have, just as they have, whether it's their superheroes or their gods. We have our own traditional stories and messaging that we should definitely key into, and that's what this is a part of. The Beats takes tradition and culture. It's even in the name. We've been it a little bit. We've made it very commercial and attractive to a wider audience. And that's what films are about. It's educating people and telling truths in creative ways.
So why Ileke?
Why Ileke? I think that would be a good question for the director. I think I remember her saying that there's either a bit of a truth to the experience behind writing the story, but yeah, I think she has a cool story to tell on what led to this particular story.
Okay. There's another diversion I also wanted to. I know Nollywood is growing in leaps and bounds, and every day we see younger actors coming up with movies. I also want to find your own view on this. Do you think streaming platforms has actually helped in pushing our movies into global audience?
No, definitely. I think that what these platforms do is that they give us a bigger audience for us to reach. It's great what Nollywood has been doing all of these years, but ultimately we want people to experience our skills. We want our people to be able to travel the world and get opportunities and other projects, certain amounts of funds into whether it's indie producers or established names. It can only do well for the industry. We still have cinema our own people, but
so have you been able to survive in the industry so far?
I think it's just grace in sticking to what matters, which is just the talent and the work. I love what I do, and I love getting the opportunities. I've worked with some really amazing people over the years, and I just think when you focus on that and your professionalism and what you bring to the table makes sense, it keeps coming back to you.
Okay, so for our viewers at home, if they want to watch The Breed, where should they go to?
Yes, if you want to watch The Beads, which I will encourage you to do, make sure you check it out on Amazon Prime Video from today.
All right, thank you so much, Zainab Balogu, for being our guest on Exclusive Guest Segment. We do wish we'll call you some other time to also give us some of the updates on your project, upcoming projects. Yes. So thank you very much, and we'll move to our next segment. An interactive and educating chat with our guests. Let's take you to interesting movies to watch.
My name is Olufumilayo Ransom Kuti.
Interesting movies to watch are Fumilayo Ransom Kuti,
Toye, Fela, and Larry.
This is about the plight of the Egba market women. Kabiyesi, this is concerning the flat rate tax on the women, the water level.
Tí wọ́n ṣe ń rẹ́ àwọn obìnrin yẹn jẹ.
The Alaki has brought the fight to us. It is now time for us to take the fight back to him.
and something like gold.
Just come out. Please, we have guests waiting for us. Please.
There'll be no wedding. As I speak now, they're coming to seize all our assets.
I hope you have a bamboo bed sheet, because that's the only sheet I sleep on.
Can you just stop being delusional? Your daddy has been arrested.
Has he?
Get me pina colada with ice.
Pina colada? Hey, where's my pina colada?
Miss Tamara, I am the person your father sent to you. His instruction is that I take care of you henceforth.
Next on the program is Start to Watch.
Our Start to Watch is Chimeze Imo, a fast-rising Nigerian actor and model who is making waves in the Nigerian movie industry. He was born on 7th January 1992 in Lagos State, but hails from all local government area of Imo State in southeastern Nigeria. He joined his church choir and theater groups at the age of 7. Chimeze began his professional career in 2014 when he was named runner-up on Nigerian talent show, The Next Movie Star reality show. He made his debut on the screen in the film
NTA. You can't beat the rich.
Water is life. It is not a cliche. It is a fact. Medical experts say 60% of the human body is made up of water, just like 75% of the Earth's surface is said to be covered with water. Plants, animals, and humans all need water for various purposes. You may think the call for constant drinking of water is overrated, but here are some benefits of this colorless liquid. Water is the #1 cleanser of the skin, not just from outside, but within. Without water, the skin cannot function at its best. It becomes dry, tight, and prone to aging. Drinking enough water helps to flush toxins from the skin, keeps the skin moisturized, and also reduce acne. Did you know drinking water first thing in the morning fights toxins in the stomach and boosts metabolism? Many health experts say drink at least 8 glasses of water a day. This will prevent dehydration and keep the body at a normal temperature. Water is a great mouth cleanser. It rinses some food particles from the teeth, prevents some buildup of bad bacteria which causes mouth odor. Also, drinking water frequently keeps the mouth moist. Water is a great source of weight loss. Health practitioners advise that water be taken at least 30 minutes before meal. This prevents overeating by creating a sense of fullness. Did you know water helps the kidney remove waste from the blood in form of urine? Every day, the kidney filters about 120 to 150 quarts of waste in form of urine. If the kidney does not function very well, waste products and excess fluid can build up inside the body. This also can lead to some diseases such as the kidney stone. Drinking water helps the bowel to function properly. Lack of water can lead to digestive problems, constipation, and increases the risk of heartburn and stomach ulcer. Indeed, nature has blessed us with water, not only to quench the thirst, but also as a medicine.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
It's going well, but here comes Okabari and Jet Okabari takes it, tucks it, buries it.
From the football prowess of Kano Uwakwo to the
National Orientation Agency sensitizes citizens on national values. Ministry of Water Resources assesses safety of dams. Plateau's government marks World Sight Day with a call on citizens to ensure periodic eye check. We are glad you could join us on Panorama today in Jos. I am Bilki Sunuhu. You can follow this news broadcast live on our website, nta.ng/live, and on our YouTube channel, NTA News Online, and other social media platforms showing on your screen. The IMF and World Bank annual meetings in Washington, D.C. concluded with a strong call for global action and collaboration. Muplang Dakok reports that Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, and Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Yemi Cardoso, who led Nigeria's delegation, looked to growing the economy through attracting investment and strengthening ongoing reforms.
And policymakers underscore that no single country can achieve sustainable progress on its own.
Domestic policies will not be enough. To tackle today's global challenges, we need more than ever cooperation and multilateral action. The IMF and the World Bank play a critical role.
Regulatory and policy certainty. We're testing our capacity to help governments with this, along with the IMF and the African Development Bank, through our initiative to connect 300 million people in Africa to electricity.
Nigeria is looking forward to stronger fiscal and monetary frameworks that will propel growth.
As we try to make sure that inflation, which of course needs to be combated as a priority, we all know the negative effects it has on purchasing power, on the living standards, particularly of the poor and the most vulnerable. But at the same time, critical investments must go on so that we have a chance to grow. Because at the end of the day, it is growth and job-creating growth that leads to a reduction in poverty, which is the major aim of the economic policies and strategies of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
We have achieved increased transparency and improved overall supply in the foreign exchange market, leading to reduced arbitrage and speculative activities, and eliminated the front-loading of foreign exchange demand. The CBN's recapitalization policy has prompted deposit money banks to strengthen their financial positions, a process expected to result in a more robust and resilient banking sector.
The meeting ended with emphasis on unity and shared responsibility, which reflects the urgent need for cross-border partnerships to drive global prosperity. In Washington, D.C., Muplang Dakok, NTA News.
Discovering Nigeria by Nigerians is a new roadmap being charted by concerned citizens at the unveiling of Rebranding Nigeria initiative. The essence is to raise a new crop of patriots who love, support, and defend the fatherland. Kenneth Namni reports that Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, was represented at the event.
Unveiling and Rebranding Nigeria initiative is a citizens' action-driven project on changing the negative concepts about Nigeria. The theme, Rise Up, Patriots Take Pride in Our Nation, is compelling voices to get louder. Former INEC chairman, Professor Atahiru Jega, rekindled hope that Nigeria is a work in progress and needs the support and contributions of all citizens to thrive.
We should never lose hope in our country. And the driving factor and force behind progress and development in countries globally is patriotism, love for country, and the selflessness with which people contribute to their country's development and to addressing the challenges that affect the country.
Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, represented by the Director General, National Orientation Agency. explains effort by the ministry to rebrand the minds of citizens by imputing local content in children's programs that identifies Nigeria as a people.
We are not saying ban foreign cartoon. You need to provide your own content and then gradually, replace the foreign content with your own content.
Nigeria's ex-international, Emmanuel Babayaro, is urging for investments in sports, especially football, which he believes has become a unifying factor.
Sometimes when we're playing on the pitch, my brother Celestine is my left back. So he's always close to me whenever something happens. If I almost make a mistake and he saves the ball, he will come close to me in the net. He say, if to say I leave that ball, Nigerians will kill you today. You can't mess up for where Nigerians do. It's there.
We can actually tell our stories. We don't need people to come tell our stories from us. It's from this realization that Unveiling Nigeria was born. Our mission is to use community engagement and technology through the social media spaces and the internet to show the world what Nigeria is truly all about.
With the reorientation of the mindset, behavioral change and love for fatherland illustrated at the event, every attendee, no doubt, would have been equipped with the right information to promote patriotism among citizens. Kenneth Nanim, NTA News.
The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security says it will persuade and lobby to ensure that the Agriculture Extension Service Delivery Bill before the National Assembly is passed. Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, says the bill is designed to be a game changer for Nigeria's agricultural system. Musa Baba Aliyu reports.
The proposed Agriculture Extension Service Bill is currently before the National Assembly. The bill was drafted in partnership with the key players in the Agricultural Extension Service under the guidance of the Women Farmers Advancement Network WOFAN Icon 2. Dr. Salamatu Garba is the country director of WOFAN.
Is to have a well-defined extension system in Nigeria where roles and responsibilities will be spelled out. We really want to understand the different roles at national, state, local government level. We want the farmers to know what exactly are their rights and what they really need to deserve. We want to have e-extension system that will be able to meet the ever-growing population in Nigeria. We also want to build the capacity of extension workers so that they will be able to deliver more.
The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, stated that with about 70% of the population involved in agriculture, it is important to ensure they receive the technical support they need to achieve optimal outputs and good income. He declared that this is where extension agents become very important, stressing that having the right extension delivery system legislation will boost sustainable and resilient agriculture in the country.
Which means food should be available all over the place. So how to produce this food is what extension agents are designed to help you achieve. To show you good agronomic practices, to teach you how to plant, when to plant, where to plant, and how to take care of what you have planted, how to harvest, how to process, and all of these things. So under what we call generically good agricultural practices.
The Executive Director of the National Agriculture Extension Research and Liaison Services, Professor Emmanuel Ikani, stated that the bill will provide a legal framework for a sustainable extension delivery system that will translate research results and technologies into success for farmers. Statistics reveal that Nigeria is among the countries with the lowest population of agriculture extension workers. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
The Federal Ministry of Water Resources has commenced assessment of dams to determine their structural integrity and safety. Director of Dams and Reservoirs of the ministry stated this in Jos during an assessment of the Mangu Dam in Mangu local government area of Plateau State. Indiang and Abagang reports.
The assessment of the dam aims at ensuring the water infrastructure is capable of withstanding extreme weather conditions. This is in response to the recent dam collapse in Maiduguri, Borno State. Director of Dams and Reservoirs of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, during an assessment of the Mangu Dam, says the federal government is putting in place stringent measures to prevent recurrence of the disaster.
We have also found that this flooding that is happening in Nigeria is as a result of inadequate number of dams in Nigeria. You know, dams contain water and prevents the downstream from flooding. And we noticed that some of our ongoing dams are yet to be completed, and we believe when they are completed, they will do the function of keeping the water in the reservoir, and by doing so, the flooding of downstream will be averted.
Contractor of the Mangu Dam project, Uka Kanu, says the dam is almost at completion level and serves as a major water supply to the immediate community.
It is 18 million cubic meter. Basically for water supply, we have completed the water treatment plant down there. Then what remains also is a small irrigation scheme also. It's not all that so extra large, no. It's just for water supply and small irrigation. We believe that by March next year, we are going to finish it.
The assessment team includes experts and key stakeholders working towards ensuring the integrity and efficiency of the water infrastructure in Jos, Nigerian, and Abuja, NTA News.
National Board for Technical Education has inspected facilities ahead of accreditation of programs at Federal College of Medical Laboratory Science and Technology, Jos. Again, Indian and Abuja reports.
Federal College of Medical Laboratory Science and Technology, Jos, is pursuing accreditation in epidemiology, disease control, public health technologies, environmental health technology, medical laboratory technology, and institutional administration. During the visit to the institution, the team leader and deputy director of the Specialized Institutions Division of National Board for Technical Education, Dr. Kubra Jaro, says the visit was part of the National Board for Technical Education's evaluation process, reassuring that the exercise is a collaborative evaluation.
We have gone around, we have seen their facilities, particularly the medical lab facilities. They have adequate and more than our minimum requirements for them to establish the program.
Meanwhile, the North Central Director of the National Board for Technical Education emphasizes on the importance of skills acquisition and national qualification, which align with the Executive Secretary's vision.
We will do everything possible to encourage you to be accredited so that people who come here to study can have national qualification.
Provost of the institution expressed gratitude to the National Board for Technical Education, highlighting the institution's commitment to producing high-quality professionals in line with its mandate.
Will produce the good result that will help in the local government sector through the National Primary Health Development Agency.
The accreditation visit is expected to boost the institution's status as it produces professionals for Nigeria's health sector. In Jos, Nigerian, and Abuja, NTA News.
As part of activities to commemorate this year's World Sight Day, Plateau State Government is carrying out a 2-day free eye surgery for people of Bokos and Lantern South local government areas. Indian and Abuja has details.
World Sight Day, observed annually on 10th October, is a global event meant to draw attention to blindness and offers opportunity to highlight the importance of protecting eyes and vision. To this end, the Plateau State Government flagged off a free eye surgery where 300 indigent patients from Lantern South and Bokos local government areas benefited. The beneficiaries expressed appreciation to the state government for the gesture and prayed for the success of government's policies and programs.
We are delighted and we are so grateful to God to make this possible, that some of us who have no means of getting this type of health help has been able to benefit from this program.
May God help us if we enter for the surgery, and may God bless the governor for the gesture and the donor.
The Plateau State Commissioner for Health, Cletus Shulkuk, says the intervention by the state government is to enhance the quality of health care of citizens to enable them contribute their quota to the development of the state and nation.
The surgeries are going to be conducted in 2 facilities within the state. Cottage Hospital, Bokos, and General Hospital, Mabudi. And those 2 healthcare facilities were chosen because a study that was carried out by some of our partners revealed that Bokos, being a part of the central zone, and Mabudi, being in the southern zone, were noticed to have the high prevalence of cataract. So, and that is why the government deemed it fit that in the course of celebrating this year World Sight Day, we need to see how intervention can reach the people in those areas to reduce the burden of cataract.
Highlights of the event include free eye screening and treatment, as well as distribution of reading glasses in Jos, Indenyan, and Abuja. NTA News.
We have in the studio the Director of Public Health, Plateau State Ministry of Health, Dr. Buna Mafualal, to shed more light on the event. We are glad to have you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, you marked the World Sight Day in 2 local government areas of the state. Can you tell us why those 2 local governments were chosen?
Okay. The background. In all the senatorial zones of Plateau State, activities were slated to mark the World Sight Day. In the Northern Senatorial Zone, on the day of the commemoration, we had a road walk and a press briefing by the Honorable Commissioner of Health, Plateau State, Dr. Cletus Shulkuk, as well as screening of school pupils of a local education authority primary school in Gong, just not local government area, where 155 pupils were screened, and those that needed medications were treated, were given medications, and eyeglasses also given to those who need it. The choice of Lantang South and Bokos local government area, as the Honorable Commissioner rightly stated, was based on the evidence at our disposal. A rapid assessment of avoidable blindness was conducted in 2022 in collaboration with our partners, South Servers and CBM. And that survey revealed that there are high prevalence of eye diseases in Bokos and Lantang South local government areas. And that's why the central and the southern senatorial zones were covered to ensure that those who need the intervention got the intervention so that they will engage in productive ventures and contribute to the growth of the economy of Plateau State and by extension Nigeria. Let me add that His Excellency has been magnanimous in approving funds and releasing it to mark those important health days, so as to create awareness to the general public to take proactive measures to ensure that they live healthy lives.
Okay. What was your experience like in those communities?
Okay. Before the surgery interventions, the eye screening and the surgery intervention, a team of eye care professionals went out to the field, screened the people, and those who actually were diagnosed to have matured cataract were slated for surgery. And that's why those interventions were instituted at Bokos and Lantang South General Hospital.
Thank you for gracing the studio.
Thank you.
We've been discussing with the Director of Public Health, Plateau State Ministry of Health. Panorama will continue shortly after this break.
Across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Each ethnicity is unique, we are more than just a nation. We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
To foster a strong national identity and unity of the nation, key players are urging stakeholders to strengthen social cohesion and enhance civil engagement to build an inclusive and formidable society. This took center stage at NOA's nationwide sensitization on National Values Charter and National Anthem. Ijoma Ozomina has more.
The National Identity Project redirects Nigerians, irrespective of class, ethnicity, and religion, on the ideals and values which the society is known for traditionally. In developing the importance of National Values Charter and National Anthem, National Orientation Agency seeks to implement values that will guide the citizenry in carrying out their duties. They include the Nigerian Promise and Citizens Codes known as 747. The National Values Charter also captures social bond that guides the relationship between Nigerian people and state as represented by all agents and organs.
We can now hold a meeting with some of your representatives so that we can bring in all the chapters from around the state for you to come and sit down and address them so that each of them can carry it down. So that in the next few weeks, every citizen, every Muslim in Nigeria that's living in Plateau State will get to know firsthand what we have started discussing in this hall.
What the National Orientation Agency is doing right now is to bring back these values and to help us inculcate it not only to ourselves, but even to our children.
The National Orientation Agency says it will ensure standardization and promotion of the country's symbols like flags, coat of arms, national currency, anthem, and pledges, while emblems are accorded adequate respect.
And then for Nigerians to know that there is a national prayer. Okay, that's the third stanza of the national anthem.
A paper was presented on National Value Charter by Dr. Gad Shamaki. It says policies are needed to institutionalize the values as part of the national identity to sustain the Nigerian promise and the citizens' codes as enshrined in the National Value Charter.
And what we're trying to do now is to ensure that we have the Nigeria project, not the Igbo project, not the Yoruba nation, not the Hausa nation, not any other nation, but Nigeria as a state.
Representative of the Secretary to Government of the State, National Council for Women's Society, Christian Association of Nigeria pledged their support for the project. In Jos, Ijoma Ozemena, NTA News.
Flamingos eliminated from the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup after 2-0 defeat to USA. Details and more. For details and more, let's join Suleiman Musa on Sports Updates.
Following CAF final decision to award 3 points to Nigeria after the ill treatment meted on the Super Eagles in Libya, Nigerians have continued to commend the CAF decision, saying it will serve as a warning to others.
The most important thing is for the Confederation of African Football, they must ensure that what happened to the Super Eagles in Libya, this is something that is common in club football on the continent of Africa. They must find a way to put an end to this form of dark art when it comes to club football.
I hope CAF will continue to uphold its disciplinary codes like they've done in this particular situation, and congratulations to the Super Eagles.
Still on football, the Nigeria Under-17 women's team, the Flamingos, have been eliminated from the ongoing Women's World Cup in Dominican Republic after the girls lost 2-0 to the USA in the quarterfinals on Saturday. The girls, who have impressed in the competition with a 100% group stage win, could not continue the run against the United States in a match that was a repeat of the 2022 quarterfinals face-off. From the onset, both teams display an intense competitive spirit, but the Americans ultimately capitalized on the opportunities to end the 2022 bronze medalist campaign in the Dominican Republic. Back home, 6 matches will be decided Sunday in the Nigerian Premier Football League as Carton Pillars are away to Nasarawa United at the Lafia City Stadium. Plateau United hosts Sunshine Stars, Heartland play host to Remo Stars, and Eyimba trade tackles against Ikorodu City. Other games will see Rivers United welcomes El Kanemi Warriors at the Yakubu Gowon Stadium, Port Harcourt, as Shooting Stars take on Akwa United. With sport update, Suleiman Musa, NTA News.
That has been Panorama today. Good afternoon.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Today's growing trend is the beard. This facial hairstyle is common amongst the youth and the middle age all over the world. What is fashionable about the beard?
It's just a personal thing. As you grow up, you continue to find those things that make you look the way you want. Maybe you're copying somebody's your role model, you just want to be like the person. It's just a personal thing. And I'm somebody who don't like shaving. I don't like going to the barbing salon always. So this is the easier way I can stay out going to the barbing salon.
I just woke up one day, just changed my attitude of keeping beards, and I love it.
From the start, I come from who keep beards. So I don't know. Since I'm a fashion designer, I don't have anything to do with fall, so I believe keeping beard is just a lifestyle. It's just a design. It's a thing I like.
Facial hair gives the men the opportunity to express their looks of whom they are and how they want to be perceived by others. This fashion has been a trend for years. Now, see this one. Check the other one out. Beards come in different shapes and lengths. It can depend on one's choice to suit his looks. These days, lovers of fashion and styles are now spotted with different shapes, such as the full beards, stripe, gold tee, round look, as the list is endless. No wonder that beards remain fashionable for men, inasmuch as it is well cared for by the wearer.
Men are always, I've met a few of my friends who have actually told me, oh, I want to grow beards because that's the in thing now, and they feel it's the new swag. So basically, I think I like guys with beards, but please shave it according to, in a way that will approach you.
I keep beards because one, I've loved keeping beards right from childhood. If I see people that have their beards, how they carve it, keep it clean.
Nigeria's 64-year journey as a sovereign nation has not been an easy one. The journey has been laced with numerous challenges, politically, economically, and socially. Despite these hurdles, the country has made significant progress in various sectors. Just like the first stanza of the Nigerian national anthem says, and I quote, "Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand." End of quote. This has been the force that has kept the nation as one indivisible entity. This shall be the focus on this edition of Frontiers, even as Nigerians acknowledge the gains of the past and look forward for a brighter future, as captured in President Bola Tinubu's broadcast to the nation on the occasion of the 64th Independence Anniversary. I am Frama Pani, and our guest is David Akoji, Director of Special Duties, National Orientation Agency, NOA. Glad to have you join us on the program.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
We will take an excerpt on the President's 64th Independence Anniversary broadcast.
Fellow Nigerians,
64 years have gone by since Nigeria has got its right to self-determination. And here is another moment to trace where the country has come from and how far it has gone.
Over 6 decades later,
and despite the twists and turns, Nigeria remains the giant of Africa, with many of the citizens as sources of pride to the world.
Despite the many challenges that buffeted our country, we remain a strong, united, and viable sovereign nation.
The past achievements notwithstanding, the current social and economic realities are not lost on President Bola Tinubu, as he once again explains reasons for the current reforms.
We found ourselves at a decent crossroad where we must choose between two paths: reform for progress and prosperity, or carry on the business as usual and collapse.
These reforms, he says, has been yielding positive results, including billions of dollars in foreign direct investments in the country. He recounted the successes being recorded in the fight against insurgency and banditry, with hundreds of their leaders neutralized. He believes this feat will again boost the food security quest which his government is pursuing with huge investments for mechanization and expansion.
It is an unfinished business, I agree, which our security agencies are committed to ending as quickly as possible. As soon as we can restore peace to many communities in the troubled part of the north, our farmers can return to their farms. We expect to see a leap in food production and a downward spiral in food costs. I promise you, we shall not falter on this.
In addition to the several youth-centric programs to give the country's young people an advantage, including the Talent Hunt program, student loan scheme, and more yet in the offing, the President announced plan to organize a national youth conference as platform for Nigerian youth to make contributions on decisions for the future they want.
The government will thoroughly consider and implement the recommendations and outcomes from this forum as we remain resolute in our mission to build a more inclusive, prosperous, and united Nigeria. The federal government is ready to assist the 36 states and FCT in acquiring CNG buses for cheaper public transportation.
And for the new set of Nigerians who have contributed meaningfully to the country's progress and development, the President says their day of honor is here.
The Senate President and the Chief Justice of the Federation have been conferred with the honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON. The Deputy Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives have honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR.
It has been a long journey for Nigeria. It's even a much longer one ahead, just as in the aspiration for a greater country. This president promises Nigerians to look ahead with hope for a more prosperous nation under his watch.
Once again, you're welcome to Frontiers.
My pleasure.
Now, let's begin the business of the day.
Okay.
Yeah. What is known today as Nigeria came about, through the relentless struggles and sacrifices of our past heroes. As we commemorate another national day, what comes to your mind from the 64th anniversary theme, honoring the past, inspiring the future?
If you are speaking about our heroes past, you would be talking about people like Sir Ahmadu Bello. You'll be talking about people like Tafawa Balewa, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, Anthony Enahoro, and a host of others who struggled day and night to ensure that Nigeria gained her independence from our colonial rulers at the time, the Kingdom of Great Britain. Now, if you look at some of the conversations they had amongst themselves around that period, you will find that there was a mindset. At the verge of independence, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe gave a speech. And inside of that speech, he said, look, it doesn't matter to me who becomes prime minister or president. It doesn't matter if it is Obafemi Awolowo. It doesn't matter if it is Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa or the Sardauna. Now, what is important to me is that we have fought a good fight and we have won independence for our country, meaning that we can begin to determine our own future, and how we are, So this was the mindset. It was a mindset that recognized our diversity, but understood the fact that our success as a people belonging to one country depended on the strength that we derive from that diversity, rather than using it as weapons to divide ourselves into smaller units that are not cohesive. So this was the mindset that our heroes past had. And they were focused on development. Now, looking at the theme, which is inspiring the future, then you begin to ask yourself the question, where have we picked this up? All this that I just described to you, that was their mindset. And where have we gone with it as generations that have succeeded these heroes past? Have we done so very well with it? I think that that's a question that is difficult to answer. The reason being, if you answer in the negative, then you would be ignoring several accomplishments that we have done as a country. If you answer in the positive, then you will also be ignoring the fact that we should have done far better than we are actually doing now. In all of these sectors that I described to you, the economy, the focus on growing economy, growing in local industry, relying on local content, growing agriculture, and then the aspect of emphasizing national unity in spite of our diversity, rather than using the diversity as fault lines, to divide us and make us even weaker than we ought to be.
Okay. Now, in his speech, the president acknowledged, the difficulties Nigerians are facing as a result of economic policies, and added that it is all in a bid to correct the fiscal misalignment that led to the current economic downturn. What's your take on this?
You see, the president was right on point. And unless he states and continues to restate that fact, Nigerians will know why we are where we are. We didn't get to where we are today overnight.
Sure.
It's a series of actions and inactions, involving everybody. In this country, as in many parts of the world, we like to point fingers. But we forget the proverbial fact that when you point one finger, the remaining 3 or 4 thereabouts points back, at you. And that's the reality of life. We have neglected several aspects that we ought not to. As a people, we developed inordinate taste for foreign manufactured goods. Now, if that is the predominant taste, what it means is that even the local revenue in foreign exchange that you generate here must go out to buy toothpick, to buy fabric, to buy shoes, to buy bed sheets, to buy room decoration, and all those furnitures, and all of that, and so on. And as we're doing that, we're exporting jobs, and economic prosperity to those countries whose goods we have this insatiable desire for. And we're putting pressure on our local economy, down here. We all were witnesses to the fact where industries began to close down, companies, and to migrate to other neighboring African countries, And as all of that is happening, it impacts negatively on our economy. And then the big elephant in the room is the challenge of fuel subsidy. We kept the fuel subsidy for so long that the debt service, between debt servicing and payment for fuel subsidy, this country was expending about 95% of its revenues on servicing debt and paying fuel subsidy. Definitely that put a strain on every other aspect of our national economy.
You would agree with me that for Nigeria to prosper, national unity and development is key. Now, what strategies is the agency putting in place to promote national interest and unity among Nigerians, most especially the young people?
Okay, you see, before now, successive governments have inspired several programs to promote national unity and patriotism, especially among the young people. I'm sure you remember this video. I don't know whether you're old enough to remember it, though. Andrew, don't check out. Do you remember Andrew?
I'm not sure.
It was every day on NTA. Andrew was so disillusioned about the situation of the country in the early 80s that he gathered all his things in a briefcase, put on his shoulder, and went to the airport and said he's checking out. This same Jackpa syndrome that you see happening today is not today that it started. Andrew was going to check out, and then some guy appears and tells him, Andrew, don't check out. These are the reasons why you shouldn't. We should stay back, salvage our country, and all of that. And then after that, we had good people, great nation. And then we also had do the right thing, transform Nigeria. And then we also had change begins with me, and so on. Now, the missing link in all of this is that the campaigns put the emphasis on the citizens. The citizens need to change. The citizens need to transform. The citizens need not to check out, but bear the situation that's going on. And so people kept asking the questions, what about you, our leaders? What are you doing? You can't be asking us, and that question appears to be resonating even now. What are you doing on your own part to show to us that you too, you are doing what you are asking us to do? So, under the new leadership at the National Orientation Agency, we have realized this fact, and we're plugging that hole. So we're saying that Nigeria as a country must make promises to its citizens. Promises that are tangible and can be evaluated. And the emphasis is on Nigeria. Because if you say government must make promises to Nigerians, governments are transient and they come with different programs, policies, priorities. All the time a different government comes, even when they are from the same political party. So we're saying no, it is Nigeria that will make this promise. And this promise will be similar to the American promise, the American dream, which drives every American in the 50 states that makes up the United States of America. So we have encapsulated them in 7 principal components. And we're saying that, okay, these 7 principal components, they include things that Nigerians worry about, especially the youth. Emphasis on merit. You find somebody who has a first class will not get employment, but people who have passed degree are working in the choicest places. That does not display emphasis on merit. So we're saying that Nigeria must promise its citizens merit. So that everyone who goes to school studies very hard and is working to achieve a first class, because you know that that first class will make you to move faster than somebody who didn't study and got a pass.
Yes.
You know, so emphasis on merit. We're saying that there must be justice,
Okay.
that there must be entrepreneurship and employment, that there must be peace and security,
Yeah.
you know, and that there must be patriotism. We have encapsulated all of this and made it into 7 core promises
Okay.
that Nigeria must promise its citizens. Now, how that works it is, you can walk into an office. We're going to popularize it. We're infusing it into education curriculum as a compulsory citizenship study.
Interesting.
We were in a meeting with the Federal Ministry of Education, and they've already accepted our submission, and it will be infused into primaries 1 to 6 as compulsory.
Wow.
We're taking it up from there to secondary and to university, polytechnic, colleges of education, curriculum, and all of that. So you will understand these promises. So as a child growing up, if you are familiar with these promises and you become a governor, you know that Nigeria has made a promise.
Yes.
And that if you are not keeping those promises, then you are not a good Nigerian. You are not a patriotic Nigerian. This is where we're heading with it.
Okay.
You know, and then there are 7 commitments that you and I as citizens must also make.
Okay.
You know, those commitments include, I give you one typical example, the duty of care. That duty of care is indigenous to all of our traditions. I am my brother's keeper. But you know, it's fading away because of the influence of Western culture and Western values that we keep imbibing. But we're bringing it back and we're going to popularize it. We're insisting that every Nigerian must care for the other Nigerian. So if I care about you, then I won't stand idly by and watch you kidnapped or watch harm done to you, because I know that as a Nigerian, I am committed to the code of showing care.
Care to my brother. So it is 7 commitments, 7 promises. 7 for 7.
Thank you.
Mr. David, we'll pause here. We'll take a short break.
Thank you.
Right. You're watching Frontiers. The conversation continues in a moment. All right, let's pick up from where we left before we went on break.
Exactly.
Now, in recent times, many Nigerians are leaving the country. The Japa syndrome you just mentioned before we went on break, to the foreign land. What is the agency doing to promote patriotism, national pride among Nigerians, to check this worrisome development?
Okay. I just spoke to you about the 747.
Yes.
And I'm glad that you already know it because you captured it as 747.
747.
That's the driving slogan. Now, in addition to this, our strategy is focused at the very young demography, you know, the elders and then those in tertiary level and so on, those in government and those outside of government. What we are saying is that anyone who is thinking of Japan should first evaluate the human and material resources that God has blessed this country with. There are very few countries on the face of the earth that are as blessed as Nigeria is. We don't know it, but outside of this country, they know it. You know, we're blessed in terms of mineral resources, solid minerals. We're blessed in terms of capacity as human beings. If you go to a country like America, for instance, now, recent statistics shows that Nigerians are some of the most educated foreign nationals living in the U.S. They did their survey and they discovered that for those who possess master's degrees and above, Nigerians were occupying the highest position.
Wow.
You know, we're doing awesome things in their universities, in Harvard, in Oxford, and all those other universities that you can imagine. You know, on a personal note, my younger brother came out with a first-class degree.
Wow.
My friend's daughter came out with a first-class degree in the U.S., in a university in the U.S., and her results had never been achieved since the university was established.
Whoa.
You know, she got several. So Nigerians are achieving great things, you know, outside the country. Now, I am positive that in spite of all the challenges we see today, nation of our dreams, you know, that's where we are at now, and that's where we're having the issues. But in terms of land mass, in terms of blessed vegetation, in terms of diverse weathers in different parts, our resources, iron, gold, you know, and all of them, we have all of this. right now, those things are even creating security challenges for us. Where, you know, in the face of illegal mining and all of that. But you see, this government is structuring all of this. You know, a minister for blue economy, a ministry of blue economy was established. You can hardly quantify the magnitude of wealth that is there in the seas.
Marine.
Yes, in the river and all of that. And we have a lot of this. A minister for solid minerals who's now regulating the industry. And for the first time in many years, you find that that ministry contributed, I think, was it $5 million or something like that, in terms of solid minerals that were sold. They took a big bar of gold to go and show the president and all. So a country that is this blessed. And I've not even talked about the crude oil component that is found in many parts of the country, and many have been discovered and all of that. So you see, in terms of resources, Nigeria is significantly blessed.
Yes.
Such that we can lift our people out of poverty, you know, and then we can take our proper place in the Committee of Nations as a country not to be toyed with. Yes.
Now, finally, before I let you go, the president in his broadcast, in light of this, briefly.
I think that the youth should listen a lot of attention to the youth. You know, unfortunately, because of the cost of living crisis we're facing and the pains that many Nigerians are going through as a result of that cost of living crisis, many youths tend to be blind to what's going on, you know, in this particular administration with regards to benefits that are coming to the youth. If you take the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, for instance, the ideology behind that is that you shouldn't have any reason not to go to a school of your choice. I mean, public university of your choice, to study whatever course God has gifted you with intellectual capacity to study. And you know, a lot of people are left outside the system because they can't afford school fees. You know, they can't afford subsistence. And this is directed at the youth. You know, there's a plan ongoing. If people who have graduated and are yet to find job get a monthly stipend from government. You know, government is also reawakening a lot of the social safety intervention projects that were happening before. And all of this is with the youth in mind.
Mr. David Akoji, it's been a pleasure having you come on Frontiers. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As Nigeria celebrates 64 years of nationhood, we are reflecting on the theme of this year's celebration, which is honoring the past, inspiring the future. Our guest has been David Akoji, Director of Special Duties, National Orientation Agency, NOA. Thank you for your time.
Adorned with intricate patterns, a voluminous top babariga in Hausa, a cap at times with turban stylishly wrapped around it, and a pair of shoes. This serves, however, admiration of these designs. It encapsulates much more. Delving into one of northernmost parts of Nigeria, there lies a group of young men hailing from Madunka, an area renowned for its fashion prowess in Sokoto, one of the northernmost states of Nigeria. They epitomize the fusion of tradition and creativity in their unique designs, garnering the attention of many. While modern machines have made their way into this realm, promising quicker results, Traditional techniques remain highly valued here. These aspirant fashion designers dedicate their time and effort conceptualizing and crafting the intricate patterns with their bare hands. With only a needle and thread in hand, they weave their creation, specializing in the artistry of their craft. This iconic and voluminous babariga has always held its allure among those seeking to make distinctive fashion statements. Those who are determined to stand out and can afford the luxury favor the hand-sewn garment. Particularly men from royal backgrounds or high social status take pride in their complete dress code, often consisting of a kaftan paired with trousers accompanied by a voluminous babariga crowned with a cap of choice. However, variations exist within this tradition, each with their own value and personal preference. The choice of material is subjective along the lines of color, quality, and cost. The design one chooses reflects their desired image, whether it be tradition, wealth, or royalty. The utilization of modern machines can expedite the process of transforming designs into reality within a few hours. However, the true artisans spend 2 to 5 days, and in some cases, even an entire week, to accomplish their masterpieces. These skilled craftsmen rely solely on their hands in twinning the thread with care and precision. Such meticulous creation, especially those woven with the traditional textile industry's renowned sake fabric, exhibit unparalleled quality and rarity, which is perhaps why they are sought after by royalty and those in high status, particularly for significant occasions. The process of creating these exquisite designs entails collaboration. The patterns are meticulously outlined on the fabric by one individual, while another takes over to knit the thread through the metal tool with a pointed end, seamlessly weaving in and out along the patterns until the design is complete. To maintain aesthetic harmony, the thread color must either match or subtly differ from the fabric being worked on. In case the designers embrace a combination of colors, it allows for creative exploration. The designers work swiftly yet meticulously, adhering to specific guidelines, dedicating themselves to each project. Their commitment to cleanliness is
This week on Straight Talk Africa.
We very strongly believe in the potential of Africa.
The International Monetary Fund's Kristalina Georgieva talks about the African continent and the future. She focuses on the importance of good governance as a precondition for economic growth. Is artificial intelligence a necessary tool that can facilitate effective governance? Straight Talk Africa starts right now. Welcome to Straight Talk Africa. I'm your host, Vincent McCory. The annual fall meetings of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund are taking place this week here in Washington, during which there is an assessment of the world's economy and a look towards the future. The International Monetary Fund's Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, announced that the world has managed to push back inflation without the world's economy slipping into recession. But she noted that prices have risen due to inflation. This means that we are entering a period of low growth and high debt. What does this mean for the poorest countries on the African continent? The IMF's Managing Director spoke to me about Africa and its future.
We very strongly believe in the potential of Africa because the continent has youthful population, whereas the rest of the world is aging. It has rich natural resources, and we have seen countries that are decisive to put in place strong policies and institutions to have good governance, that they can be highly performing, fast-growing economies. We have been a solid and reliable partner for Africa, especially now when the world has gotten into this shock upon shock upon shock period of time. What we have done when the pandemic hit was to mobilize swiftly very sizable emergency financing. Country after country benefited from an injection of liquidity. And then we did something historic. We provided our membership with record high special drawing rights contribution. This is our ability to create reserves from the strength of the totality of the membership. So Africa got, sub-Saharan Africa, more specifically, got $62 billion injection of liquidity and reserves from the fund when countries needed it the most. I'm not going to say who it was, but I remember vividly, we're in the midst of the pandemic, very high uncertainty, economies are brought to a standstill, and we deliver emergency financing with record speed. One of the African leaders received the emergency financing and called me when it was 2 o'clock in the morning for him to tell me how critically important this injection of resources was, truly life-saving. And to that very day, I think of us, of the fund, of our duty to everybody, but especially to our most vulnerable members, to be there when they need us. Today, we have 25 programs in sub-Saharan Africa, and a very important, something I'm very proud of. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have the largest number of our new long-term financing instrument because it is to help African countries deal with climate change. Africa has done nothing to create this problem. Africa is hammered so dramatically by it. So we took an extra effort to be there for Africa.
So, Madam Managing Director, you have said, and I listened to you talk about debt and say you cannot get yourself out of your mess by just borrowing and over-borrowing. But Africa is estimated, Sub-Saharan Africa is estimated to have up to $800 billion in debt, and that is growing, probably. Now, you may have injected some finances to different African countries, but how does that become effective when all these countries are still under that heavy burden and they want to borrow because they have infrastructural projects that they want to implement, but at the same time, they need the funds, but also they're short and they're unable to pay?
The story of that is country-specific. We can't put everybody in the same pot. We have 3 types of countries in Africa. Those that have access to markets and use this access responsibly, where debt is good because it is invested in growth and opportunities. We have those that have access to markets but have borrowed not so responsibly, with projections for a world that is always growing, and now we see growth is slow, where the issue of debt management, how can we get countries to be on a sound debt management path, is critical. And then we have countries where, sometimes not for fault of their own, that is not sustainable, it has to be restructured. We have put in place a very important 3-pronged approach to the liquidity problems, but also the solvency problems we see in Africa. On the liquidity side, what we work with countries is to help them get more resources domestically and use this money wisely. Look, my very first trip to Africa when I became managing director was to a meeting in Dakar in Senegal on this very issue of debt. And what my message to everybody was, look, if you don't raise revenues, of course you're going to have a problem. We have established that revenues have to be 15% of GDP or more. So get your, especially your wealthy people and your wealthy businesses to pay their fair share, and then use money wisely. But then, of course, look at how the international community can help. Debt restructuring, debt reprofiling, sometimes debt forgiveness. The fund during COVID, we did 1 billion of debt forgiveness to our poorest members. So work from all sides.
Yeah. Now, you talk about restructuring, you've talked about consolidation, but when it comes to, for example, raising revenue, we've seen across the continent people really debate and sometimes grumble and sometimes actually go on the streets because of that, because it constitutes raising taxes, and sometimes it's confusing in terms of which sectors would be more effective. But at the same time, there's always the debate of the fact that African countries are at different stages of development. They have different conditions and circumstances. How challenging is this, and how do you help countries to really be able to achieve that without having upheavals in their countries?
Look, you said something very important. Countries are in different stages of development, and they face different types of problems. It is one thing to be in the Sahel. It's a different thing to be in Horn of Africa. It's a different thing to be Côte d'Ivoire, and it's a different thing to be Mali. So that's a very different situations. And we work very hard with countries to establish what exactly the status of the country is, diagnostics of the conditions. We are like a family doctor. We come, we take the vital signs, and then we establish what is the best way to have healthy economy of a country. Where we are particularly loud these days is on the topic of governance. If governments do not earn the trust of their people, it would be very difficult to take the steps necessary to build a strong economy. We have introduced, we call them governance diagnostics, as part of this health test we do. Sometimes there is pushback. Oh, we don't want you to look into the way we function. We concentrate on what we know. Are you transparent in your tax collection? Can we see the receipts? What did you spend the money for? Is there corruption? What can be done to eliminate it? And I think the more we also work with countries in these different circumstances with transparency from our side, to tell people in Africa what do we do and how we do it, I think also the easier would be for the fund itself to convey the policy advice we offer. I want to say something about Voice for Africa. On November 1st this year, our board of directors would grow from 24 executive directors to 25. And the new one would be additional chair for Sub-Saharan Africa, because the region has been underrepresented, and yet it is the region where I strongly believe the fund will have to engage more. Diversity of countries, some with very significant challenges. So we need to get to know each other more and better.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Now, I wanted to just go back a little bit to the issue of how the IMF is helping countries to deal with severe drought. Millions of Africans today are really under very severe situations, and they want to see if they can take comfort in knowing that IMF is working with their countries to deal with those situations.
Well, it is drought in one place and floods in another. Climate change is real, and the way we help Africa to address the challenge of climate change is threefold. One, when we now do this health check of countries, we look at the vulnerabilities to climate risks, so we can put in place policies that are building resilience to these shocks when they come. Two, we have created a special instrument, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, exactly for that reason. And for the first time in our history, we offer long-term concessional financing to countries to build that resilience to climate shocks. And three, we bring others. We have created, we call it Business Roundtable. We have created a way in which we do our analysis, and then we invite other institutions, development banks, the private sector, of course, together with the government of the country, to say, okay, how can we get meaningful injection of finance, of resources? We did this, for the first time we did it with Rwanda. And it was so effective that now Rwanda says, we want to do a second program with the fund. In other words, we use the fact that the fund is recognized as the finance authority to call on others to zero in on Africa and provide more meaningful support to Africa.
Well, I would like to talk to you for the rest of the day, but I know time is limited. Is there anything you may want to say that perhaps I didn't ask that is so critical for you to mention at this time?
It is a difficult time for the world. It is a more fragmented, more distrustful world that we live in. Don't take it as given. Africa rightly has aspirations for its people. Use your voice to force reason and cooperation, because without it, a fragmented world would be a weaker world. Those that are today in a weaker position would be most severely impacted. So call for solidarity and count on us to be your agent.
Well, this was the International Monetary Fund's Managing Director, Kristalina, talking about the IMF and Africa. It's time for a short break. When we return, we'll focus on the importance of governance in Africa with the advent of artificial intelligence. Stay with us. Welcome back. In the first part of our show, we heard the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, talk about the pressing need for good governance. as a necessary precondition for African economies to flourish. Now we have tools that can facilitate certain processes in government. With us to talk about how artificial intelligence can be used effectively by governments is Chinasa Okolo, a fellow at the Center for Technology Innovation in the Government Studies Program at the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. Chinasa is a Nigerian American and has been identified by the Times Magazine as one of the 100 most influential people in artificial intelligence. Chinasa, welcome to Straight Talk Africa.
Thank you so much. Very happy to be here.
Thank you. Now, many times when people hear about artificial intelligence, AI, they think of some weird kind of machine somewhere, some robot or something. Could you just demystify a little bit what AI is all about, actually?
Yeah, I mean, it consists of so many different technologies. You know, today we've been, I would say, consumed by the primary form of AI, or probably the most popular form of AI, which is generative AI. And so these consist of chatbots, and also image generators and just general content generators that help people produce content. However, AI, again, is many different technologies. The basis of it is machine learning, which basically leverages data to understand predictions or also trends in data to also provide novel predictions on this content.
Yes, and now we're learning that actually AI, artificial intelligence, can literally, and perhaps is transforming how governments function globally. In the context of Africa, how do we see AI being applied in governance?
Yeah, so it's still emerging, but there are very interesting use cases, particularly throughout the African countries. So Nigeria, Madagascar, South Africa, these countries, for example, are leveraging AI and governance processes to help with election, with voter management, to understand, different places for polling, and then also helping just generally with cybersecurity threats, which are a very big issue that affect African countries within elections, but also generally. And then other countries like Togo, for example, are leveraging these technologies to help with social services distribution. For example, the Novisi program has provided mobile money their distribution program has provided mobile money cash transfers to communities within the country, given the many economic challenges that COVID has posed on them.
Now, we heard the IMF managing director talk about governance, and in fact, in another conversation, he talked about the importance of AI. In terms of development, which sector could benefit most in African governments if AI is deployed effectively?
Yeah, so again, I think that we're still a bit early for many African countries to effectively take advantage of AI services. But again, I think that social services are probably one of the best ways that we can see AI being leveraged to help really identify those that are most at need, and then also to help scale distribution measures, along with leveraging novel technologies that African countries have pioneered, like mobile money, for example. In other cases, I think just outside of government, but ways that government can help improve how AI is applied in specific sectors, could be definitely in manufacturing and also in agriculture. Particularly, agriculture is, a very big sector within African countries. However, we see that there's a lot of wastage, and also these processes in terms of farming are not necessarily the most efficient. So AI could definitely help in streamlining and optimizing farm yields, and also helping farmers distribute their crops more effectively.
Yes. Now, we know that one of the things that is undermining development across the continent of Africa is fraud. It's corruption, for example, in the systems. And it has been said that if you use AI, it can actually help detect this. How could that be deployed? How could governments or even other organizations leverage AI to stop wastage of funds?
Yes. I think this is a really important issue, and unfortunately, I follow many organizations within Africa, particularly within Nigeria, that are focused on identifying, a lot of this fraud that's happening, particularly when it comes to government contracts for building schools, building hospitals, building roads, and we often see that there's a lot of duplication in terms of where funds are going, and I think AI could definitely be helpful in identifying this and ensuring that, payments are made as sufficient progress is made in addressing or attacking, I would say, the challenges that are, supposed to be, the tasks are supposed to be done as these contracts are done out. And then also, I think another thing is that we often see things about ghost workers, people being on payrolls that necessarily haven't clocked in for months or even years. And I think that AI has a strong potential to help eliminate this kind of fraud as well.
Sort of force people to be accountable, because
yes.
there'll be some other systems that expose what's going on.
Exactly.
Now, there's something also that has been mentioned, data-driven decision-making. And we have a lot of issues in terms of decision-making in African governments. And so how does that help actually countries develop better? What do people need to know how AI could help in data-driven decision-making in government?
Most definitely. Having data essentially lets us know what are the issues, and then also provides us with the opportunities to leverage tools like AI and other statistical methods to help address them. And so AI can also be very useful in helping digitize a lot of this data that we see piling up in hospitals, government facilities, and schools to help us understand, what are the issues that we're seeing in terms of retention and also advancement in these respective fields. And so as we digitize this data, then we can also leverage AI, and so AI can be used on both sides of the equation.
Yes, and the IMF is in the conversations that are going on, and even our conversation with the managing director did highlight severe weather conditions, whether drought or flooding. Now, talk about AI in helping to mitigate those situations.
Yeah, so AI, there are already many interesting use cases of AI helping in these in this domain specifically. Google, in their AI lab in Accra, actually is developing or has developed very effective AI flood forecasting tools, which have been very useful for recent floods in Cameroon and also in Mozambique and other tropical areas within Africa. And so I think there's much potential for data to continually be collected and also help countries improve their flood forecasting systems locally.
Yeah. So actually, what I thought when I listened to all this is that everybody's interacting with AI, only sometimes they don't know.
Exactly.
So it's something that you would say Africans across the board should not be intimidated by the whole concept of AI.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so. For decades now, people have been exposed to AI through recommendation systems, and also things like autocomplete and Siri or other voice assistant systems. But now, tools like ChatGPT have finally given people direct control and also direct access to actually interact with AI. However, there are many concerns with these technologies, but I think they provide many opportunities to increase information access.
What stops most African governments from deploying AI in most of their sectors?
The biggest thing is that infrastructure. To run AI, you need electricity, definitely constant electricity, to train these systems. And again, when we think about I would say, concentration of mobile technologies and also even computers, which are, things that you really need to train AI systems, I think this really impacts how African governments are able to develop and also deploy these systems in their local countries.
And AI, of course, again, would have helped to bring about some of those developments, right? And, bring about energy and so on and so forth.
In a certain way, I'm very wary of saying that AI can solve all these problems because, AI cannot build roads. You have to have people to do that. And so I think once you have these roads, AI can be leveraged in many different ways, but we still have to, African countries still have to focus on these basic development challenges.
Well, thank you very much, Chinasa.
Thank you.
Well, we have to leave it here. Thank you for the thought-provoking discussion. We appreciate your time. And Chinasa Okolo is a fellow at the Center for Technology Innovation in the Governance Studies Program at the Brookings Institution here in Washington. Thanks to our affiliate stations for broadcasting Straight Talk Africa across the continent. Check out Straight Talk Africa on social media. Like us on Facebook, follow us on X, watch us also on YouTube, and let us know what you think. I'll see you next time.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Beautiful people, it is so good to have you join us on another special outing of your favorite event plug, coming to you always on the network service of the NTA. As always, we promise you a thrilling and relaxing time. I am Anita Shelong, and this is Social Log, your sure way to socialize. We start off the show today with excitement as Nigeria honors former head of state General Yakubu Gowon at 90. Many recall his philosophy of no victor, no vanquish, which promoted national reconciliation after the Civil War.
They came en masse from all walks of life to celebrate one man, a milestone celebration, General Yakubu Gowon at 90. A gathering of the who is who in Nigeria, amongst whom her family and friends. General Gowon has been described as one of Nigeria's youngest leaders. He was just 32 when in 1966, he firmly held the reins of leadership in Nigeria.
Was 32, he was working with his parents, people like late Namo. They were nationalists. He brought them together to guide him in leading the nation to time of crisis.
It was a night of celebration, reflection, and many tributes. The dinner held at the Presidential Banquet Hall, Abuja, included key political figures, captains of industry, military officials, diplomats, and many more. And they stood in awe of this humble statesman whose legacy still resonates within Nigeria, on the continent, and in the world.
One of our most world statesmen. He not only kept our country together, but he united the West African top-related Air Force. He's the only surviving founder of the signatories Federation of Air Force. I wish him a very happy birthday. I pray for Almighty God to keep him healthy and give him many more years of service to the nation.
The ambience was truly magical, with eye-catching decorations and eclectic musical performances. It was no surprise that the mood in the hall was one of awe and admiration for a man who, decades after his leadership, still commands respect on the national and international stage.
Thank God for him and his family, and say 3 happy cheers. Hip, hip, hip. Let's take your glass.
As one indivisible country, Africa's giant, we say congratulations to this statesman who makes us very proud.
As we celebrate the remarkable life and legacy of General Yakubu Gowon at 90, we are reminded of the enduring impact of his leadership and commitment to the peace and unity of our country, Nigeria. Now, we move to another inspiring story of an individual whose dedication has touched countless lives.
With financial downtimes. Kindness is that beacon of light that shines, and for the recipients, it's a welcome development. This is the journey of Senator Sunday Karimi as he is giving back to the community. His vision and generosity is reshaping the narrative and promoting care, hope, and love for all, especially those who protect us. From Kogi State comes such an experience. As impactful as it is becoming, it attracted many.
Dedication and collaborative effort exhibited by a true illustrious son of Egbe and Yaba local government area, Senator Karimi Sunday Steve, who has proven to be a man who is focused on ensuring security and progress for his community.
Born in humble beginnings, Senator Karimi rose throughout the ranks of corporate world, but is not forgetting his background and home state, and especially not downplaying the importance of security.
I appreciate God for this. I just felt this is the little I can do to help not only my community. This project will serve the entire Kogi West. This project will serve the people of Kwara State. This project will serve the people of Ekiti and Osun State. And this project will serve Nigeria as a whole.
Through his unwavering support, Senator Karimi has empowered those who protect us, ensuring a safer future for generations to come. This serves as a clarion call for all patriots to close gaps that can make us vulnerable as a nation, wherever possible.
Indeed, givers never lack. Now, if you're a lover of rock music, this is definitely for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
and I really enjoyed the concert today. It was like kind of life-changing. It was very soulful and joyful, and I thought a really fantastic way to spend an evening.
Wonderful, wonderful to be here, wonderful to have a night dedicated to us. We've been playing for hours between bands and everything. It's super, super, super.
Nights I've had in Abuja. Soulful music, the spirit of Jimi Hendrix with us tonight. It's been wonderful. I loved it.
In Africa right now, Afrobeat is the main thing. But don't forget the OGs before the IG. No, people like us, we grew up listening to rock and roll. And of course, we have millions of people that have that kind of background. So you don't need to throw that away. You need to bring the memory back.
A brilliant show. Fantastic to have a rock band in Africa, in Nigeria, and bringing so many of his friends who are musicians to play and perform and support him. I was happy to also support him as well.
Rock music is one of the best music in the world. But in Africa, they are scared of rock music. But we tell them, I understand rock music as a music from the rock of ages, and from there I play rock music. So,
amen.
Electrifying, I must say. If you're just joining us, this is Social Log, your one-stop event plug. We bring you events like never before. Next, we're celebrating the unsung individuals who put smiles on the faces of others.
In a world that continues to face a rapid change and challenges, there are still hard-working individuals who handle everything from inquiries to complaints and ensuring that customers walk away with positive experiences.
This week is a marker for what we deliver in healthcare. When we talk about healthcare, people think it's just about coming to see the doctor, getting your medications and going home. But it's beyond that. And that is the theme of what we're doing today. Above and beyond. We look at what the customer or the client is coming with. We take care of your problems emotionally, medically, and then we also give further advices and then see how we also improve the quality of life, the standard of living.
For everything that is important, you need to bring it to the limelight so that the world sees it, so that people who are not aware get to get a feel of it. So weeks like this or commemorations like this get to remind us that we shouldn't just get complacent, but we should remember that there is a need to remain 100%, not less than 100%, in our service delivery.
As the globe celebrates the International Customer Service Week, Nisal Premier Hospital were not left out as employees of the organization were treated to themed days from thank you to wellness, focusing on mental health and stress relief.
And stress management. Okay, there are apps that people can download and use to be able to free themselves of any stress that is mental.
It's our duty and our corporate social responsibility to give back to the society. How do we do this? We went we had two schools where we had to do the outreach. We had a private school and a public school close by the university there to enlighten our populace on the essential of having their health checked and also proper hygiene for the children.
Individual, you're serving humanity in all. So the motivation would be what you want to give out to the patient. So when your patients come, be they sick or for inquiry or whatever, your first approach to them is the beginning of the process of healing. So if you are excellent at that first meeting, then it's sure that their subsequent services will go well.
I have found a mentor in this Premier Hospital.
As part of the celebration, the organization honored those who have gone above and beyond in exceptional service.
As much as I'm excited about this award, it's also a moment for me to reflect on the fact that I have to improve on, first of all, my work ethics, interpersonal relationship and skill with other members of this organization and also clients too as well. So there's actually more work to be done.
I never see this coming. I never expected it. Even when they called my name, I was, me. I never expected it, and I'm so happy.
The greatest motivation is, meeting our customer needs. Nothing is more gladdening than seeing patients come into the hospital and walking out of the hospital in a different mood, feeling happy, feeling contented, feeling healed because their healthcare needs have been met.
Give me an O, O, a P, P, and a dancing D, D.
From the cutting of the cake, it is a reminder of how important the customers are. They grow organizations and industries, and our service to them matters.
Pays. Closing the program today is a celebration of a remarkable career after decades of service and leadership. Let's see it.
This one is from Musa. Listen, say, you are going higher.
It was a double celebration for Mr. Kaura Iremea, the Director of Export Commodities at the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment, as he marked 35 years of dedicated service and his 60th birthday. Known for his intellect, eloquence, and tireless work ethics, Mr. Kaura has made a significant impact within the ministry. The ceremony was graced by dignitaries, family, friends, and well-wishers, including the Minister of Trade and Investment and Permanent Secretary, who hailed Mr. Kaura as a devoted civil servant whose journey to the rank of director is a testament of his patriotism and commitment.
The relationship was very cordial. We had our initial understanding. Under him, the ministry recorded a lot of progress and a lot of goals. I'm told that under him, the revenue of the department grew by 200%.
We wish him the very best. He's leaving the service in a good condition of health and with an unblemished record. And it is the hope of every civil servant, including myself, that I should also retire in a very good condition of health with an unblemished record of service.
He is somebody you can never see him angry with you, even when you don't deliver on time. He will still carry you along, sit you down, tell you this is how to do it, this is how to do it. So he is very humble and very hardworking too.
For his family and relatives, this occasion is one of gratitude, recognizing him as the pillar of their household.
My husband, I can say, is a very good person. He's loving. He's a person that can accommodate. He's someone that tolerates, doesn't have issues, and is the type of person that if you offend, he can come to you for forgiveness.
As Mr. Kaura Iremia reflects on these contributions to the Department of Exports Commodities, this is clear that this milestone is a fulfillment of life well lived.
I thank God that He has taken me through. Some of my colleagues that came together with me, some of them are dead. Some of them left the service unceremoniously. But by the special grace of God, I am here, and my birthday coincided with my retirement day. And so I just give God the glory, and I can see everybody is happy with me. That's what is giving me a lot of joy.
C, E, export, and D, department. And put hands together.
As you turn to the page of a new chapter, may success accompany you, and may we gather again to celebrate your future achievements.
As the saying goes, it is good to be good. Congratulations to him. And it's a wrap on the program today. See you again, same time next week. Remember to follow us on our YouTube channel at NTA Series. Stay safe and God bless.
Just like other kingdoms and empires that existed before the coming of Europeans, so was the Beja kingdoms. In fact, during the Middle Ages, there were 5 Beja kingdoms that were established. These kingdoms stretched from the lowlands of Eritrea to Aswan in Egypt. The Beja kingdoms occupied much of the former territory of the Aksum Empire. These kingdoms were first noted by the famous Arab historian Ali-Yaqubi during the 9th century. The names of the kingdoms were Nakis, Baklin, Bazin, Jarin, and Qatar. These kingdoms bordered each other and the powerful Nubian Alodia kingdom. To the south of the Beja kingdoms was a Christian kingdom called Najashi. And naturally, the kingdoms were rich in gold, precious stones, and emeralds were found in many of the kingdoms. The scholar noted that Muslim Arabs visited the kingdoms for trading purposes. The rise of the Beja ethnic groups was one of the main reasons for the demise of the Aksumite Empire in the 7th century. Raids and invasions by the Beja kingdoms weakened the state of the Aksum Empire. Also, due to the rise of Islam, they lost control of their trading routes on the Red Sea coast. The Beja capitalized on this and managed to take over much of Aksum's territory. Towards the end of the 7th century, a powerful Beja ethnic person called Dezanafaj acquired a unified structure, penetrated the Eritrean plateau through the valley of Gash Bakar, and raided the Aksumites. Much of the Eritrean highlands were overrun by Beja ethnic men, and many of the dispersed Aksumites fled southwards.
This is the news update on NTA International. I am Olajide Bello. Lithuanians are back to the polls to vote in the second round of its general elections this Sunday. This runoff may likely replace the ruling Conservatives with a center-left coalition amid security concerns about neighboring Russia. The Social Democratic Party won the most seats in the first round of voting 2 weeks ago and were prepared to take part in a shift that is expected to leave intact the NATO and EU members' strong support for Ukraine. The party already secured 20 seats in the 141-seat parliament, and another 35 of its candidates have advanced to the runoff in single-member constituencies. The Baltic state is home to 2.8 million people who have been warily observing Russia. It could be targeted if Moscow succeeds in Ukraine. Globally, in terms of aid for Ukraine in relation to size of its economy, at 1.64%. The Central Election Commission, Georgia, has announced the ruling Georgian Dream Party as winner of Saturday's parliamentary election. With 99% of the precincts, Georgian Dream has secured 54.8% of the vote cast, reinforcing its grip on a nation polarized over its political future. Most of the leaders of the opposition parties say the votes seen as a referendum on Georgians' path towards deeper Western alignment or closer ties with Russia was rigged. Judging by the preliminary results, the opposition struggled to mount a strong challenge. Initial count shows the Coalition for Changes at 10.8% and Unity National Movement at 10%, Strong Georgia at 8.7%, and Georgi Carriers for Georgia Party at 7.7%. Russia says it has shot down 51 Ukrainian drones from several regions, including near the border. Moscow's defense ministry states this Sunday. The statement added that such 18 drones were intercepted in the Tambov region, about 400 kilometers from the Ukrainian border, and 16 in the area of the border town Belgorod. Others were shot down in the regions of Oyo, Bryansk, Lipetsk and Voronezh, while one was intercepted in the Kursk region, where Ukrainian troops have been conducting a ground offensive since August and control several hundred square kilometers of Russian territory. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has expressed displeasure over the unprofessional conduct and public display of dichotomy by the personnel of the MPF and NSCDC in Osun State. In a statement, RGP Kayode Egbetokun ordered the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 11 Osogbo to carry out a discreet investigation into the root cause of the confrontation. The RGP, however, calls for calm as the Nigerian Police Force under his leadership will continually work in collaboration with relevant sister security agencies towards achieving a safe and secure environment in the country. And those are the stories trending at this time. Thanks for being a part of it. I am Olajide Bello.
The march towards COP29 in Abuja is gathering momentum as stakeholders commence aggregation of the views and position with the African Climate Forum Summit holding in Abuja, Nigeria. This is the main focus of this episode of Africa Weekly, while we also take you around the continent and some political and economic developments. I am Charles Alpha, welcoming you to the program. Kenya's Senate has launched the impeachment trial of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua after he lost yet another court bid to stop the process. In a historic move last week, the lower house of Parliament, the National Assembly, voted overwhelmingly to impeach Gachagua on 11 charges, including corruption and abuse of office. The 59-year-old has denied all the allegations and will continue to serve in his role until the Senate decides whether to approve his removal. The upper house began meeting last week but started examining the motion on Wednesday, initially behind closed doors. A decision is expected on Thursday. Now, a total of 282 members of Parliament in the 349-member National Assembly on October 9 voted to impeach Gachagua, and more than the two-thirds are required. Now, the motion accused him of corruption, insubordination, undermining the government, and practicing ethnically divisive politics, among a host of other charges. Unlike the process in the lower house, where MPs have voted on the entire motion, senators will consider each separate charge in what is expected to be a lengthy examination of the accusations facing the deputy president. As Tunisia's President Kais Saied begins his second term in office, the North African country continues to contend with major social economic challenges. His first term was marked by the slogan, "The people want," an emblematic phrase linked to the 2011 revolution.
Kais Saied's new slogan is construction and edification from 2024 until 2029. His supporters say the new 5-year term will set the stage for consolidating the presidential project. Economic observers say Tunisia took progressive steps toward fighting corruption, but more must be done to eradicate this phenomenon and to boost the ailing economy. Tunisia also faces challenges in dealing with the flows of irregular migrants. As a result of the Italian-Tunisian partnership to mitigate migration, about 15,000 migrants are estimated to be stuck in the North African country, according to the International Organization for Migration. Experts believe the real number is much higher than IOM estimates. The National Institute of Statistics says GDP growth rate has reached only 1% in the second quarter of 2024, while unemployment stands at around 16%.
Despite signs of improvement, such as the inflation rate falling to 6.7%, many Tunisians are still feeling the effects of the economic crisis. President Saied has vowed to build a prosperous national economy.
The 2024 African Climate Forum has held in Abuja, Nigeria, and this year's summit is focusing on how Africa can explore and build resilience, tap into its immense renewable energy potential, and forge new partnerships that sustain and develop the kind of climate action that can push Africa forward. Africa, no doubt, has the potential to combat climate issues, but certainly not without some challenges. What this two-day climate forum aims at achieving is how African countries can utilize the unique opportunity to transform from being a continent that bears the disproportionate burden of climate impacts to one that leads in climate solutions and innovation.
National Big Cat Alliance, Nigeria is part of it. We need to preserve the fauna to ensure that the ecosystem survives and the nature survives. Differentiated responsibilities for climate financing, as well as on renewable energy support in terms of infrastructure as well as technology.
Vice President Kashim Shettima, in a message to the forum, tasked leaders to take bold and decisive climate actions that will secure a just and greener future.
Together we can chart a path towards sustainable development and harmonious coexistence with our environment. As we gather here today to address the future, let us remember the stakes are high and the time for decisive action is now.
The theme of this year's conference is Africa's Climate Future, Pathways from Dependence to Leadership. What this means is availing Africa the opportunity to unlock investments and innovations, as well as developing its own energy and climate financing suitable for its peculiar problems. All right, joining us now in the studio is Dr. George Wangu, the convener of the 2024 African Climate Forum here in Abuja. I want to say thank you very much, Doctor, for finding time to talk to us on the program Africa Weekly.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so the African Climate Forum 2024 had as its theme Africa's Climate Future, Pathways from Dependence to Leadership. Can you shed light on this?
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is the second edition of the forum. We had the first one in 2023. In 2024, we decided to bring up something that is very crucial, topical. So the 2024 edition of the Africa Climate Forum basically dealt with issues that we had raised in 2023, but we also looked ahead to the future. What is what has been bothering most of us recently is the fact that Africa continues to be dependent. We felt that it was time for Africa to rise. It was time for Africa to take its future by the scruff and do what needs to be done. So it's basically the theme of the conference, basically urging Africa to basically look inwards and, rely on its resources. A lot of resources that Africa has. Africa has solar, wind, hydro, and most importantly, Africa has the human resources. And we need to look for homegrown solutions to our problems, to our unique challenges. So it was basically a question. It was a bold statement, bold theme. We were basically looking to forge Africa forward, take charge of its future.
All right. So how can African leaders now leverage the kind of resources that abound, that you just talked about, to be able to develop the kind of action plan to craft the pathways to a low-carbon future, and that which is not dependent on the kind of handouts developed countries give out to developing countries?
That's a very good question. So typically Africa we've been the dependent children. We've gone to international conferences and we've basically preached climate justice alone. We've basically always said, look, we have contributed the least to the problem, yet we suffer the most. So because of this, you should give us money. It's well and good. I mean, it's a good argument. There's nothing wrong with that argument. But we must couple that argument with taking charge of our own future. First of all, so what can they do? What can African leaders do? The first is we need to first recognize the fact that we have abundant resources here. The resources are in Africa. Whether it's solar, whether it's wind, whether it's hydro, whether it's the minerals required to drive this transition, they're all within Africa. First of all, we need to recognize this and realize how fortunate we are and how blessed we are. The second is to also realize that we have incredibly smart population, incredibly smart human resources. And this group of people are constantly coming up with solutions. They are homegrown solutions to our problem. We need to look inward and finance those homegrown solutions. And the next big thing is going to come out of Africa. We can make it happen. But if we keep looking externally for solutions, we keep looking at China, we keep looking at the global north, we're never going to solve our problems. What we will do is basically take our hard-earned foreign exchange, buy Chinese products or buy products from the global north and come here, and we'll keep doing that. But we need to look within because the resources are in here. Okay. The third is the private sector is going to play a really important role in charting this course. And it's important that we craft policies that incentivizes this private sector to come in and put in their resources and help our continent grow. These are, if we start from these, then we can walk through the others.
Okay,
but
so
these are essential.
Yeah, so I'm particularly interested in the role the private sector can play, and I'm also now asking you in terms of while international agreements set ambitious climate targets, what role are the subnational entities expected to play in order to translate these commitments, the resources that you talk about into concrete actions?
Okay, so let me take the first one. The first question is the role the private sector can play. The private sector is crucial. It is crucial. If you come to the ACF 2024, you would see that we had an exhibition hall. You would see a number of exhibitors. We had so many people coming up with so many solutions. This is the innovation that the private sector can bring. You know, the private sector is going to be very innovative. They just need the right policies to thrive. Okay. And this is where government should come in. Government provides the right policies. Private sector will do what private sector does, which is innovate and, you know, fund these innovations. The second question is relating to the role of the subnationals. Yeah, you're right, because a lot of these agreements are usually signed by the central governments. You know, they sign these agreements, but it is the implementation is usually done at the subnational level. You would see, because it's the subnationals that live closer to the people, whether it's the state governments, whether it's the local governments, they're closer to the people. They understand their vulnerabilities, they understand what needs to be done, and they're closer. So it's important. So at ACF 2024, we basically emphasize the need for subnational, to encourage subnationals to come in and participate. In fact, we had sessions where it was just the subnationals that were there discussing their challenges, discussing how they can carry out concrete actions relating to these international agreements. So international agreements are not meant to be, you know, you just don't sign them and they sit on the paper. You need to execute, and the right set of people are going to be the subnationals. So we have to train them, we have to encourage them, we have to bring them into the conversations, and that is crucial to making sure that we do our own bits.
Dr. George Nwagu, thank you very much for coming on the program.
Thank you, Charles. Always happy to be here.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, livestock development is one aspect of agriculture many African countries are exploring to boost food and nutrition, as well as raising income levels of small and large-scale breeders. In Nigeria, for instance, a dedicated program, the Livestock Productivity Resilience Support Program, LPRES, is turning the corners. And the National Coordinator, Sanusi Abubakar, is with us in the studio to shed more light on Africa Weekly. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Abubakar, for coming on the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Okay, now let's begin the conversation by helping us understand what LPRES is really all about.
Okay, thank you. LPRES simply means Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project. As you rightly said, it's a World Bank project with project development objective aimed at improving productivity, commercializations, and resilience of livestock value chain. In Nigeria, it's a $500 million USD project, and we are in 20 states currently to improve productivity, commercialization, and resilience of livestock value chain. That is the project development objective.
Okay, so why is the livestock productivity important to Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Livestock productivity is important because we are improving the productivity, and we are also, by doing so, we are improving the income of livestock farmers. We are also creating market linkage for the livestock farmers. We are improving the livelihood of livestock farmers, especially the rural livestock farmers who are mainly into livestock business. So it's very important for us to improve the productivity so that the income generation of the livestock farmers and the rural dwellers will also improve.
Okay, so I'm just curious, and I just want to know, how does the LPRES enhance livestock value chain, and and both improve activities in the sector, given all of the support you are getting from the World Bank?
Okay, LPRES as a project, we deal with some selected livestock value chain. For instance, cattle, if you are talking of dairy and beef. If you are talking of poultry, layers, broilers, if you are talking of sheep and goat, piggery. These are the livestock value chains that we deal with at LPRES. And we do that with our states through the clusters. We organize the livestock farmers. We improve the productivity. We improve the commercialization of those value chains that I've listed. For instance, the dairy, we look at the complete value chain of dairy from the aggregators, from the suppliers, from the manufacturers, processors. Everyone is involved. So that's how we work out all the value chains. I'm just giving you an example with the dairy, which is a complete value chain that we deal with.
Okay, so I want to ask this. Some months ago, we heard how some parts of African countries, Namibia, so to say, engage in, killing of animals, livestock, for feeding, because of the kind of climate impact that seems to be impacting, the country. And I'd like to ask, what is the link between LPRES, for instance, in Nigeria, and climate change with livestock ecosystem, on the front burner here?
Yes, thank you very much for this very important question. The climate change is a critical aspect of the LPRES. That's why we said resilience, because resilience is part of what we look at. And at LPRES, we are collaborating with the Nigerian Council for Climate Change. We are working on methane gas reduction, and we are working on a lot of initiatives to do with climate change. For instance, our abattoirs, we have what we call integrated waste management plan that we used in all our abattoirs to handle the waste management. And also, we deploy them to all the states that we are in to handle the waste management, to make it climate smart. All our projects, most of our activities are climate smart. We make sure that we have climate smart activities for the climate change reduction of effect of the climate change. And we work hand in hand with the National Council for Climate Change. For instance, LPRES is one of the advisory council member in the Global Methane Reduction Forum. Nigeria is one of the champions, and as a project, we have aligned ourselves with what is happening, and we are an advisory member in that council.
Okay, so you said this program is running in 20 states of the Federation, and I'd like to ask, what sort of support are you getting from, where these programs are operational, the state level, the governors, and all of the stakeholders at that level?
Yes, we are having tremendous support from the governors across the state, and tremendous support, number one, from our ministers. The ministers of Agri, Senator Abubakar Kari, and the Minister of State. They are giving us tremendous support to move this project, and we have well socialized across the states, since most of the states are the one handling most of the value chain enhancement. What we mean by value chain enhancement: provision of natural resources, provision of water, provision of pasture is being handled at the state where you have the aspect. The policy issues, that is like policy issues, most of it are handled at the national here. We are having tremendous support from the state governors, from the ministers. I think the project is on course.
Okay, so now before I let you go finally, I'd like to know this program, so far, for how long has it been running?
Oh, for 2 years now.
Okay, now for the past 2 years, can you just highlight for us, the turnarounds, this program has had, under your leadership for the last 2 years?
Okay, thank you very much. I think let me start with the most important aspect. I can say, if you are talking about vaccine production, we are upscaling the vaccine production of Nigeria If I say Nigeria, NVRI are just from 120 million doses annually to 850 doses annually. If we have that in place, and with the support of our ministers, we are almost having it, the upscaling, Nigeria will be self-sufficient in vaccine production. We don't need to go outside and import vaccine. We can have vaccine that will go around to handle the animal health. The production aspect of animal production is mostly handled at the states. We did a lot of work at the state through provision of water, through provision of pasture, through provision of breeding centers across all the 20 states. And they are there to be verified. Then also at the national, we did a lot in policy. We did a lot in livestock master plan, developing livestock master plan for Nigeria. Presently, the project is collaborating with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to develop a new livestock master plan for Nigeria, which will tell you specifically investment opportunities in livestock, where you are going. And a lot of activities are coming up, a lot of activities at the state level, a lot of renovation, a lot of building new abattoirs for commercialization, assisting farmers through access to finance. It's an all-encompassing project, all aimed at improving productivity, commercialization, and resilience of livestock value chain.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanusi, for your time on Africa Weekly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's our package this week on Africa Weekly. Many thanks for being part of it. I am Charles Alpha.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Situation, don't give a don't you complain. Mama Ndege, are you there? Is that you, Mama Ndege?
Mama Ndege, I need your help.
Me too, Mama. Me first, Mama Ndege. I want to be a football player, but my dad is forcing me to be a lawyer.
Mama Ndege, I need your help.
My baby is sick, Mama. I don't have any friends at school. My baby is sick, Mama Ndege. Are you there? My baby is sick, Mama Ndege. Mama Ndege, are you there?
That was exhausting, guys.
Mama Ndege, what's the emergency?
Emergency? No emergency. Just a great opportunity for us to be generous.
Oh, I know. Are we going to do some more shopping for the forest school?
Oh, are we going to do the fundraising for the school that we've always talked about?
Donating money and material things is always very generous. But no, this is something even more exciting.
Wait, Mama Ndege! Does this exciting, mysterious project involve helping our Bongo Kids friends?
Exactly. Let's take a look.
I want to be a football player, but my dad is forcing me to be a lawyer.
How can we help our friend out?
Oh, I know this one.
We cannot wear different colors, we're one team. We need to decide together. Pink, blue, or black. Which will it be? Bring the flags together and we shall see.
I like pink, 'cause you won't miss when I kick.
Well, I like blue as it will match our shoes.
I like black, it shall match my backpack.
Only one decision, but so many opinions.
What to do?
We can't always want the same thing, but we can compromise. We can't always agree with one another, but we can negotiate. Have a few gains, get a few losses, so that we can all win. We cannot wear different colors, we're one team. We need to decide together. Pink, blue, or black. Which will it be? Bring the flags together and we shall see.
We can't have black, we won't see when it's dark.
We can't have pink, it's too bright, don't you think?
And we can't have blue because, ooh.
Exactly. We can't always want the same thing, but we can compromise. We can't always agree with one another, but we can negotiate. Have a few gains, get a few losses, so that we can all win.
Woohoo! Yeah! We can teach him how to negotiate.
I don't have any friends at school.
We can all be her friends and invite her to play with us.
Yes, I love my friends.
My baby is sick, Mama Ndege.
We have to figure out a way to help her. Maybe we can help her learn how to make a balanced meal for her baby. It's the least we can do.
Let's make a plate for a balanced diet. Let's make a plate for a balanced diet. Start with just a quarter of starch or grain. Add another quarter of the protein. Then fill the rest up with colors and greens. And by that I mean vegetables. vegetables and fruit. So let's make a balanced plate to keep our health great. Starch provides our body with energy. We need it to survive and for our bodies to thrive.
We have a cut of starch. What will you have?
I love rice. I want potatoes.
I'll have ugali.
Let's make a plate for a balanced diet. Let's make a plate for a balanced diet. Start with just a quarter of starch or grain. Add another quarter of lean protein. Then fill the rest up with colors and greens. And by that I mean vegetables and fruit. So let's make a balanced plate to keep our health great. Starch provides our body with energy. We need it to survive and for our bodies to thrive.
Protein fills the next quarter of the plate. Tell me, what protein will you guys take?
I really love my mother's beans.
Me, I want to eat my meat.
I love beef, but today's chicken day.
Let's make a plate for a balanced diet. Let's make a plate for a balanced diet. Start with just a quarter of starch or grain. Add another quarter of lean protein. Then fill the rest up with colors and greens. And by that I mean vegetables and fruit. So let's make a balanced plate to keep our health great. Starch provides our body with energy. We need it to survive and for our bodies to thrive.
Time to have some fun with our colors and greens. I can't wait to see how pretty each plate will be. I love carrots and spinach, apples and mangoes.
I will take cabbage and bananas. Man, I love bananas.
I really can't choose. They all look so yummy. I'll just have some of each. What about fats, sugars, and salts?
We need a little of this to make the food sweet, but they are foods that we should not overeat.
Ideas.
I don't have any money for a new school uniform.
I can't come on the trip anymore. I had to spend all my savings to pay for the window I broke. But don't worry. When you come back, Savings Club can begin again because it's never too late to start saving.
Okay, kids, time to get on the bus.
I didn't pay, Miss Malota, so I can't come.
Didn't you know? Your friends paid for you.
When we put all our savings together, we had more than enough for the trip.
If it wasn't for you, Kibana, we would have never started saving.
Then none of us will be going on the trip. Come on!
Wait! But aren't those your savings, Baraka?
Yes, but having savings means you can do nice things for your friends.
Woohoo! I knew you guys would find a way to help out your Ubongo friends.
So when do we leave to go help our Ubongo friends?
Ngidere, weren't you teaching my chicks some geography and map reading lessons?
And besides, I don't think people out there are quite ready to see a real talking monkey.
Not ready for a talking monkey? What's so wrong with a talking monkey?
The world ain't ready for you yet. You're very smart.
Well, here's the thing. Smart, I definitely am. They just need to grow their brains.
Exactly. You know what, Ngidere? I'll stay with you and we can do some more brain exercise here.
Thank you, Baraka.
Oh no, I left my tuition class waiting. I have to go. All the best. You know how to reach me if you need my help.
Excuse me? Can you please direct us to... Huh?
Why is this man taking a video of you? Do you think I should strike a pose or something?
Move! What's up, you guys? Move!
Ah, this is crazy.
No wonder so many Bongo Kids' friends need help. No one out there wanted to help us.
It looks like people here are just too busy to stop and take time for the beautiful things in life. Other human beings.
And everyone was just staring at me. That's because no one has seen an elephant walking around on the street before. Huh? Who said that? How are you, my friend?
Are people always just busy and stressed?
It seems that way, doesn't it? Wait, then why are you smiling? Today was a good day. On my way to school, my friends and I were trying to cross the street. And all the cars respected us enough to stop and let us cross. Then at school, my teacher saw that we did not understand the equation, so she made up a song to help us understand. Also, I forgot my school money, so my friend shared his lunch with me. And just now, someone I've never met before asked me how I'm doing and called me their friend.
Oh, so you're happy simply because people were nice to you today?
It's not just being nice, they were kind. They respected me. They gave me their time and their knowledge freely. They were so generous. That's exactly what we need. We need people who are generous with their time and knowledge as well as with their things.
Woohoo! Wait a minute. That's exactly what our Bongo friends need. Generosity. Let's make a collection of videos with stories full of generosity and show our Bongo Kids friends.
Koba, always the filmmaker.
It might not solve their problems right away, but it will definitely cheer them up. And it will give them some hope that the world isn't so bad after all. Yay! I grew up seeing my parents give time and treat others with respect. They always say, Emmy, don't be selfish. Being good to others will make you and others happy. So I decided to put this all into practice. I began spending time playing with my little sister, and we were both very happy after spending time together playing. Then I decided, instead of doing my own things all the time, maybe I should ask my parents what I can do for them. So I started by helping to set the table for dinner, and then take the plates off the table after dinner. I could see how this made my parents happy.
We were headed for church one day, and in our tracks, we saw a woman who was lying on the ground. So we were wondering what was going on, and we realized that first things first, we're going to need to take her off the road to see what we can do and how to help her. After that, we didn't know what kind of condition it was or how we're going to help her, so we decided to call her relatives. And they told us which hospital to meet at, and they also told us that they're going to meet us at this specific time. Now, it was quite a frightful thought to see a woman who was quite helpless, shaking on the ground, and we decided to do this for her. And when we went to the hospital, which was like a 40-minute drive, we met them a few hours later, per se 4. They were quite thankful for our gratitude and for how we decided to help her. And it felt nice.
Verbal expression is very important because, especially to the people that you care about, because it can let them know, what feelings you have for them, and it can have a great impact on their lives. There are some people who love each other, but they don't say it, so the people that they love don't really know if they are loved or if they're hated, and that's really, really important to be sure to make them feel that you love them, because otherwise, if you love them and you don't tell them, how will they know? It's like it's like me and my sister. My sister is very important to me. If I didn't tell her if she didn't tell me how she felt about me, I think I'd be pretty upset, because she's everything to me. She's my only sister, and she's always been there for me ever since I was born, because she's always been there to help me with anything. She's
She's always been there when I'm sad, when I'm happy, when I'm angry, when I'm hurt. And she's always told me that she loves me from the bottom of her heart, and I love her too. You don't have to say it all the time, but just once in a while to make them feel special, because they are special. Just tell them that they love them and how much you mean to them, how special you think they are, or how their personality makes them unique. Just show them that you love them, because like if you don't and they do, they'll feel like they're being taken for granted, and that's not good.
Oh no!
What happened, Koba?
My camera bag, it's missing with my camera in all the videos you just took.
Oh no!
Let's do something to cheer them up.
Should we sing them a song to cheer them up?
That's a good idea. They always give us good songs to sing to.
Let's sing the new one. Ready?
Spread joy, be generous. Spread joy, be generous. Spread joy, be generous. Spread joy, be generous.
You can give your time, skills, or your wisdom. Your generosity will impact generations.
Spread joy, be generous. Spread joy, be generous.
It doesn't have to be money, no materialistic.
To express your love to someone else.
Spread joy, be generous. Spread joy, be generous.
We feel proud and happy when we're generous to other people.
Exactly. Humanity is how you treat others. When you show respect, empathy, and gratitude, generosity, integrity, and humility.
Spread joy, be generous. Spread joy, be generous. Spread joy, be generous. Spread joy, be generous.
I felt so proud to see Mama Ndege help kids to get the financial education. It's so good to be generous.
Spread joy, be generous. Spread joy, be generous.
We were very glad when we helped Wanafundi to construct our toilets without getting paid.
Spread joy, be generous. 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 Spread joy, be generous.
Thank you for helping us feel better.
Yes, even though we came here to help you guys feel better.
You did help us. You made us realize that even when things go wrong around us,
We can still be good human beings too.
and be kind and generous to one another.
And that immediately will make us feel better.
Being generous to you made us feel better too.
Hey kids! Kibena needs your help! Help her pick the right number! Aha! That's it! All of you can help Kibena out using an Android smartphone. Download our Mathrads app, which has versions in both English and Kiswahili. Ask a parent or adult to help you. Then go to the Google Play Store and search for Ubongo Kids. Pick the app in the language you want and click Install to download it for free. Open it up and you'll have a fun, new
Mathematics, hey, yeah, yeah. Mathematics, how I love it. Mathematics, hey, yeah, yeah. Sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics, hey, yeah, yeah. Making number magic with mathematics. Mathematics, hey, yeah, yeah. Sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics, hey, yeah, yeah.
What is mathematics? Mental acrobatics every day, all the time. Just use your mind. You use math when you measure width and length, solving problems using mental strength. Use number operations like multiplication. The number you'll find is like magic from your mind. Math is a part of everyday life. Just add, subtract, divide, and multiply. Can you solve the problem? Did you get the answer? Just use your brain and you can do it, sir. Now, don't you rush it. Just take it slow. You must be careful. Don't you know? You use math for all things in life. When you eat ugali, you count your bites. In a parade, count the steps you take. Just listen when I rap. I'm using math. Calculate the distance when you drive your car, so you will know if you've gone far. Here's something else for you to count. Can you count the teeth in my mouth? We can measure width, length, and depth, and represent with X, Y, and Z. Math is used for everything. Just do the numbers in your head. Now try to add up all the spots on my neck. How many do you see? And I even use math to get leaves off the tree.
Mathematics, 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 hey, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Mathematics, how I love it. Mathematics, hey, yeah, yeah. Sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics, hey, yeah, yeah. Making number magic with mathematics. Mathematics, hey, yeah, yeah. Sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics, hey, yeah, yeah.
Now breathe in, raise your head up.
Welcome to Health and Wellness Tips, where we prioritize your well-being and happiness.
When the body pressure is greater than usual, one has hypertension and is at risk of organ injury.
A balanced diet is the key to a healthy lifestyle.
Some people say animals don't laugh, but perhaps we don't give them a reason to. Our unique species of gorilla are only found in a small forest between Nigeria and Cameroon. With only 300 left in the wild, we cannot afford to lose even one. Traps and snares used in catching bushmeat often kills or injures gorillas too, driving them to extinction. And that, you agree, is no laughing matter. So say no to illegal bushmeat from endangered animals. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics extends ultimatum to proprietors of public polytechnics and colleges of technology to review affairs. Hello and welcome to the news desk at 3 on NTA News 24. We're reaching you live from Abuja. I'm Olajide Bello. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu extends his warmest congratulations to President Luong Kong of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam on his historic election by the parliament. Kong, 67, has served in the Vietnamese army for over 40 years and has been a Politburo member since 2021. President Tinubu, in a statement, welcomes President Kong's post-election promise to promote Vietnam as a friend, a trusted partner, an active and responsible member of the international community. He reaffirms that the enduring warmth and friendliness of the relations between Nigeria and Vietnam, as evidenced by the steady growth in trade and cultural exchange, are rooted in a shared commitment to fostering a more peaceful world. The President assures the Vietnamese leader of Nigeria's commitment to improving bilateral relations across various sectors, including trade, agriculture, food production, education, and cultural and technological exchange. Hundreds of residents in Osun State enjoyed a life-changing free medical care at the state specialist hospital in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. Femi Afariogun reports wife of Osun State Governor Erelu Ngozi Adeleke, who organized the free medical outreach, also gave out food items to the aged.
Sometimes now, 59-year-old Kayode Taiwo found himself struggling with worsening symptoms of diabetes due to lack of funds to access regular and proper health care. Now he has 6-month medications, as he is just one of hundreds who benefited from a free medical outreach, a lifeline organized by the wife of Osun State Governor Erelu Ngozi Adeleke.
I pay no kobo. And this program is very, very good.
I've been delaying my eyesight in visiting the professional for like 2 years now. And since I heard about this opportunity, I took the opportunity.
Medical personnel from the United States and United Kingdom did consultation, diabetes screening, blood sugar level testing, eye and dental checkup, among others.
We are going to give them drugs that will last them for 6 months, plus palliatives. But the palliatives are for the selected widows and the aged, not for the younger ones that can fend for themselves.
Our administration is ready to collaborate with any non-governmental organizations that's ready to partner with us.
For 5 days, the free medical outreach impacted on less privileged persons like Mr. Kayode, who came from across the state. In Osogbo, Femi Afariogun, NTA News.
To improve healthcare in West Africa is the interest of the West African College of Physicians as it meets with newsmen in Abuja ahead of its 48th annual General Scientific Meeting. Uche Ogochukwu reports that a medical outreach in Kuje community preceded the press briefing.
Medical experts from across 13 countries in West Africa are gathering in Abuja, Nigeria, to share knowledge and strategies for strengthening health systems in the region. Members of the college took their expertise to the community with a medical outreach in Kuje. First point of call was the Palace of the Gomo of Kuje, where the team pledged commitment to improving healthcare as demonstrated in their medical outreach.
Like 75% of the cases that will be attended to here, most likely if this outreach is not there, they would have ended up going to the primary healthcare centers. So with this outreach, it has taken over the unexpected out-of-pocket expenses of the community.
You come here and have saved from the consultant fee to the test and everything.
And you can see we are partnering with the FCT health insurance scheme. People are registered to make sure that when you need to come again, you will not say, oh, I don't have money. So that's one thing, the follow-up. We are assuring that obstacle to access is removed.
At the press conference, the opportunities and challenges facing health systems in West Africa, ranging from inadequate funding to unfavorable governance and working environment, were highlighted.
We are not merely here to discuss challenges, and we are also here to drive solutions. At the end of the AGSM, we intend to release a communique that will continue recommendations to our various partners and, of course, to our governments.
The 48th conference is tagged Improving Health Systems in the West African Region, Opportunities and Challenges. Uche Ogochukwu, NTA News.
Conversations at the 2024 Future of Health Pre-Conference, an initiative of the Nigeria Health Watch, wants active involvement of youth and making them drivers in implementing solutions to address climate change issues and its impact on national growth. Oluseyi Adeagbo reports that the engagement held in Abuja is themed Amplifying Youth Voices for Climate Health Action.
Percent of Nigerians are under age 30, while 42% are under 15, as the young population of the country remains a substantial economic asset. Concerns keep growing regarding the imperative of this set to take a leading role in addressing climate change challenges, as the demography is most likely to bear the brunt of its effects.
Many trees are falling off their roots. Ecosystem is filled with fumes, humans inhaling smoke, choking off their ignorance, no jokes.
By leading advocacy efforts, integrating climate education, leveraging technology, and building partnerships, you can significantly influence the fight for climate change.
Key players in national health sector and climate change believe this meeting is in response to global warming issues, which are already causing significant damage, as evidenced by recent floods and ongoing devastation across the country.
When we talk about climate change, there's also the huge environmental aspect. I'm sure many of you live in places where you go outside, there's rubbish everywhere. Is that the government to solve, or is it you? We never used to be this way. 20, 30 years ago, we had environmental sanitation days where people took responsibility for their environment. There's a lot that we collectively can do, and there's a lot that young people can definitely do.
So young people need to understand that local action is one of the best ways to engage themselves, and also to give themselves to learning and education.
As the challenges and impacts of climate change keep intensifying on health, Nigeria Health Watch says young people are essential in driving innovative solutions for a sustainable future, and an increased engagement of youth will amplify the cause of tackling the barriers. In Abuja, Oluseyi Adeagbo, NTA News.
Nurturing the next generation of farmers and promoting sustainable agricultural practices among young minds was the focus at the 2024 NTA Uyojudo Summit, which drew primary and secondary school children from across the 31 local government areas of the state. Evelyn Madoepo brings us highlights of the event.
The 10th
edition of the NTA Children's Summit aims at inspiring children towards sustainable agricultural practices, promoting food security and nutrition. The children presented compelling speeches on the positive impact of sustaining agricultural practices to enhance food security.
Agriculture is vital to our country's economy, providing livelihoods for many families.
Agriculture has the transformative power to ensure food security, nutrition, and affordability, which significantly impact children's socio-economic well-being. Together, we can help reduce poverty and hunger, promote sustainable agricultural practices. Number 3, serene environment that is well decorated with ornamental plants, birds in school and at home can promote agricultural development.
Stakeholders and experts in the agriculture sector laud NTOU's initiative of engaging young minds in agricultural production and shaping their intellectual abilities.
For NTA to key in with the vision of the government. And I want to say that Mary's Lezo Akandlo Foundation will continue to support NTA.
This year's summit is expected to bring to fore the intellectual ability of children and other potentials associated with education and speech making.
At the end of the event, the primary school category had High Soil Academy emerging first position, Christ the King Primary School Uyo and Presbyterian School clinched second and third positions respectively. In the secondary school category, the first position went to Rayfield International School, Modern Training School and Community Secondary School Akalfort second and third positions respectively. In Uyo, Evelyn Badu Ekbo, NTA News.
The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Petokun, has expressed displeasure over the unprofessional conduct and public display of dichotomy by personnel of the Nigeria Police Force and Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. The IGP, in a statement, ordered the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 11, Osogbo, to carry out a discreet investigation into the root cause of the confrontation. The IGP, however, calls for calm as the Nigeria Police Force under his leadership would continually work in collaboration with relevant sister security agencies towards achieving a safe and secure environment in the country. The NNPC Limited says beyond the 3 bodies found in the ill-fated helicopter operated by East Wind Aviation that crashed Thursday in Port Harcourt, other bodies have been recovered. A statement by Olufemi Shonaye, Chief Corporate Communications Officer, NNPC Limited, reiterated that intensified search and rescue operations for the remaining bodies, along with relevant authorities, is still ongoing. The statement extends the company's heartfelt prayers for family members of the unfortunate incident. This is the news desk at 3 on NTA News 24. More reports after this break. Do stay with us. Thanks for being there. Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASIP, has extended the 15 days ultimatum issued to the proprietors of public polytechnics and colleges of technology on 7th of October 2024 to review state of affairs in the sector or face industrial action to the 2nd of December. The union says these followed a stakeholders meeting convened by the Federal Ministry of Education on the 23rd of October 2024, where resolutions and an action plan were deployed to resolve its demand on improving standards in the tertiary institutions. The demands include fair welfare of staff, intrusion of the NBTE into the statutory responsibilities of academic boards of polytechnics, and matters on HND students' admission, revitalization of infrastructure, payment of all outstanding promotion arrears, payment of outstanding arrears of 25% and 35% salary review from January 2023 to December 2023. In federal polytechnics and colleges of technology, and the implementation of the salary review in state institutions, among many others. It thanks the federal government for the intervention and its members for the show of solidarity. Rivers State government is promoting and strengthening the implementation of the use of artificial intelligence in waste management to maximize its economic potentials for the benefit of Rivers people. This was as Governor Siminalayi Fubara signs two memoranda of understanding for the development of a $300 million waste to wealth project, a 200 megawatt power plant, smart e-mobility and other innovations at the Ministry of Justice in Port Harcourt. Osinachi Samuel reports.
Management has been a sore point on the people and the environment world over, and Rivers State is not an exception. The state government spends millions of naira for waste collection and disposal with no significant result, but by this memoranda of understanding there is a leap forward. The state government says by this memoranda of understanding there is a leap forward. Represented by the Rivers State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Dagogo Israel Iboroma, SAN, the governor noted with delight that the May 2024 Rivers State Economic and Investment Summit is yielding expected results. He said the MOUs with Intech and Omene group of companies, among other things, are designed to convert waste to wealth, generate electricity, boost employment opportunities, as well as increase the state's revenue base.
To convert waste to wealth. In the process, the electricity will be generated about 200 megawatts per day. 20 tons of carbon will be captured and traded in the carbon market. And of course, the returns are unimaginable. So we look forward to a cleaner Port Harcourt, a brighter Port Harcourt, and a more prosperous Rivers State.
The Chief Executive Officer of Omene Group, Otumba Prince Franklin Omene, said that the company will be working with other foreign investors to convert waste to wealth, while appreciating Governor Siminalayi Fubara for making the investment possible in his administration. He said their effort is to complement what the Rivers State Waste Management Authority is doing, explaining that the Rivers State Economic and Investment Summit gave birth to the collaboration.
But I'm very happy to be here and for the state giving us the platform to realize this vision, to make Rivers State the name that is used to be known for, the Garden City, a city where everybody wants to come and take advantage of what we're bringing here to the people of Rivers State, and in support of the host community.
The MOU signing ceremony for the establishment of $300 million waste to wealth project is first of its kind in Nigeria. In Port Harcourt, Osinachi Samuel, NTA News.
The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has confirmed the collapse of a building situated in Vanda's Estate within the Sabon-Lugu extension. A statement by the command spokesperson, Josephine Ade, says preliminary investigations reveal that the building was previously demolished by the FCT authorities due to its location in an illegally acquired area. Regrettably, the structure was further compromised by scavengers who had been tampering with the rubble for scrap metal, ultimately leading to its secondary collapse. A total of 5 individuals were successfully rescued from the debris, and there were no reported fatalities. In the light of this incident, the police command urges the public to respect the boundaries of demolished structures, construction sites, ensuring their safety and preventing similar occurrence in the future. You're watching the news desk on 3 and NTA News 24. Here's a quick look at our major stories. Relief for hundreds in Osun as wife of state governor reaches out with life-changing medical care.
We are going to give them drugs that will last them for 6 months, plus palliatives.
5 rescued successfully from collapsed buildings in Sabon Lugbe Extension. Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics extends ultimatum to proprietors of public polytechnics and colleges of technology to review affairs in institutions. This year's Bayelsa State Media Awards has recognized exceptional achievements in journalism, broadcasting, and digital media personality with excellence. Dianikume Ololo reports that the ceremony brought together industry players, professionals, and stakeholders to celebrate excellence in media practice.
Bayelsa Media Awards is annually organized to celebrate and appreciate excellence in the media profession, and so this year, journalists who have distinguished themselves among their peers have been applauded. The 2024 edition saw the parade of media stars in the state as nominated for the awards in various categories. NTA Yenegwa Manager News and Current Affairs Joseph Orok awarded as one of the best news editor. Also awarded is Assistant Manager News Aya Presi as one of the best reporter, while Assistant Manager News Ibinemi Zitimiola was presented Award of Excellence.
When the little effort you put in is being recognized by various stakeholders, and a special day of this nature, you are called out to be recognized. So I feel good. I think it's a call for more effort.
For me, it is commitment and passion to telling stories and focusing on issues that resonate deeply. One thing is key. It is continuous commitment to excellence.
I will describe it as a call to do more. I feel honored and I feel humbled.
Project Manager, Bayelsa Media Awards, Victor Bineware, and the General Manager of NTA Yenegwa, Daoju White, speak on the essence of the media event.
We actually started this because we noticed that nationally, most persons that were from this part of the country were not really given that recognition. Possibly, we don't know the reason, because a lot of veterans, they serve and retire without even being recognized. So we thought about it that if they don't honor you, if they don't blow your trumpet, please blow it yourself.
Bayelsa Media Award has become a tradition every year, where media personnel are celebrated for their contribution.
Nigerians have continued to commend the CAF's decision, saying it will serve as a warning to others.
The most important thing is for the Confederation of African Football. They must ensure that what happened to the Super Eagles in Libya, this is something that is common in club football on the continent of Africa. They must find a way to put an end to this form of dark art when it comes to club football.
I hope CAF will continue to uphold its disciplinary codes like they've done in this particular situation, and congratulations to the Super Eagles.
Still on football, the Nigeria Under-17 women's team, the Flamingos, have been eliminated from the ongoing Women's World Cup in Dominican Republic after the girls lost 2-0 to the USA in the quarterfinals on Saturday. The girls, who have impressed in the competition with a 100% group stage win, could not continue the run against the United States in a match that was a repeat of the 2022 quarterfinals face-off. From the onset, both teams display an intense competitive spirit, but the Americans ultimately capitalized on the opportunities to end the 2022 bronze medalist campaign in the Dominican Republic. Back home, 6 matches will be decided Sunday in the Nigerian Premier Football League as Carton Pillars are away to Nasarawa United at the Lafia City Stadium. Plateau United hosts Sunshine Stars, Heartland play host to Remo Stars, and Eyimba trade tackles against Ikorodu City. Other games will see Rivers United welcomes El Kanemi Warriors at the Yakubu Gowon Stadium, Port Harcourt, as Shooting Stars take on Akwa United. With sport update, Suleiman Musa, NTA News.
And just before we go, reports just reaching me has it that Doko Oluwatimilaya wins 15th African Scrabble Championship in Kigali, Rwanda. And that concludes the news desk on 3 on NTA News 24. Thanks for watching. I'm Olajide Bello.
From the creeks of the Niger Delta to the breathtaking scenery of the plateau, in noonday and nighttime, we set out to bring to you captivating stories that evoke your emotions. For fascinating documentaries and reports on day-to-day issues with expert analysis, tune in to NTA News 24, DSTV Channel 419, GoTV Channel 26, StarTimes Channel 101 and 433, and Free TV Channel 703.
You know the geography of Nigeria, but we're not a nation. A nation is a group of people with a shared vision.
In many states of the Federation, with a few exceptions, we have only 2 tiers of government. The local government is completely gone.
Insightful, thought-provoking, and engaging.
Those countries that we go to buy refined petroleum products, or technically what we call distillates, are we saying their economic and political leaders are fools?
What you see that is happening in the urban area is not happening in the rural area. There's no balance, there's no holistic or concerted approach to development.
Every development is local. Every underdevelopment is also local. I think what we need is to promote national development.
Good Morning Nigeria, the Nigerian Television Authority's flagship program, brings you all you need to know on current national issues that affect you. With expert analysis from professionals from all fields of endeavor, Good Morning Nigeria is your daily tonic of accurate, fact-based, and intellectual discussions on issues that matter to you. Airing every weekday live between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on the network service of the NTA. Repeat broadcasts at 5 p.m. daily on NTA News 24. Don't be left out. You can join us by tuning in to NTA News 24.
Advertising your goods and services on the right channel gives you an edge over your competitors. NTA News 24 has all the platforms for your target audience. With our digital format and wide range, we can reach your customers in next to no time. We are eager to promote your business, goods, and services. So, partner with us for a very rewarding business experience. For more information, please call or visit our office at NTA Headquarters, Area 11, Garki, Abuja. NTA News 24. News and more news.
This week on Straight Talk Africa.
We
very strongly believe in the potential of Africa.
The International Monetary Fund's Kristalina Georgieva talks about the African continent and the future. She focuses on the importance of good governance as a precondition for economic growth. Is artificial intelligence a necessary tool that can facilitate effective governance? Straight Talk Africa starts right now. Welcome to Straight Talk Africa. I'm your host, Vincent McCory. The annual fall meetings of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund are taking place this week here in Washington, during which there is an assessment of the world's economy and a look towards the future. The International Monetary Fund's Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, announced that the world has managed to push back inflation without the world's economy slipping into recession. But she noted that prices have risen due to inflation. This means that we are entering a period of low growth and high debt. What does this mean for the poorest countries on the African continent? The IMF's managing director spoke to me about Africa and its future.
We very strongly believe in the potential of Africa, because the continent has youthful population, whereas the rest of the world is aging. It has rich natural resources, and we have seen countries that are decisive to put in place strong policies and institutions to have good governance, that they can be highly performing, fast-growing economies. We have been a solid and reliable partner for Africa, especially now when the world has gotten into this shock upon shock upon shock period of time. What we have done when the pandemic hit was to mobilize swiftly very sizable emergency financing. Country after country benefited from an injection of liquidity. And then we did something historic. We provided our membership with record high special drawing rights contribution. This is our ability to create reserves from the strength of the totality of the membership. So Africa got, sub-Saharan Africa, more specifically, got $62 billion injection of liquidity and reserves from the fund when countries needed it the most. I'm not going to say who it was, but I remember vividly, we're in the midst of the pandemic, very high uncertainty, economies are brought to a standstill, and we deliver emergency financing with record speed. One of the African leaders received the emergency financing and called me when it was 2 o'clock in the morning for him to tell me how critically important this injection of resources was, truly life-saving. And to that very day, I think of us, of the fund, of our duty to everybody, but especially to our most vulnerable members, to be there when they need us. Today, we have 25 programs in sub-Saharan Africa, and a very important, something I'm very proud of. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have the largest number of our new long-term financing instrument because it is to help African countries deal with climate change. Africa has done nothing to create this problem. Africa is hammered so dramatically by it. So we took an extra effort to be there for Africa.
So, Madam Managing Director, you have said, and I listened to you talk about debt and say you cannot get yourself out of your mess by just borrowing and over-borrowing. But Africa is estimated, Sub-Saharan Africa is estimated to have up to $800 billion in debt, and that is growing. Probably. Now, you may have injected some finances to different African countries, but how does that become effective when all these countries are still under that heavy burden and they want to borrow because they have infrastructural projects that they want to implement, but at the same time, they need the funds, but also they're short and they're unable to pay?
The story of that is country-specific. We can't put everybody in the same pot. We have three types of countries in Africa. Those that have access to markets and use this access responsibly, where debt is good because it is invested in growth and opportunities. We have those that have access to markets but have borrowed not so responsibly, with projections for a world that is always growing, and now we see growth is slow, where the issue of debt management, how can we get countries to be on a sound debt management path, is critical. And then we have countries where sometimes not for fault of their own, that is not sustainable, it has to be restructured. We have put in place a very important three-pronged approach to the liquidity problems, but also the solvency problems we see in Africa. On the liquidity side, what we work with countries is to help them get more resources domestically and use this money wisely. Look, my very first trip to Africa when I became managing director was to a meeting in Dakar in Senegal on this very issue of debt. And what my message to everybody was, look, if you don't raise revenues, of course you're going to have a problem. We have established that revenues have to be 15% of GDP or more. So get your, especially your wealthy people and your wealthy businesses to pay their fair share, and then use money wisely. But then, of course, look at how the international community can help. Debt restructuring, debt reprofiling, sometimes debt forgiveness. The fund during COVID, we did 1 billion of debt forgiveness to our poorest members. So work from all sides.
Yeah. Now, you talk about restructuring, you've talked about consolidation. When it comes to, for example, raising revenue, we've seen across the continent people really debate and sometimes grumble and sometimes actually go on the streets because of that, because it constitutes raising taxes, and sometimes it's confusing in terms of which sectors would be more effective. But at the same time, there's always the debate of the fact that African countries are at different stages of development, they have different conditions and circumstances. How challenging is this, and how do you help countries to really be able to achieve that without having upheavals in their countries?
Look, you said something very important. Countries are in different stages of development, and they face different types of problems. It is one thing to be in the Sahel, it's a different thing to be in Horn of Africa, it's a different thing to be Côte d'Ivoire, and it's a different thing to be Mali. So there's a very different situations, and we work very hard with countries to establish what exactly the status of the country is, diagnostics of the conditions. We are like a family doctor. We come, we take the vital signs, and then we establish what is the best way to have healthy economy of a country. Where we are particularly loud these days is on the topic of governance. If governments do not earn the trust of their people, it would be very difficult to take the steps necessary to build a strong economy. We have introduced, we call them governance diagnostics, as part of this health test we do. Sometimes there is pushback. Oh, you know, we don't want you to look into the way we function. We concentrate on what we know. Are you transparent in your tax collection? Can we see the receipts? What did you spend the money for? Is there corruption? What can be done to eliminate it? And I think the more we also work with countries in these different circumstances with transparency from our side to tell people in Africa what do we do and how we do it, I think also the easier would be for the fund itself to convey the policy advice we offer. Mm-hmm. I want to say something about Voice for Africa. On November 1st this year, our board of directors would grow from 24 executive directors to 25. And the new one would be additional chair for Sub-Saharan Africa. Because the region has been underrepresented, and yet it is the region where I strongly believe the fund will have to engage more. Diversity of countries, some with very significant challenges. So we need to get to know each other more and better.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Now, I wanted to just go back a little bit to the issue of how the IMF is helping countries to deal with severe drought. Millions of Africans today are really under very severe situations, and they want to see if they can take comfort in knowing that IMF is working with their countries to deal with those situations.
Well, it is drought in one place and floods in another. Climate change is real, and the way we help Africa to address the challenge of climate change is threefold. One, when we now do this health check of countries, we look at the vulnerabilities to climate risks. So we can put in place policies that are building resilience to these shocks when they come. Two, we have created a special instrument, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, exactly for that reason. And for the first time in our history, we offer long-term concessional financing. Countries to build that resilience to climate shocks. And three, we bring others. We have created, we call it a business roundtable. We have created a way in which we do our analysis, and then we invite other institutions, development banks, the private sector, of course, together with the government of the country, to say, okay, how can we get meaningful injection of finance, of resources? We did this, for the first time we did it with Rwanda. And it was so effective that now Rwanda says, we want to do a second program with the fund. In other words, we use the fact that the fund is recognized as the finance authority to call on others to zero in on Africa and provide more meaningful support to Africa.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would like to talk to you like for the rest of the day, but I know time is limited. Is there anything you may want to say that perhaps I didn't ask that is so critical for you to mention at this time?
It is a difficult time for the world. It is a more fragmented, more distrustful world that we live in. Don't take it as given. Africa rightly has aspirations for its people. Use your voice to force reason and cooperation, because without it, a fragmented world would be a weaker world. Those that are today in a weaker position would be most severely impacted. So call for solidarity and count on us to be your agent.
Well, this was the International Monetary Fund's Managing Director, Kristalina, talking about the IMF and Africa. It's time for a short break. When we return, we'll focus on the importance of governance in Africa with the advent of artificial intelligence. Stay with us.
I went to my auntie's. Where are you going?
I'm going to my house. It's an emergency.
Are you not? How can you go back to your house? Didn't I tell you to stay back and tell my wife when she comes back?
My brother, I'm sorry. I would have loved to stay. But as it stands now, I need to go back to my house.
Well, I think that would be a good idea. Because judging from my wife's voice, it's the best thing for you to do.
You are here to
Johnny?
What's up, guys? What's going on?
We don't have time for any of this thing. We are running for our life. Are you coming with us?
What are you talking about? No one told me about the Run for Your Life marathon. Steve, is it an international marathon?
I'm sure Luke knows better.
No. It certainly is going to be a village affair. If an angry woman should come back here and meet us.
There's no need giving Johnny an information that won't be a threat to his household. I'm sure you know his stupid ways of jokes.
I don't know what's going on anyway, but
we need to go. We need to go now. We need to leave.
Like I said, I do not know what's going on, but I came here because today is my babe's mom's birthday. So I came to have a chill time with my guys. At least, it's never a problem having one for the road.
Me and my baby, nothing comes next, nothing goes fast. Living life, I still come now. Got me some friends, best in my life. Oh, we do the most, love to be more. Living a life like we don't know, yeah. We do the most, love to be more. Living a life like we don't know. We're living together, enjoying life like heaven. Me and you forever. Yeah, we got friends who good our best together, enjoying life like heaven. Me and you forever. Yeah, we got friends who good our best. All of my friends are so wonderful. I got a wifey that is beautiful. What can I ask? They what I got. Beautiful people, got my back when I need them. Make me smile when I need to. What can I ask and what I got? Oh, we do the most. Love to be more. Living a life like we don't know. Yeah, we do the most. Love to be more. Living a life like we don't know. We're living together, enjoying life like heaven. Me and you forever. Yeah, we got friends who go to bed together, enjoying life like heaven. Me and you forever. Yeah, we got friends who go to bed. All of my friends are so wonderful, and I got a wifey that is beautiful. What can I ask them what I got? Yeah. Me and my baby, yeah. Nothing comes next, nothing goes first. Living life, I still come now. Got me some friends, best in my life. Oh, we do the most. Love to be more. Living a life like we don't know. Yeah, we do the most. Love to be more. Living a life like we don't know. We're living together, enjoying life like heaven. Me and you forever. Yeah, we got friends who go to bed together, enjoying life like heaven. Me and you forever. Yeah, we got friends who go to bed. All of my friends are
We are in an age where employers want employees who have the right mix of soft skills and hard skills. Hard skills or technical skills are the specific knowledge, abilities, and expertise required to conduct a particular job successfully. Soft skills, on the other hand, are interpersonal and behavioral skills that will help you work well with other people and also develop your career. Here are some of the soft skills that employers look out for as they consider who to employ. Communication skills. Good communication skills involves active listening, verbal and non-verbal communication skills, written communication skills, visual communication skills, negotiation skills, and empathy. Leadership skills. Employers are now more concerned with hiring someone who can supervise and direct other workers. They now look out for employees who have the ability to influence, encourage, motivate, and organize other workers to actualize the company's goal and objective. Teamwork. In many jobs, organization or industry, you will be required to work in a team. Therefore, your ability to join forces and partner with others in the team to achieve a specific task or goal is key. It involves your ability to connect well with members on the team and others in other departments in joint projects. Problem solving. This involves one's ability to find a way to solve problems and move forward. the ability to think through an issue and make informed decisions. This involves preparing and taking a systematic and resourceful approach by bringing in your creativity and innovation. Problem-solving skills also relate to research, analysis, troubleshooting, resourcefulness, and critical thinking. How do you improve your soft skills? Firstly, identify what skills you want to improve on and practice it consistently. Secondly, observe other people within your organization who can excel and discover how to develop yours. Thirdly, set goals and prioritize which soft skills to improve on based on the requirements for a job or advancement in your career. Lastly, seek out resources that can enable you to get better. For example, books, blog posts, online classes, and podcasts. A popular quote says, hard skills can get you into the room, but you need soft skills to get and keep you on the job.
It's going well, but here comes Okabari and Jet Okabari. Takes it, tucks it, buries it.
From the football prowess of Kano Umakwo to the track dominance of Blessing Okabari, Nigerian athletes continue to excel. Chioma Ajunwa, the first Nigerian woman to win an Olympic gold medal.
Applying the pressure from the rest and trying to come back, and Amuzan taking it. Amuzan, well, getting consolation there.
Join us as we witness the determination, resilience and passion.
Scoofet unlucky, but it's that old combination from last season.
This is the most outstanding, the best women football player on the African continent, Asisat Oshuala.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us on Nationwide on NTA. I am Elizabeth Omori. The IMF and World Bank annual meetings in Washington, D.C. concluded with a strong call for global action and collaboration. Moplan Darkok reports that Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, and Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Yemi Cardoso, who led Nigeria's delegation, looked to growing the economy through attractive investments and reforms.
Leaders and policymakers underscore that no single country can achieve sustainable progress on its own.
Domestic policies will not be enough. To tackle today's global challenges, we need more than ever cooperation and multilateral action. The IMF and the World Bank play a critical role.
Regulatory and policy certainty. We're testing our capacity to help governments with this, along with the IMF and the African Development Bank, through our initiative to connect 300 million people in Africa to electricity.
Nigeria is looking forward to stronger fiscal and monetary frameworks that will propel growth.
As we try to make sure that inflation, which of course needs to be combated as a priority, we all know the negative effects it has on purchasing power and on living standards, particularly of the poor and the most vulnerable. But at the same time, critical investments must go on so that we have a chance to grow. Because at the end of the day, it is growth and job-creating growth that leads to a reduction in poverty, which is the major aim of the economic policies and strategies of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
We have achieved increased transparency and improved overall supply in the foreign exchange market, leading to reduced arbitrage and speculative activities, and eliminated the front-loading of foreign exchange demand. The CBN's recapitalization policy has prompted deposit money banks to strengthen their financial positions, a process expected to result in a more robust and resilient banking sector.
The meeting ended with emphasis on unity and shared responsibility, which reflects the urgent need for cross-border partnerships to drive global prosperity. In Washington, D.C., Muplang Dakok, NTA News.
And back home, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, expresses displeasure over the unprofessional conduct and public display of dichotomy by personnel of the NPF and NSCDC in Osun State. In a statement, IGP Kayode Egbetokun orders the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 11 Oshogbo to carry out an investigation into the root cause of the confrontation. He calls for calm as the Nigeria Police Force under his leadership will continually work in collaboration with relevant sister security agencies towards achieving a safe and secured nation. In other news, improving health care in West Africa is the interest of the West African College of Physicians as it meets with newsmen in Abuja ahead of its 48th annual General Scientific Meeting. Uche Oguchukwu reports that a medical outreach in Kuje community preceded the press briefing.
Experts from across 13 countries in West Africa are gathering in Abuja, Nigeria, to share knowledge and strategies for strengthening health systems in the region. Members of the college took their expertise to the community with a medical outreach in Kuje. First point of call was the Palace of the Gomo of Kuje, where the team pledged commitment to improving health care as demonstrated in their medical outreach.
Like 75% of the cases that will be attended to here, most likely if this outreach is not there, they would have ended up going to the primary healthcare centers. So with this outreach, it has taken over the unexpected out-of-pocket expenses on the community.
Me coming here and I've saved from the consultant fee to the test and everything.
And you can see we are partnering with the FCT Health Insurance Scheme. People are registered to make sure that when you need to come again, you will not say, oh, I don't have money. So that's one thing in the follow-up. We are assuring that obstacle to access is removed.
At the press conference, the opportunities and challenges facing health systems in West Africa, ranging from inadequate funding to unfavorable governance and working environment, were highlighted.
We are not merely here to discuss challenges, and we are also here to drive solutions. At the end of the AGSM, we intend to release a communique that will continue recommendations to our various partners and, of course, to our governments.
The 48th conference is tagged Improving Health Systems in the West African Region, Opportunities and Challenges. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
You're still watching Nationwide on NTA. Let's head to Sokoto, where Sadia is standing by.
Welcome to Sokoto. The Minister of Defense, Muhammad Badaru Abubakar, has ordered improved surveillance on Surumi-Jibia Highway with a view to making it safe for motorists and other road users. He gave the directive during a 2-day working visit to Zamfara State. Jamil Ibrahim has more.
The Zurmi local government is one of the areas worst hit by the protracted security challenges within Zamfara State. The Minister for Defense, Muhammad Badaru Abubakar, was hence in the area to assess the situation and to meet with the troops stationed there. He was accompanied by the Theatre Commander Operation Fansar Yamma, Major General Oluinka Soyeli, and some other senior military officers. The minister, who applauded the troops for their gallantry, charged them to work harder with a view to securing the area.
We will continue to look into your welfare and your equipment. So are we ready to end insecurity? Yes,
The defense minister particularly directed the troops to ensure effective surveillance on the Zulmi-Jibia road with the view to making it safer for the motorists and other road users.
And you have seen also from Gusau to Jibia, Katsina is also another road that has been attacked regularly, and I'm sure the military have very good plan to stop it.
This is Zulmi-Jibia Road, one of the major roads that link Zamfara and Katsina states. It was closed down for motorists about 3 years ago due to the high level of insecurity. Though the security situation seems to have been improved recently, the motorists are yet to resume flying the road. But with the visit of the Minister for Defense and the assurance he has given, it is expected that normal activities will soon resume on this very important road. From Zulmi headquarters of Zulmi local government area of Zamfara state, Jamilu Ibrahim, NTA News.
To promote the culture of health awareness and self-care among women, the Nigerian Army Officers' Wives Association Nawowa 8th Division Chapter Sokoto has staged a rally as part of activities to mark the 2024 Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Asma Habibu Shagari reports that the event was held at Giginya Barracks, Sokoto.
The work, which commences from Giginya Barracks to parts of Sokoto metropolis, is to identify with the global community in commemorating the 2024 Breast Cancer Awareness Month. It is to sensitize women and girls on dangers associated with breast cancer and measures to be taken against the deadly disease. Chairperson Nawowa 8th Division Chapter Sokoto, Magdalene Indidi Ajose, advised women to always visit and report abnormalities in their breast at the nearest health facility for quick medical attention.
Women take it for granted, and because a lot of women have died over the years, Nawowa has kept that desire to make sure that we do not lose more women to breast cancer.
Medical experts highlighted lump in the breast or underarm area, nipple discharge and pain or tenderness in the breast are some of the early symptoms of breast cancer. Breast cancer deposited are asymmetric in the early stage, requiring examination and regular mammograms for detection in order to save lives. The theme for the 2024 World Breast Cancer is "No one should face breast cancer alone." In Sokoto, Asma Habibu Shagari, NTA News.
And those are the news updates from Sokoto. Elizabeth is now back to you.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we are more than just a nation.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity. We know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Hey Nigeria, ready to breathe cleaner air and save money? Let's talk about gas. Drive with CNG, the smart, cost-effective choice. Fill up for less and travel further. Save money, save the planet. Switch to LPG for cooking. It's cleaner, healthier, and better for environment. Say goodbye to smoke and eye problems. Do you know Nigeria is a gas nation ranked 9th globally with over 209 trillion cubic feet of gas reserve? Gas isn't just for cooking and driving. It powers industries too. Cleaner, cheaper, and more efficient. And the best part, conversion centers are popping up everywhere. It's never been easier to switch to gas. Join the cleaner energy revolution. Choose LPG for cooking and CNG for your vehicles. Clean energy for brighter future. This message is brought to you by the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, supported by the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA.
new wealth base for the country as President Tinubu commits his administration to unlock potentials in livestock development in Nigeria. What does it project in terms of employment, protein and milk needs of the population, income generation, and expanding the export frontier of non-oil sectors of the economy? This and more on NTA Tuesday Live, coming up on the 29th October 2024. Growing the economy outside the mono-dominated oil sector. Conversation with experts and relevant stakeholders. Tuesday Live, every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. Inclusive, incisive, and educative as ever. Join us.
It's your vocals for us. It can be one of your songs, by the way.
People fall in love in mysterious ways.
Why did they call you Able Child?
They called me that when I was in school. That was my nickname then in school.
Any reason in particular why they called you Able Child?
Yeah, because I was actually one of the brilliant students.
Oh, say over me! That answer right there. You must, if it's not this board, problem. That means people that answer this service, they have body odor. Hey.
This Sunday, live on Sporty TV. Real Betis versus Atletico Madrid. Watch live on Sporty TV. Brought to you by SportyBet. Play with champions.
The task of defending the territorial integrity of Nigeria on air, land, and sea requires physical and mental alertness to surmount all security challenges confronting the nation. Nigerian Air Force Logistics Command Headquarters is demonstrating the capacity of officers, airmen, and airwomen to go extra mile to protect the country with its fourth quarter route march.
From dusk to dawn, come rain, come shine, the Nigerian Air Force is always on top of its game, making the nation's territory impregnable for criminal elements. These they carry out with enthusiasm, as seen in this 10 kilometers route march, the fourth in year 2024. This initiative, the Air Officer commanding Nigerian Air Force Logistics Command, Air Vice Marshal Adeniran Adenuwagun, who flagged up the exercise, says is geared towards promoting synergy, ensuring maximum fitness, and boosting the morale of officers, airmen and airwomen to do more. With about 20 units participating in the fourth quarter route march, the turnout of over 1,000 personnel is an opportunity to deepen the synergy and unity of purpose. The Air Officer commanding Nigerian Air Force Logistics Command is pleased with the turnout, describing it as a litmus test for efficiency.
The exercise is carried out for several reasons, particularly for fitness and camaraderie. This exercise is done quarterly. As you may have noticed, this exercise is done concurrently all over the country, across all NAV formations.
The officers, airmen and women showed no signs of fatigue as they engaged in more physical exercises. In Lagos, Joel Bukbola, NTA News.
The nation's electoral regulatory body, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it will continue to uphold the trust of Nigerians and sanctity of the ballot box through improved electoral processes to meet the dynamic needs and expectations of the public. That was the message of the chairman of the commission, Mahmoud Yakubu to the two-day workshop with media professionals in Lagos with focus on contextualizing INEC's responsibilities and public expectations and fake news and disinformation. Adeola Komiakere reports that the INEC boss was represented by the chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee.
Nigeria's democracy is dependent on many factors, and one of them is the ability of a nation's electoral regulatory body to conduct free, fair, credible, and transparent elections that reflect the will of the Nigerian people. However, for many years now, these efforts seem to be increasingly challenged by the pervasive spread of fake news and disinformation, among other issues, which distort facts, mislead the public, and in most cases undermine electoral integrity. This meeting with members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm is an effort to bridge the gap between INEC's responsibilities and public expectations, equip media practitioners with necessary tools as gatekeepers of public information with the knowledge needed to accurately and effectively report on electoral matters. INEC chairman, who was represented at the event, said it is focused on enhancing the security of the electoral process in the country, intensify voter education to foster greater participation and confidence in the system.
You are on the front line of ensuring that the Nigerian electorate are well informed, that their expectations are managed realistically, and that misinformation is debunked.
The Commission says it is deploying technologies and strategies on how to improve and deliver transparent, credible, and acceptable electoral processes, devoid of any bias.
They want to update people to know the right information to take from the media.
Looking forward to understanding how we can get timely information from INEC officials in our various states.
The workshop, which is jointly organized by INEC, Development Alternative Initiative, and the European Union, is expected to enhance reporters' knowledge of electoral process reportage in Lagos. Adeola Komiakere, NTA News.
That's it from Lagos. It's now back to Elizabeth in Abuja.
Thank you so much, Hengino. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu extends his warmest congratulations to President Leung Seong of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam on his historic election to the esteemed leadership position by the parliament. Swoong, 67, has served in the Vietnamese army for over 40 years and has been a Politburo member since 2021. President Tinubu welcomes President Seong's election promises to promote Vietnam, describing him as a friend, a trusted partner, an active and responsible member of the international community. The special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, in a statement says President Tinubu affirms that the enduring warmth and friendliness of the relations between Nigeria and Vietnam, as evidenced by the steady growth in trade and cultural exchange, are rooted in a shared commitment to fostering a more peaceful world. The President assures the Vietnamese leader of Nigeria's commitment to improving bilateral relations across various sectors, including trade, agriculture, food production, education, as well as cultural and technological exchanges. President Tinubu hopes for President Seong's successful leadership in serving his people and humanity. Now, the Federal Capital Territory Police Command confirms the collapse of a building situated in Vida's estate within the Sabon Lugbe extension. A statement signed by the command says preliminary investigations revealed that the building was previously demolished by the FCT authorities due to its location in an illegally acquired area. Regrettably, the structure was further compromised by scavengers who had been tampering with the rubbles for scrap metals, leading to its secondary collapse. A total of 5 individuals were successfully rescued from the debris and no reported fatalities. The police command urges the public to respect the boundaries of demolished structures and construction sites, ensuring their safety and preventing similar occurrences in the future. Talking health, Hundreds of residents in Osun State enjoyed a life-changing free medical care at the State Specialist Hospital in Osogbo. Femi Afario reports that the wife of Osun State Governor Erelu Ngozi Adeleke, who organized the free medical outreach, also gave out food items to elderly persons.
For some times now, 59-year-old Kadi Taiwo found himself struggling with worsening symptoms of diabetes due to lack of funds to access regular and proper health care. Now he has 6-month medications, as he is just one of hundreds who benefited from a free medical outreach, a lifeline organized by the wife of Osun State Governor Erelu Ngozi Adeleke.
This program is very, very good.
I've been delaying my eyesight in visiting the professional for like 2 years now. And since I heard about this opportunity, I took the opportunity.
Medical personnel from the United States and United Kingdom did consultation, diabetes screening, blood sugar level testing, eye and dental checkup, among others.
We are going to give them drugs that will last them for 6 months, plus palliatives. But the palliatives are for the selected widows and the aged, not for the younger ones that can fend for themselves.
Our administration is ready to collaborate with any non-governmental organization that's ready to partner with us.
For 5 days, the free medical outreach impacted on less privileged persons like Mr. Kadi, who came from across the state. In Osogbo, Femi Afariogun, NTA News.
To other news, this year's Bayelsa State Media Awards has recognized exceptional achievements in journalism, broadcasting, and media personality with excellence. Nikume Ulolo reports that the 11th edition of the ceremony brought together industry players, professionals, and stakeholders to celebrate excellence in media practice.
Bayelsa Media Awards is annually organized to celebrate and appreciate excellence in the media profession, and so this year, journalists who have distinguished themselves among their peers have been applauded. The 2024 edition saw the parade of media stars in the state as nominated for the awards in various categories. NTA Yenegwa Manager News and Current Affairs Joseph Orok awarded as one of the best news editor. Also awarded is Assistant Manager News Aya Presi as one of the best reporter, while Assistant Manager News Ibinemi Zitimiola was presented Award of Excellence.
When the little effort you put in is being recognized by various stakeholders, and a special day of this nature, you are called out to be recognized. So I feel good. I think it's a call for more effort.
For me, it is commitment and passion to telling stories and focusing on issues that resonate deeply. One thing is key. It is continuous commitment to excellence.
I will describe it as a call to do more. I feel honored and I feel humbled.
Project Manager, Bayelsa Media Awards, Victor Bineware, and the General Manager of NTA Yenegwa, Madam Daoju White, speak on the essence of the media event.
We actually started this because we noticed that nationally, most persons that were from this part of the country were not really given that recognition. Possibly, we don't know the reason, because a lot of veterans, they serve and retire without even being recognized. So we thought about it that if they don't honor you, if they don't blow your trumpet, please blow it yourself.
Bayelsa Media Award has become a tradition every year, where media personnel are celebrated for their contribution to societal development. I feel very, very elated and proud that 3 of my staff are today being celebrated and awarded for their contribution. It only goes to show that our modest contribution is appreciated and recognized.
The media event, which had in attendance top government functionaries and traditional institutions, witnessed the display of the rich cultural heritage of the people of the Niger Delta region. In Yenegwa, Yanukme Ulolo, NTA News.
Congratulations to all the winners. Now, nurturing the next generation of farmers and promoting sustainable agricultural practices among young minds, the focus at the 2024 NTA Uyo Children's Summit, which drew participants from primary and secondary schools across the 31 local government areas of the state. Evelyn Badu Ekpo brings us highlights of the event.
The 10th edition of the NTA Uyo Children's Summit aims at inspiring children towards sustainable agricultural practices, promoting food security and nutrition. The children presented compelling speeches on the positive impact of sustaining agricultural practices to enhance food security.
Agriculture is vital to Akwa Ibom's economy, providing livelihoods for many families.
Agriculture has the transformative power to ensure food security, nutrition, and affordability, which significantly impact children's social-economic well-being. Together, we can help reduce poverty and hunger, promote sustainable agricultural practices. Number 3, serene environment that is well decorated with ornamental plants, birds in school and at home can promote agricultural development.
Stakeholders and experts in the agriculture sector laud NTA Uyo's initiative of engaging young minds in agricultural production and shaping their intellectual abilities.
I don't see this just as an academic exercise. I see this as a way of reorientating our own children.
For NTA to key in with the vision of the government. And I want to say that Mary Slezor Akandlo Foundation will continue to support NTA.
This year's summit is expected to bring to fore the intellectual ability of children and other potentials associated with education and speech making.
At the end of the event, the primary school category had High Soil Academy emerging first position, Christ the King Primary School Uyo and Presbyterian School clinched second and third positions respectively. In the secondary school category, the first position went to Rayfield International School, Modern Training School and Community Secondary School Akalfort second and third positions respectively. In Uyo, Evelyn Badu Ekbo, NTA News.
The Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics has extended their ultimatum issued to the proprietors of public polytechnics and colleges of technology on the 7th of October 2024 to review state of affairs in the sector or face industrial action to the 2nd of December. This follows a stakeholders meeting convened by the Federal Ministry of Education on the 23rd of October 2024, where resolutions and an action plan were developed to resolve its demands. The demands included welfare of staff, intrusion of NBTE into the statutory responsibilities of academic boards of polytechnics on matters of HND students' admission, revitalization of infrastructure and payment of all outstanding promotion arrears. Former Vice President Zone B and current National Treasurer of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Dele Atumbi, has flagged off his presidential campaign with a message of rejuvenation. The NUJ presidential candidate at a ceremony in Abuja promised not to compromise the interest of the union, but protect and cater for the welfare of the members. Charles Alpha brings us details.
Echoes of rejuvenation and a promise of delivering a transformational rather than transactional leadership came to the fore in Abuja. The quest to activate full constitutional powers of the NUJ with honor and integrity, to make NUJ a voice in policy and governance resonated as the NUJ presidential candidate Dele Atumbi reeled out a roadmap to a rejuvenated union before fellow comrades at the NUJ Secretariat in Abuja.
We have a vision and we have a mission. A vision to develop the NUJ, a mission to be accomplished in the interest of all of us. When I'm voted for as president of NUJ by the grace of God and by your popular vote, there are series of issues that we will do. The first thing has to do with your welfare. We will not for anything compromise the welfare of journalists in this country.
Part of the roadmap to a rejuvenated union, if elected, the presidential candidate said will include training of journalists, premium to infrastructural development at the National Secretariat, set up mechanism for increased revenue, empower NAWAJ to enjoy its freedom, given the right nomenclature of a national president.
In all the capacities I've had the opportunity to serve, I serve with all in all. I provided leadership.
I invite you all to join this prayer to deliver the message of the Rejuvenation Project across our colleagues.
It is not expected of us as a union to extend to him that which he has given us years before now.
You are honest, transparent, accountable, competent, and you are a growing performer.
We must all collectively work hard to ensure we keep up back to the stage we all deserve to be.
The Latumbin's nationwide NUJ presidential campaign is expected to be rounded off in Owerri. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
You're watching Nationwide on NTA. Time to head to Ibadan, where Kemi is standing by with some reports from her zone. Nice to see you, Kemi.
Beautiful to have you join us here too, and welcome. The federal government, through the Nigerian Building and Research Institute, has trained 150 artisans from Yewa North, Imekwa for federal constituency on various skills. Director General of the Institute, Professor Samson Duna, says the initiative is meant to improve professionalism of the artisans and in compliance with global best practices. Lukman Adefeso's report is here presented.
The 150 participants drawn from Yewa North and Imekwa local governments were exposed to new innovations in tailoring, tiling, plumbing, masonry professions, and ways to maximize profit without compromising standards. The Director General of Nigerian Building and Research Institute, Professor Samson Duna, represented, says the training became imperative due to the dwindling number of professional artisans in Nigeria, resulting in people from neighboring countries being hired for jobs that are supposed to be done by Nigerian artisans, and thereby leading to capital flights.
NIBRA has deemed it fit to make sure that our people that are involved in this work, we train them so that their finishing will also be good and they will compete with the world, and they will also be fit in the international best practice of carrying out this technology in the construction work.
The training, which was facilitated by the former House of Representatives member representing Yewa North, Imekwa from Federal Constituency, Kayode Oladele, was described as an eye-opener and impactful.
We have learned a lot of skills here. Some of us learn tailoring, carpentry, tiling, and I think about 4 skills here.
The participants were empowered with working tools and startup grants.
In line with President Bola Tinubu's agenda of returning 10 million out-of-school children back to school and reforming Al-Majiri system of education in Nigeria, the National Commission for Al-Majiri and Out-of-School Children's Education has solicited the support of stakeholders in the education sector to implement the policy. Lukman Hassan reports that the team also paid an advocacy visit to the 43rd Olubadan of Ibadan land.
Secretary of the Commission, Dr. Muhammad Sani Idris, noted there is need to stem the tide of banditry, insurgency, social vices, street begging, and other forms of criminal elements in different parts of the country.
Al-Majiri and out-of-school children's education is a transborder issue. And then when you are addressing it in Nigeria, other countries, other neighboring countries will also have a model worthy of emulation from us.
The stakeholders promised their support to the Commission to achieve its mandate.
Those children that are out of school are those that we are going to hand over baton to, that will be leaders tomorrow. If they are not properly educated, there is no way that it will not affect, the nation at large.
The civil society, the religious leaders, to ensure that
if we cannot eradicate the issue of Albangiri and the out-of-school children, at least we bring it down to a minimal level.
The commission also charged corporate organizations to lend their support as part of their social responsibility for the betterment of the society. In Ibadan, Lukman Hassan, NTA News.
And that's it from Ibadan. Nationwide continues with Elizabeth in Abuja.
For the UN, FCCC COP29 is now open. To register, visit nigccdelegation.natccc.gov.ng. To get started, find the Create Account button at the top right corner of your screen. Click it to proceed. Please note that all delegate accounts must be created by an authorized contact person or nominee representing your organization or MDA. Before starting, ensure you have the following documents ready for upload. 1. A scanned copy of the authorized contact's ID. 2. A letter approving participation from your organization, including nominee names, and any other supporting documents. To create a delegate account, click Create Account in the top right corner again. Select the delegate option and take a moment to read the important notice on the next page. Click Proceed at the bottom of the notice page to continue with your registration. Complete all required fields in the Create Account for your organization form. Upload the necessary documents as prompted. Once all information is filled out, click Sign Up at the bottom of the page. An email verification will be sent to your registered email address. It is essential to check your inbox and activate your account to complete the registration. After activating your account, return to the portal and log in to proceed. Click your profile in the top right corner to add delegates. Find the Add Delegates Nominees button on the right side. Click to proceed. You will need to upload each delegate's passport biodata page. Note that each organization is limited to a maximum of 3 delegates. After adding all delegates, your registration on the portal is now complete. You will receive a notification email. Check your email and portal profile regularly to monitor the status of your accreditation request. An email will notify you once approval is confirmed. If you are registering as a negotiator, click the Register a Negotiator button on the home screen. Read the important notice carefully before filling out the account creation form. Submit the form and verify your email address. You can log in to check the status of your accreditation request. You will receive an email upon approval. International organizations interested in scheduling a meeting at the Nigeria Delegation Office can use the International Organization Meeting Request button on the homepage to request a meeting. For more information on the UNFCCC COP29 conference, including trip planning and logistics, explore the How It Works and FAQs sections on the portal. For further assistance, click the Contact Us button at the top right corner of the homepage. Fill out your details and our support team will assist you.
I think Amaka should just move out of the house. Yes.
No. Standing out of the house is not the right thing to do.
Oh, there you go again with your sentimental family stuff.
Baby, if our aim is to stop this affair, it is best achieved under our roof.
You do something terrible and you'll be acting innocent.
What are you going on about?
Don't ask me that question again. You couldn't even control yourself in the presence of our visitors.
What are you accusing me of, woman?
My son, I don't know how serious you are with my daughter, but there's something that needs to be done urgently before you move any further.
Anything, just anything, just say it. I'm ready to do anything.
There is a spell that needs to be removed.
A spell?
Family forever. The story of our lives.
This Sunday, Fiorentina.
Adli's done well here. Yassine Adli! He was
Roma.
big. Has Pellegrini got big? Still and all the way.
Fiorentina versus Roma. Live on Sporty TV.
SportyBet sponsors coverage of the Italian Serie A.
afternoon. You're welcome to Benin. The Interministerial Technical Committee on Evaluation of Dams in Nigeria has carried out an integrity assessment on the Ogwashuku Dam in Delta State. Becky Greatman Chukuka has details.
To carry out the assignment from the President, the Minister, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Professor Joseph Telumu Utsev, inaugurated a technical subcommittee chaired by the Director of Dam and Reservoir Operations, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Their overall mandate is to undertake detailed assessment of dams in Nigeria after a long work at the crest of the Ogwashuku Dam, comprising a 15 meters high, 280 meters long earth-filled dam with reservoir capacity of 4 million centimeters. The Deputy Director, Geotechnical Divisional Head, Dam Department, Abiola Oluwatosin, gave her findings.
We have noted the height of the dam, the length of the dam. We have seen the spillway. Those many things will be put into consideration. We can see that the volume of the water here has been greatly reduced due to siltation. We have to sit down and conclude. The final findings will let us know what the government is going to do.
For the Managing Director, Benin Owena River Basin Development Authority, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Engineer Saliu Osifenwe Ahmed, the dam is near completion, with the federal government completing its side of the project while waiting for the state government to do their part.
From our own assessment, structurally, we think the dam is safe. We don't have any reasons to fear. But we do have need for some maintenance to do, which we have planned to be carried out in the next financial year.
The Ogwashuku Dam, once fully operational, is expected to deliver 3 critical services to the region: potable water supply, irrigation for agricultural development, and power generation. From Ogwashuku, Becky Greatman Chukuka, NTA News.
And that's it from Benin. Nationwide goes back to Elizabeth in Abuja.
Thank you so much. A large consignment of illicit drugs uncovered by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, at a shrine in Lagos. Salwa Khalil Ibrahim has details of NDLEA's weekly activities.
A total of 2,118 pills of tramadol concealed in soles of 13 pairs of shoes going to Cyprus were seized at the export shed of the Lagos airport on 12th October 2024, and additional 380 tablets recovered from the home of the sender during a follow-up operation in Enugu. Meanwhile, NDLEA operatives in Lagos on Friday, 25th October, raided a shrine at the Alpha Beach, Abuja, where jumbo bags of Ghanaian loud, a strain of cannabis, were recovered and 2 suspects were arrested. A total of 11,786 pills of tramadol, molly, rofinol, and diazepam, as well as 64 bottles of codeine syrup, were recovered from an underground storage. The suspect dug the illicit drug storage deep in his bedroom. Seizures and arrests were also made in Plateau, Abuja, Edo, and Osun states during the week under review. In Abuja, Salwa Khalil Ibrahim, NTA News.
Meanwhile, 17 girls trafficked to Ghana have been rescued and brought back to Nigeria, and 5 traffickers arrested in Ghana with the help of Ghanaian Anti-Human Trafficking Police, NIDO, Ghana, and the Nigerian High Commission in Accra. Chairman CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Abike Dabiri Erewa, acknowledges the important role played by the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and other stakeholders in facilitating the return of the girls. She notes that the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is committed to combating human trafficking and protecting the rights of Nigerian citizens, both at home and in the diaspora. The rescued girls have been handed over to the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons for proper rehabilitation and onward transfer to their various states. Now, the NNPC Limited says beyond the 3 bodies found in the ill-fated helicopter operated by East Winds Aviation that crashed Thursday in Port Harcourt, no other bodies have been recovered. A statement by the Chief Corporate Communications Officer, NNPC Limited, Olufemi Shoneye, reiterated that intensified search and rescue operations for the remaining bodies, along with relevant authorities, still on. The statement extends the company's heartfelt prayers for family members of the unfortunate incident. The National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons has flagged off distribution of food and non-food items at Imbise local government area of Imo State. Obianuju Musu, who was there for NTA News, reports that this was part of federal government's effort to bring succor to displaced communities in the country.
The National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons, whose mandate it is to bring succor to vulnerable communities, kicked off this process by conducting needs assessment in Umweze, Obama in Ezini-Hitembise local government area of Imo State. That resulted in these relief materials being distributed, which include food items, school materials, bundles of zinc, among other things. The beneficiaries of the items commended the federal government for the timely intervention.
We feel very happy for our honorable member who was able to attract all this to us, more especially some of us that are retired. We are very, very grateful for remembering us.
I'm feeling great. I'm very, very happy.
The Chief Administrative Officer, National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons, Chinwe Nwachukwu, pointed out that the Commission samples opinion to enable them meet the actual needs of the targeted vulnerable people in every community.
The intervention of the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants and Internally Displaced Persons is usually based on needs.
The intervention program is expected to be replicated across the country.
The National Orientation Agency has developed a national values charter to entrench the real Nigerian character. This was the focus at a stakeholders' engagement on the national anthem and national values charter held in Jalingo. Correspondent Bem Hania reports.
Over time, the National Orientation Agency, NOA, in its bid to re-engineer a fundamental approach to value orientation and attitudinal change, has carried out some campaigns nationwide. In its latest effort to entrench the real Nigerian character in the citizenry, the agency held the stakeholders' engagement and town hall meeting in Jalingo, the Taraba state capital, which drew participants from different backgrounds.
For us to change Nigeria, I would like to tell us today that we have the responsibility to search ourselves first.
The agency enlightened the public on some of its proposals that were approved by the Federal Executive Council. It said, while only the first stanza of the national anthem will be rendered at official functions, the third stanza will be the national prayer, and the 3 stanzas will only be for special occasions.
This spirit is behind the work that the National Orientation Agency is doing correctly. We have found that we need to establish an identity for the Nigerian.
The national values are to be inculcated into the curricula of schools at both the basic and post-basic levels, in addition to the establishment of the National Values Brigade at all primary and secondary schools in Nigeria, as well as make national values a compulsory component of the mandatory National Youth Service Corps, NYSC.
By the time we imbibe these values and decide to go and abide by them, Nigeria will become a truly great nation.
A National Identity Project Committee comprising top government functionaries, selected private sector players, youths and women groups, traditional and religious leaders, will be constituted in all the states of the Federation. In Jalingo, Bam Hanya, NTA News.
Talking sports, Nigeria's Doko Oluwatimileyin has been crowned champion of the 15th African Scrabble Championship in Kigali, Rwanda. Details and more with Sulaiman Musa on Sports Updates.
Doko Oluwatimileyin has emerged the winner of the 15th African Scrabble Championship in Kigali, Rwanda. A graduate of pharmacy from the University of Lagos, Doku was declared a winner with a game to spare. 11 countries are featuring in the 4-day event with 93 participants. 27 players are representing Nigeria in the championship. Following the CAF decision to award 3 points and 3 goals to Nigeria after the Burj AFCON second leg qualifiers in Libya, the Libya Football Federation, LFF, said they will appeal the decision. According to a statement from the LFF, the necessary modalities to contest the decision has begun as they believe the decision was not an accurate reflection of the circumstances surrounding the forfeited match. Ahead of the National Sports Festival scheduled to hold in Ogun State in 2025, Team FCT has intensified preparation by organizing a football preparatory match for players in order to select its final team. This early effort, according to officials, is to preempt the team towards success in the forthcoming games.
Now we have resumed, and we are trying to play some friendly games so as to be able to harness this boy proper, because we know that getting them in December period will not be that easy. That's why we intensify training at this point in time.
Elsewhere, British number 1 Jack Draper reached the East Bank Open final by beating Italian Lorenzo Musetti in straight set in Vienna. 7-seed Draper broke the serve of 6-seed Musetti 5 times to beat his fellow 22-year-old 6-2, 6-4 and reach his first ATP 500 final. Draper has won 1 ATP 250 title, the Stuttgart Open in June. And finally, to mixed martial art, as Ilia Topuria defeated Max Holloway to retain the UFC featherweight title at UFC 308 in Abu Dhabi, with the Spanish inflicting knockout on the American. Topuria, who dominated the fight from the start, rocked the former champion Holloway in the 3rd round before ending the fight with a Tudin left hook. Topuria's win followed his knockout of Alexander Volkanovski in February by cementing him as the man of the moment and the feature of the division. With Sport Update, Suleiman Musa, NTA News.
And Sports Update ends nationwide this evening. Thank you so much for your time. I'm Elizabeth Omori. Good evening.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while explaining everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
Water is life. It is not a cliche. It is a fact. Medical experts say 60% of the human body is made up of water, just like 75% of the Earth's surface is said to be covered with water. Plants, animals, and humans all need water for various purposes. You may think the call for constant drinking of water is overrated, but here are some benefits of this colorless liquid. Water is the #1 cleanser of the skin, not just from outside, but within. Without water, the skin cannot function at its best. It becomes dry, tight, and prone to aging. Drinking enough water helps to flush toxins from the skin, keeps the skin moisturized, and also reduce acne. Did you know drinking water first thing in the morning fights toxins in the stomach and boosts metabolism? Many health experts say drink at least 8 glasses of water a day. This will prevent dehydration and keep the body at a normal temperature. Water is a great mouth cleanser. It rinses some food particles from the teeth, prevents some buildup of bad bacteria which causes mouth odor. Also, drinking water frequently keeps the mouth moist. Water is a great source of weight loss. Health practitioners advise that water be taken at least 30 minutes before meal. This prevents overeating by creating a sense of fullness. Did you know water helps the kidney remove waste from the blood in form of urine? Every day, the kidney filters about 120 to 150 quarts of waste in form of urine. If the kidney does not function very well, waste products and excess fluid can build up inside the body. This also can lead to some diseases such as the kidney stone. Drinking water helps the bowel to function properly. Lack of water can lead to digestive problems, constipation, and increases the risk of heartburn and stomach ulcer. Indeed, nature has blessed us with water, not only to quench the thirst, but also as a medicine.
Embrace the wisdom of our ancestors as we explore the timeless wisdom of Nigerian proverbs.
Proverbs are palm oil with which words are written. Kola nuts last long in the mouths of those that values it. He who thinks is leading when no one follows is just taking the walk. No matter how hot your anger, it cannot cook here.
Nigerian proverbs, timeless lessons from our ancestors.
This is the network service of the NTA.
You are welcome to Abrahamic Mission. My name is Imam Fuad Adeyemi, and today we'll be looking at a special topic that it affects all of us. How do we reconcile ourselves? We have fought among ourselves. We have offended ourselves. We have hurt ourselves. How do we now reconcile? Because we are human beings. We are naturally bound to be offending ourselves. Because of this offense, we still need to come together. If it is just one offense that we are talking about, we won't have another time to commit another one to make the life easy for us. My name is Imam Fuademi. Once again, joining me in the studio to discuss this beautiful topic is Imam Muhammad Nurain Ashafa. Is a co-executive director at Interfaith Mediation Center in Kaduna. You are welcome, sir.
Brothers and sisters, I greet you with the greeting of peace by saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
And joining him, because they are always together, is our Reverend Dr. James Movell, who is also a co-executive director of Interfaith Mediation Center. Reverend, you are welcome.
Thank you, and peace be with you all there listening and hearing. We are pleased to be here.
I believe many of us have met them before, but if you haven't, I assure you, you are going to meet them better today. You'll be able to know how they are working together and has affected so many communities positively, not just in Nigeria, but throughout the world. But before we go to the main program, let me read some of the messages that we have received. Somebody write, he said, greetings to you, the presenter and the guests in the house. I like the submission of the clerics. Please, there should be more time for this program. I think that is what all our guests used to say, that there should be more time. This person right said, this is an excellent program that is commendable. You are doing a good work, sir. God bless you. Yemi from Saudi Arabia. Oh, we thank that person. I know that name sounds Yemi is a woman, so we want to thank you. Probably she's a Nigerian that is based in Saudi Arabia, and she still follow Abrahamic mission there. We thank you, and we want to appreciate you for the love that you have for the program. This man writes, it is a very good program and is going to unite us in this country. May God Almighty bless and bestow more knowledge to you all in Jesus' name, inshallah. That's the way the person puts it.
I like that.
It is. Another person writes, he said, I'm writing in respect of 3 religions in the world, Christian, Muslim, and traditional religion. You are all supposed to be present there before going on about the affairs of this great program. I'm Tony Bokumo from Warri, Delta State. I don't know you know what he's saying.
Yeah.
But the issue is this. The name of this program is Abrahamic Mission. Abrahamic Mission means religions that follows the footsteps of Abraham. That is why it is called Abrahamic Mission. So we our terms of reference, so to say, does not cover the other religion that does not belong to the Abrahamic family religion. That is why. So we are sorry. It's not that we are cutting other religions away, but we have a focus that this program is to focus on the 3 main religions that we know in this part of the world: Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, that follow the religion of Abraham. In Islam, Ibrahim, Sayyidina Ibrahim. That is justice. So we are sorry, and don't feel offended. I believe NTA will arrange another program that will be able to cover all those. And I believe they have something like that. So please keep on watching. We'll get the best. This person said, good day, sir. My name is Farouk Abdullahi Arusamarki from Funtua, Katsina State. I love this program. It enlightens us and reminds us of our origin. If both the Muslim and the Christian can abide by the teachings of their books, I believe there won't be fights or war. We will realize that we are all one and live in peace and unity. This man writes, a very interesting program. I wish the thinking, utterances, and understandings of the 2 clerics be reflected in the heart of Nigeria. The nation will be most peaceful, and the sky will be the limit for development. MashaAllah, Allah Jibril Mohammed So'o Talafin Boso Garukwan Idon Mina.
I like his titles. Garukwan Idon Mina.
What's the meaning?
It means the defender of the eye of Mina.
Okay. We want to thank you for that. This one is a destiny is a predetermined step to go through in life as ordained by God. But faith is developing relationship with God. Did you hear that? Destiny
Absolutely.
And faith is trying to define it for us. I think this is a good one. But didn't write his name. Okay, no problem. This man writes, he said, a wonderful program and great. You narrated a short story between 2 friends who are not in talking time and could still help one another. Surely God is rewarding the fellow who nominated his friend. Okay, that was a story I mentioned in one of the past episodes of 2 friends that they later went apart. They were not talking to each other. They don't even see eye to eye. And one of them has the opportunity where they are nominating somebody for a position. And the one knows that his friend that they are not in talking time was the best for that position. He now nominated him, despite not in talking time with his friend. And when his friend that was nominated her, he now asks people, say, I know so person was not there. He was to be there. He won't allow me to put my name. They say, we did not even know you have this qualification. It was that your friend you thought that actually nominated you.
Ha! Wow. What a reconciliation.
And that person is one of the two that we elected recently.
Wow. So that, I think this is a very important moral lesson for all of us to know that because you disagree with somebody doesn't mean you hate that particular person. Disagreement and the ability to hate somebody, they are two different things. I disagree with you on some core issues in relation to certain circumstances or situation does not mean I hate you. And people should start trying to know the difference. And that's what this guy has done, to say even though he disagree with him, even though they have a different worldview on issues that they are concerned with, it doesn't take away the humanity of the other person. And very important thing most often is, because we disagree, we remove their humanity. We debase, we dehumanize the others simply because of our disagreement. And I think this is a lesson for fellow Nigerians to learn to say, even though we differ, but in brotherhood we stand. Just as the national anthem, though tribes and tongue may differ.
That's the old anthem.
Old national anthem. Though I am part of the old generation.
Okay, yes,
so,
the old school.
So
though
tribe and tongue may differ,
no, he does
in
not.
brotherhood we stand. And I feel this is the most important element lesson for us here, to say that can we be able, even though we differ, but we still rehumanize each other where the need for us to do so.
Yes, and I agree with you that if somebody persecutes you, show him love. And the Bible will always say, when you keep showing that person love, it's like you are heaping a coal of fire on his head. He is hitting you, but you are loving him. And you will generally overwhelm him and disarm him or her with sincere, genuine love. And even behind or outside. But you can see how that has turned back to good. I salute whoever did that.
And you know, if he's a Muslim, I think that person is a Muslim. He's not a Christian.
No, I think, no. That person must be a Christian. That must be a forgiving
That is
Christian.
the Quranic verses, specifically Quranic verses, talking about turning the evil somebody did with you with something that is far
Those people
better.
are human beings.
That's right.
They are human beings.
Well, they must be. If they are not, if they are not brothers in faith, they are brothers in humanity. Okay, let's go to the next one.
So
Thank
this
you,
person said, I'm well pleased to watch this program as it unites both Christian and Muslims together in love. Kindly extend to other TV stations for viewing Oluseun Ogunkoya. I think we are working on that. We see.
I hope they will join us. Some of them have been started and they will still join.
But although we need more of this, we need to expand this program, but we need support. We need people to sponsor the program so that it can be expanded in other medium.
Honestly, if that those corporate organizations know the thing this thing is doing, no, this is doing for them, because if there is violence, there is chaos, there is hate, they cannot flourish, they cannot sell, their business will die.
But somebody was talking about oil and gas, that they should even come here.
Exactly.
Communications, telecommunications, they should come.
Everybody should be here.
Entertainment.
Everybody should be here who wants to flourish.
To flourish in the
should
business.
be here.
Okay. You know, that's why I like my friend. He understands what I'm saying. I appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Only your friend, not me. Okay.
Some people are jealous.
You know, we are twins. Sometimes what we give to the other, you must give to the kind they too.
Okay. I thank you too, sir.
Aha, now you balance.
This one say, good evening. This is the program we like. And may Almighty Allah bless and protect the Nigerian Ummah, both Muslim and Christian, to continue provide the cooperative between us. Ameen. Summa Ameen. This person writes, this is Adeyemo Adekunle Sulaiman from Lagos. Hello, Abrahamic Mission. That's the way he writes. I'm really impressed about your program. May Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant your team more strength to continue making the peace in the country among the two main religions in our nation.
Amen.
I mean, this one say, he said, thanks for your good work. To make Nigerian one is a task that must be done. And the task is love. When Christian and Muslim come together, thank His Lordship, Bishop John Henry. Thanks, he said, His Lordship. The person that writes is Bishop John Henry Obiahan, member BCS College of Bishops. So you can see the quality and the caliber of people that are sending messages. We want to thank Bishop. That was a good...
I think that's one of the most important things we are missing today, ability to sincerely love one another. Sincerely love, ability to express the spirit of hospitality, the culture of hospitality, the culture of giving in to support your brother without minding where he's coming from. That is the missing link. Without expecting something in return. Ability to help without expecting something in return. Ability to accept others, to move into your comfort zone without feeling fear of being threatened by the other person simply because he's from the other tribes, from the other clan, from other religion, or from the other geopolitical zone. That is what this spirit we need to bring back to Nigeria and bring back this culture. And this is opportunity for us to have that been done, because we have a new set of leaderships that cross the bound, both at the family level and at community level. They cross the bound of these perspectives.
Thank you, sir. This one says, I greet you all, my fathers. I sincerely appreciate this program, trusting God Almighty that the purpose for it will be achieved in Christ Jesus' name. Amen. Z2. My take is that the outcome of the election will go a long way in addressing a number of issues bedeviling the country. I believe the incoming president will do justice to all religions, considering his antecedents in Lagos State. Bala Aruna.
Where you say bedeviling, I want to ask this question. Thank you, you here. You see, people try to divide us that the Christian God is different from the Muslim God, but they never say Satan. It's two. It's only one Satan. In both faiths. So why are we honoring Satan in this manner? You see, for those who do not know, they will say, this God, their God is different from our God. But when they come to Satan,
is it the same Satan?
Is it the same Satan? One Satan, but different gods. So I think it's a food for thought for some of us. Bedeviling.
Something is wrong somewhere.
Somewhere. Why?
And for me, one of the angle I pick here is that the angle of saying the president-elect has a mixed family. He's an interfaith family, which means he has opportunity. He has a template of inclusiveness in his house. In his family, they are Muslim, they are Christian. And he's going to the villa with that template into the villa. And I feel this is an opportunity to serve as the father of the whole nation, where we all feel safe and comfortable within his template. I believe they are going to, as a family, they are going to manage, explore these opportunities they have to carry it across the nation, that in every home where there are mixed interfaith community, those families become a model. Like his family is a model for us in this country. We need something along that track.
Okay. This one says, thank you for this program. I really appreciate it. Can we continue to love ourselves with the condition which we are now? Say Ajia Safuratu Ibrahim from NTA, Kaduna.
With the condition we have
where
now.
The definition of that condition is very light. She didn't say it. But what is the condition? She allowed us to define that condition. So we'll have loved her say that condition that we are. But what is the condition? I think it is for our deeper reflection as we come back, hopefully.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think I like that. I think that will be the last message that we're taking for today. We will be back when we go on a short break. Then we'll be able to discuss the main topic. But don't forget, you can be part of this program by sending your messages to this number, SMS or WhatsApp to 070-449-44949. Again, 070-449-44949. It's being displayed on your screen. You pick it and send us SMS or WhatsApp. Please do not call. Don't go away. We'll be back.
No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. Let's stop fighting each other. Let us live as one. It doesn't matter where you come from, your tribe or religion, man, woman or child. It doesn't matter who you are. Put Nigeria first. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. crisis. Families have become refugees in their country. No matter our differences, show some understanding. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
Yeah, welcome back. Today, if you are just joining us, this is Abrahamic Mission, and today we are discussing reconciliation. Why do we need to reconcile? Because we are human, and because we are human, it is natural that we will have to offend ourselves. We have to do things that others don't like. We have to do things that will make others to be angry with us. Because we have to do this, are we going to stay in perpetual anger towards ourselves? Are we not going to please? Are we not going to do things that will be pleasing to the other? And that is why our topic for discussion today is reconciliation. How do we reconcile those things that is hurting us? And joining me in the studio are the professionals themselves, who I believe that even their life alone will solve this problem. We have in the studio the co-executive directors of Interfaith Mediation Center. First is our Reverend Dr. James Movell Uye. You are welcome once again.
Thank you for having us again. Peace be with you.
And Imam Dr. Muhammad Nurain Ashafa. You are welcome too.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. May peace and blessing of the Almighty be with you all.
And also with your spirit.
Thank you.
Well, the two of you, I wouldn't know what to say, but you are welcome. You know, you have been seeing what is happening in our country in recent past. Politics has divided us beyond imagination, but we thank God. There is a hope, a ray of hope, which we are seeing. And also, we thank God, there is seeing an opportunity for us to come together. But what are the things that could strengthen this thing? What are the things that could fasten this thing? And that is reconciliation. We believe when we reconcile, there are a lot of things that are with us as a nation. First and foremost, we want to start and look at, I've been mentioning reconciliation. To our viewers who might not understand that your big English, what do you mean by reconciliation?
Thank you again, Imam Fuad. Reconciliation, from my perspective, this might not be a dictionary definition.
Yes, it's better.
Is conciliation. Reconciliation is conciliation. What do I mean by conciliation? Moving beyond your limit by letting go your pains and trying to extend the hand of fellowship to someone who has hurt you emotionally, psychologically. And this hurting might not be direct. It can also be a proxy hurting through his action or her action or inaction that makes you uncomfortable. So to reconcile is to let go those pains by giving in to reach to a middle point where the other also come. But as in some instances, it is one that goes beyond his or her limit to bring her brother and sister back into relationship that is hitherto severed by actions, passive or active actions.
Imam, how do you define or explain reconciliation?
In a simple language, my brother has put it back to us to say is rebuilding of a broken bridge, broken relation. Reconciliation is about rebuilding, removing the pains that enter into a relationship, a family, either at family level, or at community level, or at national level, to reconcile where we have its ability to repackage ourselves, where we have difference of opinion that could not work together, that we perceive are not working together, or could not go together. Reconciliation is diversity, unity in diversity. And that is the key important thing. First, between us and God, men, we do have a breaking relationship with God. And breaking relationship with God means we went outside the box of where God wants us to be. And when we went outside the box, we walk up from the outside the box, the most important challenge you have is how do you reconcile? Then the same thing applies at the family level. When we broke relationship, there are family ties where we are bound. We are bound by those family ties. There are unwritten laws, coded laws. There are ethics and principles that hold the family together. The moment we break from those ethics or we break those rules, those unwritten laws within the family trend, you feel a sense of uncomfortable. You see a sense of non-belonging anymore. You see yourself of being cast out from that family, from that community. And reconciliation is a magnetic energy that brings you back together with your family, that bring you back together with your community, that bring even nations together where they are divided seriously on a very deep political or ideological base for how to manage the nation, how to move the nation. That's why you can see many, they say cities in transition. They say state in transition from part of war moving to part of civility, part of peace. These are what you can see all some nations across the world who have gone through these challenges. And how are they able to make it to get to reconciliation? These are part of the issue we'll be discussing.
Okay.
And that's why, for me, reconciliation is a tool that we needed, not only between us and God, but between us and fellow human beings.
Okay.
And not only between our fellow human beings in general, but specifically in Nigeria, we need a spirit of reconciliation.
Okay. This one is personal. Do you still lead prayer in your mosque?
Absolutely. I'm still the imam. Every Friday, anybody who comes to Ashafa's mosque in Kaduna will always see the imam on Friday as long as I'm in town.
Do you still pastor in the church too?
I'm a leader of pastors now. I don't pastor a church, but I visit my churches under my denomination and I preach there.
So
I still do till tomorrow.
Everywhere. Plenty churches.
Plenty churches, yeah.
So you can enter.
At the level you will not hold a church singularly.
Fine.
Yes, sir.
Because of that, now you have told us reconciliation. Why do we need to reconcile? There's a reason why I'm asking that question, but I will let you know when you tell me.
We need to reconcile because we need to heal. Because lack of healing yourself, reconciling with the other, is like poisoning yourself. Poisoning yourself and expecting your enemy to die.
Please, I want you to explain that.
Yeah, it is like harboring unforgiveness. Because if you don't forgive, you cannot get to reconciliation. Now, a wise man said, if you do not forgive, you will be taking a poison by every day seeing that person, and you have a pain, sharp pain by your, as if they have stabbed you with a knife, just because you have not let go. So lack of forgiveness that leads to reconciliation is like you taking a poison, like these sharpshooters or tapia. I'm not recommending it for suicide people, but any of the drinks that will cause you death, you take it and you are killing yourself, and you are expecting that enemy to die. No, you are the one that is killing yourself gradually. So this for me is why we need reconciliation. We need reconciliation because without reconciliation there will be no development. There will be competition. And this competition is going to be unhealthy. Very unhealthy. So no reconciliation, no development. No reconciliation, no collectiveness in going forward. So this is why I feel it is important. In short, if you don't even reconcile, you will not go to heaven.
Oh, I want to explain that.
That is very true. Forgive those. The Lord's Prayer in one of the churches say, forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us.
Okay.
So, he said, if you don't forgive those who hurt you, neither will your heavenly Father forgive you. So it's condition for heaven.
Imam, he said forgiving, reconcile with person you are quarreling with is condition for heaven. Or, no, or another one, from Islamic point of view.
From Islamic point of view.
Many people even used to attack the Muslims that they don't forgive.
And the Islam...
Or they don't reconcile at all.
Islam has... The basis of Islam as a religion was on the issue of reconciliation.
How?
Between man and God.
How, man?
Between man and fellow human being.
True.
And between man and himself, first and foremost. And that's why even the processes... Let's pick the process of Hajj. In Hajj, your Hajj is unacceptable to God as long as you refuse to reconcile with those you have hurt. For example, la rafasa, wala fusuk, wala jidal fi hajj. These are three important components.
Please tell us, we don't know the meaning.
You get the point?
I'm also really anxious to know.
You see, this told us clearly that during performing of a spiritual journey between you and God, you are connecting in God. You cannot commit atrocities. You cannot hurt the other persons. You cannot commit what you call immoral act.
You don't fight.
Yes.
You do not argue.
Exactly.
Unnecessarily.
Exactly.
And you do not commit immorality.
Immorality. These are three important factors. And these are factors that drive us to what? Drive us to breaking relationship. When you fight with the other person, automatically, you know you are moving towards no hajj. And you say you want to see God. You want to come out as a newborn baby. You want a spiritual rebirth. But when you do 1, 2, 3, then there's no spiritual rebirth in hajj. That shows you the importance of reconciliation. Because you go to hajj in order to reconcile with the divine. That is why you perform hajj. And you are willing to come back as a newborn baby. Hajj Mabru, that the day your mother gave birth to you, you come back fresh. All your sins are forgiven if you perform a wonderful, a sincere Hajj with all the rudiment followed in principles. That is one that today, if you don't do that, then you cannot.
Very clear, sir. You see, even every offering you give in the church, if you don't reconcile with your brother, you are just dropping money for nothing. It's not recorded for you in heaven. You see, if you want to give your gifts, you want to present your offering in the church, you want to pay your tithe, and you remember you have not reconciled with your brother or sister, drop that in there, go reconcile first. So don't come back. Don't do it because it's nonsense. It's not acceptable. It's not a pure gift until you can't come before God with somebody in your mind. So it's an imperative for every
So it
Christian.
means those of us who say we are Muslim, we are Christian, and we are quarreling, we are fighting ourselves in the name of politics, and we see ourselves as, so it means all what they are doing, because I won't be part of them.
No, I'm not doing it too.
God will not accept it.
You know, there's some people, they just...
reconciliation?
Because for you to break barriers, we have broken relationship. We crossed the bond. We are moving across yellow line to red lines. But we don't know we've crossed the red line. Many of us, and we are still claiming to be people of faith, while in reality we are godless. We are irreligious in our actions. And that's when the divinity has no connection to do with us. As I remember, the Prophet of Islam, as he once upon a time says, he is not of us. He is not of us who eat his field and his neighbor die of hunger. He can't claim to be a Muslim when your neighbor die of hunger, and you have resource to support your neighbor, you don't support it. So this shows to us a very strong tendency to say that the reconciliation between you and your family members, and anybody who break the ties of family tree, he cannot see God. There's no room for reconciliation with God when you break family ties, when you break the bond of family. The bond and unity of family, you desecrate it. Meaning, you cut off from your family, you hate your dad, you hate your mom, you don't do what you're supposed to do. Your siblings, you don't do what you're supposed to do. Your primary responsibility to them, you cut them off because you feel that you have got to a level that they don't belong to you anymore, and you refuse to reconcile with them. Then when you refuse to reconcile with your neighbors, with your family, with your siblings, there is no heaven for you. This is purely Quran and Islamic traditions. And so this shows the importance of saying why we must reconcile.
Okay, and that is even the next question. Now, what advantage, what do we gain that if you reconcile? Yes, like me, I've forgiven you that you've been traveling, you've not been giving me anything, but I forgive you, I know you will not do it again. Because next time when you go, you bring it for me, or you ask me to follow you. What do we gain by forgiving others? Me, I know what I've gained now.
Now, for me, number one, you become more healthier.
Oh, that's true.
Health. Your health improves. When you're forgiving that person who toxically poison you, or insert some poison toxic into your food, into your mindset, gave you to hate, then automatically you become healthier.
That's true.
That is number one benefit you get in reconciling with those who have hurt you. You gain more healthy. Number two benefit, before I hand over to Pastor, is that when you reconcile with people, you have more opportunity to grow, opportunity for growth. opportunity to connect, opportunity to explore your potentials, and to get a helping hand from those perceived enemies, groups of family. These are benefits of reconciliation. I don't know, Pastor have more to add.
Yeah, with that also fear leaves you. Because you are already in a relationship. You don't fear harm again. And you become a partner, and there will be progress. And then you don't even go to court, because the Bible says, reconcile with your perceived enemy quickly, lest he takes you to the judge, and the judge put you in prison. Even for your own sake, for the benefit of not going to be in chain, in prison, you need to reconcile. And you see, those who refuse to reconcile, they are weaklings. Weaklings in the sense that, you know, I want to use my fist. They lack ideas. Because a reconciled person gets the idea and gets the benefit of the other person who is on his own side. So I want to clearly say, sir, it is imperative, very, very imperative, that all human beings should reconcile. We are asked as Christians that we are Christ's ambassadors, though God through us is asking the world to be reconciled back to him, because we preach. So the preaching of the gospel is the preaching of reconciliation, bringing back people to God. So the benefit is also in the hereafter. If you reconcile here, you will get rewards in the hereafter. So those who say, let's not reconcile, they will not gain here, they will lose here, and they will lose there. So you better gain here and gain there, or lose here and gain there. Because losing here is your pride is, okay, I'm the one who is extending the thing. It shows I'm not strong, and I should have used my fist.
People who do that, people used to respect them the more.
More.
In fact, when you hear that he has even begged him, he has gone to him, they will say, he has done that? No, that man must be a man of honor.
Too much.
That man must be a man of integrity.
That is it.
You get more honor when people add that you've even gone to beg somebody who even offended you. That's why you did not commit any offense.
Sir, he and I are practical examples of the gains of reconciliation. Because now you are my friend. And sincerely speaking, it was this imam, my colleague, that connected me with you. And now I have a friend in you, like a brother. In short,
like
we are brothers. And sometimes we even tally and parley more than we parley with him. Because, you see, there is that bond of unity, sweetness, niceness that we want to share. We talk very nicely to each other. So that is another thing that this reconciliation brings. So he and I now, because we have reconciled, we are able to reach more people. Like you are using your platform now. Our horizon is bright. So many people will say, be like the imam and the pastor. Be like pastor and imam, because these people once fought. So it's an example. In other countries, people, by just seeing the film, the imam and the pastor, that this station has once shown some clips many years back, they are reconciled, just because they saw the reconciliation. Yes, the film.
On YouTube, just watch it. Imam and the pastor is on YouTube. Please, you will get it. You will see what they are saying to make you even confirm that this is really true. You will see more.
And I have access to great Muslim leaders in this country because of this reconciliation act. The Sultan himself and Rabitatul Alamin, yes, invited me to speak to Muslims. So also in Borno, during one of the Ramadan lecture, if I hadn't reconciled with him, I wouldn't have had the platform to share my idea, my understanding, and they also share their idea or understanding, and we know these things. So reconciliation brings about understanding, reconciliation brings about healing, reconciliation brings about development. And if our country refuses to reconcile, we will perish.
And I believe that we will not perish as a nation because we have to reconcile. Because it's for the benefit of us as citizens, not only the government, it's the benefit for us as citizen individual, it's the benefit of the family, it's the benefit of the community, it is the benefit of the nation at large.
Yes, those benefits are the one that will now put at the back of our brain now. We will now see how do we now do this thing. We have been talking of when you reconcile, this is what you get. When you reconcile, when you do not reconcile, this is what you lose.
Yes.
This is what you... With so many things which we have seen now, but we've not actually told us
how do we get
there. How do we
the process
and that. But that process will come after this short break, because we will go on a break now, but you will not go away because you must know how to go about that process. Don't go away. We'll be back.
The struggle for independence had been a long and tough one. Our founding fathers and compatriots sacrificed their comfort and even shed their blood. We cannot at this point in history afford to spirit away their sacrifices for immediate but temporary gains of today. Let us emphasize what unites and not what divides us. Working for the unity of purpose with a stronger vision for a better tomorrow. NTA, growing with the nation.
Yeah, welcome back. Now we want to look at, we have discovered that reconciliation is good. You have a lot of advantage. In fact, two things that struck my mind. One, you will be healthier and you will get heaven. So that one is enough. When you are healthy, you can do anything. And when you can do anything in the hereafter, in the heaven, it means it's a future assured, which is a better thing for all of us. Now, this thing is beautiful, it's fine, it's good, highly advantageous. How do we go about it? Especially in the family. Because there are a lot of problems in the family today. Most families, they have a lot of challenges. How do we reconcile family? Let me start with Imam.
Well, thank you very much. I think it's a very important core. Family in Islam is the core, is the heartbeat of any community. And that's why it's so bond, so strong, that how you manage your family. I want to give there 4 principles that each and every one of us need to have for you to be able to live free and to build the bond of reconciliation. People will love to reconcile with you, even though if you don't remember, they will come back for you to apology. Number 1 is absolute purity. Absolute what?
Purity. Please
purity.
Explain. What do you mean by
purity here, purity of intention. Always, every time when you move into that box, move into the field with a clear conscience that you make up your mind to reconcile, not just to reconcile because of what I remember. Then the pastor was reconciling with me. He said, yes, I agree to reconcile, but it's opportunity to get rid of him. When initially we started the journey, was ability to revenge. I come in with the phrase of reconciliation, but deep inside me, it's not about reconciliation, it's ability to have opportunity to revenge for the killing of my what? Of my spiritual teacher in Romi village in Kaduna. That was then in 1992. So the pure intention, the purity of your intention, your plain mind, always don't think of evil to befall others. Don't think of vengeance. Think of positive energy. That is the condition number 1. Then number 2, absolute honesty. In whatever you do, be honest. Even if you made a mistake, it will be accounted for a sincere mistake, not a deliberate mistake. So absolute honesty in whatever you do is a key important guide that helps you to build relationship, more sustainable relationship with people. Even though if you made a mistake, they want to come back. Number 3, absolute unselfishness. Unselfishness is a key. Selfishness is a key important factor that drove us to have more enemies than friends. When people know you are selfish, people know you don't give in, you don't support others, people know you are stingy, people know you have all this negative attitude towards others, except it's about I. Instead of us, or we, then automatically you can't get to reconciliation with such an attitude and behavior. You must have an absolute unselfishness. And finally, unconditional love. Absolute love. Love sincerely from your heart. To love is to see yourself in the other person. Is to see the other without blemish. You don't look at the negative energy, the negative behavior, but you look at the positive energy. And you encourage them to say this is their vulnerability, you want to make it to move forward. These are 4 important elements that anybody who wants to reconcile with in a difficult situation, in a difficult complex, at the family level, you must have these traits. Let me give Pastor to add more to it. So that
well, Imam have quite spoken. That also you can translate it to the Christians' principles of do unto others what you want others to do to you. But strongly is that we should have good assumption.
I'm talking of the family now.
Yes, family. You should always assume your spouse is doing the right thing or is not cheating on you. until he has proven. Even if he has proven, you have to move to reconciliation. Because in biblical times, in Bible, you don't even divorce your wife. Except you catch her with infertility or she catches you. Then divorce may be permitted. But don't marry after that. So what is that God saying to you? Don't divorce at all. So in a family, you must learn to forgive each other as spouses. But the greatest is, don't assume negative. When you don't assume, when assumption sets in, people become preemptive.
Let me help you to explain that assumption.
Yes.
If you are calling your wife or your children or your husband, he's not picking, have at the back of your mind, oh, he's busy in a meeting. He's busy with his boss. It's not that he's doing something, he's avoiding to pick my call.
Very well.
I'm trying to go practical.
Yes, exactly.
So you are calling him, just assume he's busy, he's doing something. And when you want to call him back, oh, I've called you not out of fight. He now tell you, whatever he says, believe him or her.
That's right. We have finished that on the family level. For me, that's the capping on that of the family. But when you come to society, you see, community. Previously, in some of the periods, sometimes we came here, it was said that we have 3 things that could make for conflict, factors that are affecting conflict. Now, there is this assumption, perception, stereotyping that we have. In the community,
perception, stereotype.
Yes, we do it among ourselves. See them, this is how they are, and that brings about even derogatory name calling. So if you want to reconcile in the society, in a community, tell your words, your children, dignify your neighbor. Don't say bad things about your neighbor in the presence of your children or your wife. Otherwise, they will see that as you are trying to say this is what those people are. And you hear little children sometimes saying things that they had their parents saying. So we must learn to say good words of the other, our neighbors, and then we will have a society where everybody speaks good of the other. If I come to you and say, Imam Fuad gave me his white car, he wanted giving me the car, and then somehow something happened and he gave it to Imam Ashafa, I should know that he has good intention towards me, only that he couldn't fulfill it. So that good intention in the community, and then let everybody be everybody's keeper. And we do that, it will help. Derogatory name calling is killing in Nigeria among community. Look at them. This is how the people of the mountain and the people in the valley, that's how they are. We begin to call them. And sometimes even within one ethnic group, those who are on the southern side and those who are on the northern side, we begin to demonize ourselves. Except we come together and rehumanize, reconciliation will not be possible.
And for me, that leads us to the issue of at the state level, because if the community grow with this pain at the state level, then you now have regional superpower. You have regional power brokers who they have nothing doing, but they live and hang on this dichotomy of differences within this geopolitical zone and the other geopolitical zone.
Conflict entrepreneurs.
You call them conflict entrepreneurs. People who survive on creating conflict. They live on conflict, they flourish on conflict, and they help in creating bridges, walls, not bridge, but they break bridges, they create walls across communities.
You remember this novel, Animals Farm? In Animals Farm, somebody that you've known for long, somebody will now come to you and say, do you know that Imam? Do you know what he's planning? Do you know he's a bad person? Somebody you have known for 20 years. Somebody will now come in 2 minutes. You now destroy him, and you too, you accept.
Exactly.
That is one of the problems that I still want you to address. Because it seems as if some people, they have lost their mental reasoning to the level that somebody you have been close with for long, one man will just come out of his own personal and selfish interest and will tell you so many things he's doing about you. And yet, you too, you will not ask question before you begin to...
You start acting on those...
You see, even that did not end among just our congregants, even among religious leaders. As I speak to you today, many churches are in court. Not because they want to take people to heaven. It's because of leadership. And that leadership is not about purity of intention. It's about purity of the pocket. People have turned the places of worship into merchandising.
I don't think it's only the church.
Okay, but I come from a broken one. But what I'm saying is that healing is categorically we are asked to reconcile by all means and not to go to court. So when I tell you something, you believe me. You tell your children. Before you know, the whole congregation has a negative narrative. And then the other one also treats another negative narrative. And you see that the leaders refuse to heal. My fear is this. My fear is this. That it says if you cause any of the little ones to fall, it's better that a grinding stone be put on your neck. Sir, our leaders will account for many souls that will go to hell. Because they go to court and refuse to reconcile. As I speak to you, there are litigations in some courts, 8 years, 9 years, on one thing. And the leaders are collecting money and going to litigation, paying. Let me say, it's so dirty that they bribe some people. They now go for litigations and pay lawyers to justify the lie here and justify. All lies. None is true except they come back. So this now polarizes into the society, and political leaders also borrow.
No, they buy in.
And escalate it. And escalate it.
Exactly.
So you see your brother that you used to take, you see in church, we call something Eucharist, Holy Communion. You eat it together, believing you are celebrating the death and the blood of Christ. Some people who cannot do it again because they are in courts, except they remove that. If they take it, they are taking damnation because they have justified narratives. So with this kind of justifiable narratives, reconciliation, everybody is having a truth. But the ultimate truth is the one that sits from heaven. The men leaders, if only they will sit down one day and say, let's come back now, the Nigeria will be better. And the churches will be better.
And I will support Imam to say negative narratives. This is to unheal memory. People carry to today. For example, we have a devastating nation 50 years ago when we have the Civil War. And up to and we have reconciled. Remember in the 70s when reconciliation taking places. We know some communities when
reconciliation, reconstruction,
and rehabilitation.
The triple R's of reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reintegration. If these three are metaphor, and many of our brothers who return back to their area of residence across the board, most of these people, some of them were giving back their houses. In northern Nigeria where I stay, I know they are giving back their houses. Some even live in rented houses. I remember one talking in Lagos say the money for the house rent, total money for the house rent, were giving back to him. We are giving back to him when he comes back. These are positive stories of how people were able to reconcile after the Civil War. But today, we hear some people carrying the negative story, negative narratives of what they have done to our forefathers. So we were not going to agree. And they poison the minds of innocent Nigerians based on this negative story across the two lines, both on the left and on the right side, on both sides. And I'm using this opportunity to say, those people who are transferring negative narratives, they should know that God is going to hold them accountable to the blood of the innocent, as the pastor have said, the blood of the innocent that they caused to fall. These are pain we are suffering in this country. We have beautiful stories of Nigerians who that we need to tell ourselves. Beautiful stories that will enhance our youth, next generation to fly. We have Nigerians who are the best in the world, who are the best engineering in the world, the best Americans, among the third best Americans. Today, you find Nigerians among them, the best Europeans who have contributed to science in Europe and technology. You find Nigerians who are there. The same applies in education, the applies in sciences, and other civil fields.
Even in religion.
Even in religion. In the Vatican, you could see how Nigerians were able to get to the
leader of Nigeria.
I always tell people, the last, in Vatican, the last pope, three Nigerians who are eminently qualified. They were in the chimney, that they were voting is only because they are not the one that got the vote. But it means we have somebody, the start level in Nigeria. So
Lutheran Church worldwide is led by a Nigerian.
Lutheran
Church worldwide. It's led by a Nigerian. Yes.
So if you have all this, why don't we tell our children these beautiful narratives that will give them the courage to say they also can be better and they also can do well? except negative stories. Opportunity of individual Nigerians who had made it and were the best in the world in terms of investment, in terms of economy. People like, I don't want to mention
so many
names
people.
here. We have many Nigerians. We have the Dangotes, we have the Nantatas, we have the Elumelus.
Do you know one of the airports in UK is owned by Nigeria?
Yes.
Airports.
Gatwick, I think.
Gatwick.
Yes.
It's owned by a Nigerian.
So
sir, what are we saying? What are we saying? New narratives.
To create a new Nigeria, we must create a new story.
Okay.
And these are not fake story or fiction. Story of reality of those Nigerians who have excelled. To say that because you are in Nigeria, you need to do japa, to go. No, nobody will fix Nigeria for you except you fixing your country by yourselves. When Ivorians were at war with one another over electoral victory between Gbagbo and Hassan Ouattara, we know that the internal forces say, yeah, you don't agree, and they fought, and many were killed. But today, Ouattara and Gbagbo, they are now friends. They've reconciled. Many families or political families who have refused to reconcile at that particular point in time, today they
are the losers.
They are the losers. So Nigerians, we know that those enemies of this country, those who are putting us at the edge, they are the losers. It's not you, my brother. There's a lot you can do for Nigeria. You can be another important Nigerians who have excelled across the world. We need more of you, and there's opportunity for that.
I want you to say something, your last word too, because
when you say last words for me is that please let's begin to build bridge across our hearts, not just on the table. Let it be deep and sincere, and to say again that please, Nigerians, we don't have another country, but this is our own country, and let's also learn to do restitution. That thing you have taken, return it, that all may enjoy in the same plate, and Nigeria will be better.
Thank you so much. Nigeria will be better. I think that's a very good parting word. I remember during the Eastern and Western Germany, some people by their entrance, they'll be giving them flour, food by their own gate, and other ones they'll be throwing dirty things. They now ask, why are you, somebody is throwing dirty things to you, and you are trying to say, you only give what you have. Give the best in which you have. Don't, until when we meet next time, this is, I'm afraid, where we will make a break for today. By God's grace, we'll still meet next week, same station, same time, saying bye-bye.
Our music is one of our greatest exports, but our wildlife could be another great industry if we protect it for future generations. Right now, it's threatened by illegal wildlife trade. So please, report wildlife crime and say no to illegal bushmeat, because poaching steals from us all.
Today's growing trend is the beard. This facial hairstyle is common amongst the youth and the middle age all over the world. What is fashionable about the beard?
It's just a personal thing. As you grow up, you continue to find those things that make you look the way you want. Maybe you're copying somebody's your role model, you just want to be like the person. It's just a personal thing. And I'm somebody who don't like shaving. I don't like going to the barbing salon always. So this is the easier way I can stay out going to the barbing salon.
I just woke up one day, just changed my attitude of keeping beards, and I love it.
From the start, I come from who keep beards, so I don't know. Since I'm a fashion designer, I don't have anything to do with fall, so I believe keeping beards is just a lifestyle. It's just a design. It's a thing I like.
Facial hair gives the men the opportunity to express their looks of whom they are and how they want to be perceived by others. This fashion has been a trend for years. Now, see this one. Check the other one out. Beards come in different shapes and lengths. It can depend on one's choice to suit his looks. These days, lovers of fashion and styles are now spotted with different shapes, such as the full beards, stripe, goatee, round look, as the list is endless. No wonder that beards remain fashionable for men, inasmuch as it is well cared for by the wearer.
Men are always, I've met a few of my friends who have actually told me, oh, I want to grow beards because that's the in thing now, and they feel it's the new swag. So basically, I think I like guys with beards, but please shave it according to, in a way that will approach you.
I keep beards because one, I've loved keeping beards right from childhood. If I see people that have their beards, how they carve it, keep it clean, I always admire them. Secondly, at least if you can keep it clean, shave it properly, dress it well, it makes you appear neat and decent. Secondly, it gives you a little grading as in aging. When people look at you, kind of, at least you are matured.
If the person shaves the beard well, then it's fine. But if it's big and all, it makes the person look kind of scary sometimes. But then most guys, when their beards are well shaved, then it boosts their confidence.
It also adds beauty to formal and informal dressing of the menfolk in a well-shaved look. Oh yeah! Beards have come to stay. Rock it, guys!
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
This is the network service of the NTA.
On October 1st, 1960, the giant of Africa, Nigeria, stood proudly as a newly independent nation. This is happening after decades of British colonial rule. Nigerians had finally taken control of their destiny.
The Federation of Nigeria became independent and assumed the rights and the responsibilities of a sovereign state. Today, Nigeria has been admitted into the United Nations organization and assumes still more responsibilities. On behalf of my countrymen in Nigeria, I thank you all most sincerely for accepting us as a fellow member in this organization. We are properly grateful for this recognition and for the generous and friendly gesture made by so many.
It was a day of hope, dreams and aspirations. The green and white flag was raised, symbolizing a future brimming with possibility. It was a country where though tribes and tongues differs, but they remain united and strong in brotherhood. And over time, Nigeria has seen a lot of challenges and leaders through civilian and military rule. However, 64 years after, Nigeria gather once more to celebrate the progress of their nation, to honor its victories and reflect on its challenges. In Imo State, indigents of the state in their thousands gather at the Undubisi Kano Square in Owerri for the celebration of Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, wearing colorful attires. The Imo State Governor Senator Hope Uzodinma and other top government functionaries from both the executive, legislature and judiciary are present to witness the all-important event. First, the governor inspects the guard of honor and later stood for long-taken salute.
We implore all our guests to please remain seated as we watch a beautiful march past. Respect to the colors. All officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. To be swift and has to be fast, so that as each group comes to the saluting days, we keep moving.
Thereafter, the governor delivers his Independence Day message. He highlights the accomplishment of Imo State, a reflection of Nigeria's broader journey. His words echo the sentiment of hope, perseverance, and development that have characterized Nigeria's story for over 6 decades.
Exactly on October 1st, 1960, the green-white-green flag was raised for the first time, marking the birth of our great nation, Nigeria. Today, as we celebrate another anniversary of this milestone, I feel very proud of our progress as an independent nation. Despite our numerous challenges, our country enjoys the respect of other members of the community of nations. I'm equally proud of the individual achievements which our citizens have continued to record in the global space in various fields of endeavor, including the academia, business, sports, art, science, and technology. The icing on the cake came recently with the brilliant outing of world-class Nigerian athletes at the recent Paralympic Games in Paris. I also feel very proud of the industrious and promising young Imo boys and girls who have acquired cutting-edge digital skills from our Skill Up Imo project and are today waxing strong in the new technology-driven global employment market. That is the spirit of Nigerians, innovative, resilient, and ever tenacious. That spirit is part of what we are celebrating today.
According to the governor, even amidst several progress made so far, Nigeria has faced significant challenges: security concerns, economic instability, and issues of national unity. But the governor reassures Nigerians that despite the present-day challenges, he remains optimistic that Nigeria's future will be better than the past, urging Nigerians to renew their hope and unwavering faith in the nation. While congratulating President Bola Tinubu on the occasion of the Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, he said his administration will continue working harmoniously with the federal government to address Nigeria's issues.
While our journey has faced challenges, we owe immense gratitude to God for the progress we have made. Thus, I congratulate all Nigerians, especially the resident people of Imo State, on this journey. Since now live longer and enjoy better health, thanks to the expanded access to healthcare and improved health facilities. In sports, we have conquered the world stage and raised our flag with pride on many occasions. The global impact. Other nationals continue to make significant contributions to global advancement in science, in technology and innovation, in creativity. Nigerian scholars have continued to shine across the globe, embodying excellence and innovation. In the military, our military powers, our armed forces, not only secure our borders, but also contribute to global peacekeeping efforts, earning international respect and admiration. I can go on and on, but let me stop at this point. Here in Imo State, we have recorded transformative progress not only in infrastructure, education, and economic development. Our state institutions are training graduates who are equipped and ready to compete on the global stage. Our infrastructure, especially the roads, is improving steadily, thereby enabling us to connect more communities and stimulate commerce in and around the state. These achievements reflect the larger Nigerian success story. My beloved Ndimo, I recount these accomplishments not to ignore our challenges, but to remind us of the glorious country we are building. We are implementing several well-thought-out policies aimed at boosting our economy, improving our security, fostering unity among all Nigerians. On this historic day, I would like to renew my commitment to transparent and accountable governance to you, my fellow indigents and residents. Our PR administration will continue to give priority to the development of infrastructure, economic growth, and social welfare. This can only be possible with everyone's support and cooperation. We must give peace a chance, enable us to deepen our democracy and accelerate our development.
It is not enough to identify problems. We must actively participate in seeking solutions. We must emulate the patriotism of our founding fathers, who made many sacrifices for our freedom.
As we reflect on this Independence Day, I hereby repeat my invitation to all Imo people and Nigerians to join hands and contribute to making Nigeria the country of our dreams. I'm talking of that country which our forebears from different corners of the country with different tongues had in mind when they fought for our freedom and independence. It is not enough to identify problems. We must actively participate in seeking solutions. We must therefore emulate the patriotism of our founding fathers, who made a lot of sacrifices for our freedom. Remember, this is our home. While some may be tempted to seek opportunities elsewhere, I want to assure you there is no place like Nigeria. As an immigrant, anywhere in the world, you are tolerated and restricted. But at home, you are beloved and entitled, and even very free. Here we have the freedom to shape our destiny, to innovate, and to live. Our diversity is our strength, and our resilience, our sustenance.
Governor Uzodinma also advised Nigerian youths to take charge of building the nation of their dreams.
To the youth of Nigeria, you are our greatest asset. Your energy, your creativity, and determination are the fuel that will drive before you. Challenge the status quo and take charge of building the Nigeria of our dreams. As we step into our 64th year of independence, let us do so with renewed hope and unwavering faith in our nation. Nigeria is winning. Every effort, we inch closer to greatness. On this glorious occasion, I want to humbly congratulate our noble President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our past leaders, and all Nigerians who believe in our country and has kept us united. Finally, like all nations of the world, Nigeria is a work in progress. And despite the worries and challenges of today, I remain optimistic that better days will come
64 years after that historic day in 1960, Nigeria stands tall. It has faced immense challenges, but has also seen remarkable progress. As Nigerians continue to work together, they carry the legacy of their forebears with their eyes set firmly on a brighter future. Nigeria is winning, and the journey towards greatness is ongoing. A land blessed with rich traditions and virtues passed down by our forefathers, embedded in love, hospitality, and unity. Today, under the leadership of Governor Hope Uzodinma, these values are guiding our path to a brighter and prosperous future. Let us support Governor Uzodinma's efforts to transform Imo into a safe and prosperous state. Say no to banditry, cultism, violence, and crime. Reject drugs, embrace peace and love. Pay your taxes, obey the law, and contribute to the growth of our state. Imo is our own. Let's make it better. Together, let's build an Imo of our dreams where peace, love, and prosperity reigns. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Information, Public Orientation and Strategy.
Now breathe in, raise your head. Pain and happiness.
When the body pressure is greater than usual, one has hypertension and is at risk of organ injury.
A balanced diet is the key to a healthy lifestyle.
A mural is any piece of artwork painted or applied directly on a wall, ceiling, or other permanent surfaces. A distinguished characteristic of mural painting is that the architectural elements of the given space are harmoniously incorporated into the picture. This incorporation was what drew my attention to the bright colors and bold pictures that adorn the walls of the cities of Kaduna State. We met Jesse Josh, a young man who hails from Kaduna State. He is one of the young generation muralists in the northern part of Nigeria.
There are a lot of expressions you see all around here. All don't mean one thing. So I'll basically say is by a piece. When you touch a piece, the world, how I can connect to the world, but per piece I can express, but I can't really say this is all that it is in all my pieces. There's a lot to talk about. Before I started doing art, I tried my possible best to make sure I follow up on people who are ahead of me. So I learn from them, I see their stories, I hear, and also I know that it was never smooth. I was prepared to go through the extra mile, to do what I had to do, to go hungry. I planned, I was ready to be hungry. Even right now, for my passion, I'm ready to be extremely more hungry just to achieve what I want to achieve. So to me, I won't say it's there was a time that it happened and I'm so overwhelmed, I lost it. No, I have lost a lot before. So when I made up my mind to start art, I knew I was going to lose some things and I was ready for them.
Murals today are painted in a variety of ways using oil or water-based media. The beauty of a wall mural has become much more widely available, with a technique whereby a painting or a photographic image is transferred to poster paper or a painted mural or realistic scene as an alternative to hand-painted or airbrushed mural.
So far, I'm grateful to God. Okay, this is what I do. I know. Like I said, I studied the people that are ahead of me. Yeah, the Hamlord series is actually a core part of my personality. Okay. I'm from the Ham community. That's the Nok society, and the Nok people are the people that used to be known as the Jabba people. But we've made it clear that we are Ham and not harmful. So, we created the earliest civilization in West Africa. I'm sure a lot of people know about that. Maybe nobody's saying anything, but it means a whole lot. The Nok terracottas, they've been there, dated back to 1,500 years before Christ. So that's a whole lot. So it means some people from Kaduna, say southern Kaduna, have been trying to advance even without the help of any, digital age and stuff like that. So that's a big deal, and I'm from there, and I'm going to keep quiet. No, now I'm an artist. My ancestors used clay. That was what they had then to preserve the history of their people and affect lives. Maybe that was what they had. Now I have paint. I have a lot of beautiful colors, and this is how I choose to paint my Hamlord series. That's why the work is so colorful like this. So I'm just trying to hey, my ancestors, when you link back from then till now, you'll be like, oh, this was where we stopped, and this is where he picked it from. So we're trying to reconnect and make the world know that we are part of the whole global civilization from a very important part, and the whole world should know that.
In modern times, the term became more well known with the Mexican muralist art movement, with artists like Diego Rivera, David Suqueros, and Jose Orozco. Murals bring art into the public sphere, and also, due to size, cost, and work involved in creating a mural, a muralist must often be commissioned by a sponsor. Murals can be an effective tool of social emancipation or achieving political goals. A mass communication graduate, the Ham Kaduna State-born artist speaks art on every surface he lays his hands on. A fusion of culture and urban lifestyle is what is mostly conspicuous in his works. With a lot of abstract and semi-abstract works to his credit, his free spirit in the world of painting has earned him the nickname Croc City Master Artist.
Join us as we embark on an exploration of Nigeria's rich cultural heritage and natural wonders.
He told me that there could be fish here that could be as big as myself. Well, I'm not too small, but any fish that is as big as myself, I think that is very big indeed.
In order to make sense of the pains these women go through every day to be able to provide for their family, I asked how much of this bowl they will fetch from this river to this place to make a truck.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the serene waters of the Niger Delta, Nigeria offers an unforgettable experience.
This is the network service of the NTA.
It's now time for the Big Family Dream.
From Buffett Studios in the heart of Lagos, Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host,
Yes, hello and welcome, Nigeria. This is the Big Family Dream Season 3. We're about to bring on stage two amazing families that are going to go toe-to-toe to win 5 million naira. That's not all. We also have 10 million naira off the glass in a kitchen makeover. But what these families have to do is to come together, work as one unit to save the most amount of money. In a few seconds, we will be bringing the families right here on stage. But right now, let's say a big thank you to our sponsors. Please, a round of applause for LifeMate. And of course, Golden Penny Pasta and Buffett Studios. Don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back after the break, it'll be time to show you our two beautiful families that are about to go neck to neck.
My morning ritual starts here, surrounded by LifeMade furniture. From my wardrobe to my bed, LifeMade Furniture's whole house customization designs every piece to perfection. I love that in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, Ibadan, and Kano, there's LifeMade Furniture.
For a whole house customization and furniture projects, call 081 2000 6000 or visit elifemate.com. LifeMate, your life made forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Big Family Dream. It's time for us to bring on stage two beautiful families. When I call their names, please show them all the love in the world because they're going to go head to head to win 5 million naira and 10 million naira in a kitchen extreme makeover.
We are the Banjos family and we are here to win the Big Family Dream Show Season 3. I was searching through my Facebook one day and I stumbled on it. And I don't really believe it, but I shall register, and here we are.
We're just going to, have fun, work together, support. That's just it.
So I prefer, beef is beef. That's why I prefer the pasta.
So we prefer beef, suya pasta.
I prefer beef pasta because it is beef.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to welcome our families. Please show a big family dream welcome to the beautiful Banjo family. Yes, the stunning Banjo family. Loving the attire. Get comfortable. Let's find out who your competition is.
We are the Godwin family, and we are here to win the Big Family Dream Season 3.
We'll stick together, like better than before.
We kind of come together and come to conclusion, and this is what we are going for. This is what we are going to use it for.
Put your hands together for the Ebene family. Yes, show them some love in matching attire, the Ebene family. For some reason, I feel this is going to be a very, very competitive episode. Families, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
What both families need to do is to ensure that they try to save the most amount of money by the end of the episode. If they do that, they get one step closer to winning 5 million naira and 10 million in a kitchen extreme makeover. We're going to have 4 rounds. Your first 2 rounds, I'll ask you to pick an option between number 1 to 10. You'll be faced by very critical decisions. How you answer those decisions would affect your account balance. It's totally up to you to try your best to save. But we do have something very interesting called vicissitude, where we ask the computer to roll the dice at the push of your buzzer. And the decisions of the dice could impact your earlier decision. Are you clear? What family wants to go first? Both families hesitating. The Banjo family ready? All right. We're going to start off from my right-hand side with the Banjo family. Please pick a number between 1 to 10.
5.
Question number 5. All right, this is tailored to you, actually. Do something fun with the family this midterm weekend. Do something fun with the family this midterm weekend. Option A, go kayaking. Option A, go kayaking. Option B, cross-country train ride. Take one of the new beautiful trains in Nigeria and go across the country for a nice train ride. Option C, go trampolining. Very fun things to do, right? You can either go kayaking, take a cross-country train ride, or go trampolining. What would you decide to do? A, B, or C? Option A, go kayaking. Option B, cross-country train ride. And option C, go trampolining.
Option C.
Option C. Family, are you sure?
Yes, we are.
Is that your final option?
Yes.
Okay, let's just hope that your option will benefit your family as a whole. If you had decided to take a cross-country train ride, it would have cost your family only 75,000 naira. Chicken change since you have 10 million. If you had decided to go kayaking, it would have cost you 250,000, 250,000 naira. Ladies and gentlemen, you decided to go trampolining. You did not consider if this was safe. You didn't consider go trampolining where. And because of that, computer, please deduct 60,000 naira. I had your hearts in your mouth, didn't I? All right, the Banjo family smiling right now, but let's find out if there will be any accidents or any benefits from going trampolining. Please push the buzzer and let's go over to the screen. Push it. Number 4, this is the resolution. Your outing was fun, but traffic officials fine you for driving with a faulty fire extinguisher. Computer, please deduct a further 140,000 naira from the Banjo family. There we have it. Please put your hands together for the Banjo family. 9,800,000 naira still in the kitty. Dear Bennett family, have you learned from their mistake? Let's see if you have. Please pick a number between 1 to 10.
6.
Option 6. Your adrenaline junkie son wants to go ziplining in Abuja. What do you do? Option A, do you go with him? Option B, do you let him go with his friends? Or option C, do you go as a family? You have 30 seconds on the clock, family. This is a very funky family, you know? Adrenaline junkie son wanting to go ziplining in Abuja. That sounds like fun. I'd do that. 15 seconds on the clock. Take your time. Option A, would you go with him? Option B, let him go with his friends. Option C, go as a family.
A.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
To go with him. So which one of you would go if I might ask? Daddy or mommy?
Daddy.
Daddy? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out if that's the right decision. If you let him go with your friends, it would have cost him, or rather cost you, 250,000 naira. If you went as a family, it would have cost you 450,000 naira. You decided for daddy to go with him, and that has cost you only 300,000 naira. Please put your hands together for the Ebene family. All right, very, very close. Just 100,000 naira short of your competitors. Let's find out if your account will get a boost or get another drop. Please push the buzzer. 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Ebene family. It was an incredible experience. Their account balance stays the same. All right, we have a very, very close-knit competition right now. 100,000 separating both families. Better families, I'm going to hit while the iron is hot. Please pick a number between 1 to 10.
2.
Number 2. Your mother has decided to retire early and leave her shops in the market. One each to you and your sisters. Which do you prefer? The Agege chicken shop, 2, the Oshodi fabric shop, or C, the Mushin leather goods shop. Remember, this competition is all about how you can tactically save money as a family. So consider location, consider goods, and that's all the tips I will give you. 20 seconds left.
Let's see. See.
I'm going to give you another chance. Is that your final option? Leather goods in Mushin, C. B, Oshodi fabric shop. A, Agege chicken shop. Family decide, or should I lock in your earlier option? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nigeria, I tried and I tried and I tried. Computer, please deduct a whooping sum of 1,350,000 naira. Please deduct 1,350,000 naira for restocking of leather goods at your Mushin leather store. Family, I tried and I tried, I tried. I stressed the chicken while not looking at the Banjo family. I was like, chicken! Let's see if your luck will change. It is time to play vicissitude. Please hit the buzzer. This is one of those things where they say, do not test fates. I almost did not want to pass you on to vicissitude, but you insisted. And unfortunately for you, there was a riot in the marketplace, and it cost your family an additional 1.5 million naira. Computer, please deduct a further 1.5 million naira from the Ebene family. Put your hands together for them. I love the spirit. It's a competition. Anything can happen. The Banja family is smiling. I pity you. Please pick a number between 1 to 10.
Number 10.
Number 10. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big family dream, and anything can what? Happen. Anything can what? Happen. Here's your task. Your extended family meets to decide on the future of your family house. What do you decide to do? A, sell it. B, renovate it for personal use. Or C, rent it out.
Rent it out, please.
Option C.
Rent it out.
Are you sure? Audience, help me ask them. Are you sure?
We are sure, because when we rent it out, it will give us more money in the future.
It will give you more money in the future?
Yes.
Fantastic. Let's find out if your calculation will pay off. Family, if you decided to go with option B, to renovate it for personal use, it would have cost your family 2.7 million naira. If you decided to sell it, the taxman will have collected 3 million naira. But you decided to rent it out. Your prayers cannot save you on this one.
It will save me. In Christ.
The building has outstanding utility bills. And these bills, unfortunately, will destroy your account balance. Computer, please deduct the sum of 3.2 million naira from the Banjo family. Deduct 3.2 million naira. All right, the Banjo family, you've had to pay an outstanding bill for your utilities for 3.2 million naira. but you did decide to rent it out. Even though it's an old building, you've earned a rent of 500,000 naira. Computer, please add back 500,000 naira to the Banjo family. You received rent, but you still had to pay some heavy utility bills. Now, let's find out what Vicissity has in store for you. Please hit the buzzer. 4. Let's see if your luck will shine 4 times more. You rented it out, but as family houses do come with a lot of baggage, you have some more. A long-lost uncle you all thought was dead sues the family for fraud. Now you have to hire a lawyer and pay an extra 800,000 naira. Computer, please deduct it further. 800,000 naira from the Banjo family. Now it's 6.8 to 6.3. The tension in the studio is building. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it'll be time for round 3 and round 4 right here on the Big Family Dream.
My morning ritual starts here, surrounded by life-made furniture. From my wardrobe to my bed, life-made furniture's whole house customization designs every piece to perfection. I love that in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, Ibadan, and Kano, there's life-made furniture.
For a whole house customization and furniture projects, call 081 2000 6000 or visit elifemade.com. LifeMade, your life made forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Big Family Dream Show right here. Our beautiful families going head to head. Very, very little when it comes to money separating both families. It's fun, fun, fun. I want you to select a member of your family. That member will go over to the Big Family Dream Supermart. What you need to do there is select the items you want to go and make in our beautiful LifeMate kitchen. Here's the snag. Everything you pick, you will be charged for. Are we clear? Everything you pick, you will be charged for. But underneath some of those items are mystery prizes. You stand a chance to win 1 million naira. You stand a chance to win an all-expense-paid trip and that magic star prize of a brand new car. So you can either choose to pick, or watch your pockets and pick very little items. Are we clear? Go, 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 go. Remember, do not touch the basket until I say so, because you only have 15 seconds. Your time starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A million naira is hiding somewhere there. A brand new car is hiding somewhere there. 2, 1, and that is all. Please join your family. It's time for us to scan the items. AI, please scan the items, and let's get our beautiful Jennifer to come through for the physical check. Thank you very much. Do check the items. Just got feedback from the back office. The Bennett family, your total expenditure was 7,500 naira. Computer, please deduct 7,500 naira from the total tally. While the Banjo family, not trying to lose any more money, only spent 1,400 naira. Please deduct 1,400 naira from the total tally. It's good to see them smiling. Let's check whether any family found a mystery prize. Fantastic. Some great news for one family here. Ladies and gentlemen, the mystery prize was not found.
My morning ritual starts here, surrounded by life-made furniture. From my wardrobe to my bed, Life Made Furniture's whole house customization designs every piece to perfection. I love that in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, Ibadan, and Kano, there's Life Made Furniture.
For a whole house customization and furniture projects, call 081 2000 6000 or visit elifemade.com. LifeMade, your life made forever.
All right, families, it is time. I'm going to give you 20 minutes and 20 minutes only. You need to cook to save your lives. There's not too much separating both families, just a few hundred thousands. Okay? In the mystery box, you have different prices from 250,000 all the way to 1 million naira. You also stand a chance to win a whooping 0 naira. We're going to ask you guys to please select 2 judges from the audience. While you're doing that, can I have one member of the family each please bring that piece of paper, the recipe. Do not open it, just bring it all the way to me. Thank you. Young lady, please stay on my left-hand side. Big man, please, on my right. All right, families, you need to go right now and select. Point to them. Point to 2 members of the audience. All right, please show me secretly. Fantastic. Go show that to your family. That's what your family would be making. Can I see what you have? Don't show it to anyone. Fantastic. Please go show that to your family. Those are your recipes. It is time for the showdown. Cook to save your lives. You have 20 minutes. Your time starts now. Families, how do you feel? Great. Confident?
Yes.
Confident?
Sure.
Do you think you're going to be able to snag some more points?
Yeah.
To get you a clear victory?
Yeah. Yes.
Banjo family, do you think you're going to make a comeback?
Yes.
With your dish?
Yes.
All right, let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our remarkable judges. First question for my beautiful judges. Does the food smell nice? Yes. And it's piping hot. Is it garnished to your liking? Yes. Okay. We have aroma check. Now let's check the taste. All right, judges, please dig in. Have a quick taste. Please look at the card in front of you. Pick it up and tell us what you're about to taste.
We're about to taste classic shrimp. Golden pasta, classic shrimp.
All right, let's check out the Golden Penny classic shrimp. If it's not nice, you can drop the fork and walk away. If it's nice, let me hear you say, Wow. Put your hands together for the judges. All right, thank you. Let's have you move on over to the other dish. You might want to leave some space in your bellies. Good. Now let's have you try out. What is the second dish, please?
Pasta in cream shrimps.
Pasta in cream with shrimps. All right, let's make sure nobody has any allergies over there. Are we okay? Now please dig in and try out the creamy shrimp Golden Penny pasta. Let me know if it's creamy enough, if it's shrimpy enough, if it's yummy enough. Whatever pasta you feel is the best, go and stand beside it. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the creamy pasta. Put your hands together for the creamy shrimp pasta. Judges, please take your seats. The Banjo family, did you make the creamy shrimp pasta? Yes. Yes, you did? Please put your hands together for the Banjo family. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to have the mystery box. Let's find out if we will have a turn of events right here at the episode's finale, or if we will have the Abena family run away with this victory. Please put your hands together for the beautiful Jennifer. Banjo family, the rules are very simple. You need to select one person and one person only from your family. That one person who touches the box can only lift the lid and show it to the camera. Up for grabs, a chance to win tonight's episode. 1 million naira, 250,000 naira, 0 naira, and minus 500,000 naira. Please select a box. Turn it around, upside down, show it to the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, the Banjo family win 100,000 naira. Please add 100,000 naira back to their tally. The Banjo family now have 6,398,000 naira and 600 naira. Is that enough to win? Ladies and gentlemen, it is not enough. They really tried. Make some noise for the Abena family! 6,842,500 naira. Ladies and gentlemen, that has brought us to the end of tonight's episode. The Abena family emerging victorious in a very, very lucky turn of events. You were halfway out of the competition. One simple move kept you in here. 6,842,500 naira. Our beautiful Banjo family, I would love to see you again. Take a bow. If you watching on TV want to be part of the program, all you need to do is go on to bafootstudios.com. I'm your host, Illy. Till next time, it's time for us to say goodnight and God bless, but also thank our sponsors. Please show some love to LifeMate, our delicious golden penny pasta, and of course our studios, the Bafoot Studios. Till next time, good night and God bless. First pasta or second pasta, what's the best?
Go and taste it.
Are you sure? Is that your final position? Are you going here or here? Here. Mama, are you going here or there?
Stay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
there is no cream.
Please put your. Are you staying with the creamy pasta or not? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the creamy pasta. Put your hands together for the creamy shrimp pasta. Judges, please take your seats. You can go with the plates if you want to. Enjoy. Have a good time.
Yes. It's going well, but here comes Okabari and Jet.
We all get that party where they get your back anytime or day. E go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so Go TV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this Go TV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you.
Welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Olajide Bello. Now the headlines. Bulgarians headed for the polls this Sunday in their 7th election in less than 4 years, while Japan's ruling party fell short of a majority for the first time since 2009 in snap elections. Russia has been announcing almost daily that it has destroyed Ukrainian drones from several regions, particularly near the border. Plus, migrants attempting to cross the English Channel has resulted in the death of an Indian national. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu extended his warmest congratulations to President Luong Kang of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam on his historic election to the esteemed leadership position by the parliament. 60-year-old Kang has served in the Vietnamese army for over 40 years and has been a Politburo member since 2021. In a statement by the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Tinubu welcomes President Kang's post-election promise to promote Vietnam as a friend, trusted partner, active and responsible member of the international community. President Tinubu equally reaffirmed that the enduring warmth and friendly relation between Nigeria and Vietnam, as evidenced by the steady growth in trade and cultural exchange, is rooted in a shared commitment to fostering a more peaceful world. The president assured the Vietnamese leader of Nigeria's commitment to improving bilateral relations across various sectors, including trade, agriculture, food production, education, cultural, technological exchange, with hopes for President Kang's successful leadership in serving his people and humanity. Bulgarians voted on Sunday in their 7th election in less than 4 years. Bulgaria, one of European Union's member states, has been at a standstill since 2020 when massive anti-corruption protests brought down the cabinet of conservative three-time Prime Minister Boyko Borisov. 6 consecutive votes since then, he had so far failed to yield a stable government. Report says Borisov's GERB party once again looks set to top Sunday's vote. Similarly, Japan's ruling party fell short of a majority for the first time since 2009 in snap elections on Sunday, a blow to new Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. Voters have been irritated by rising prices and fallout from a party slush fund scandal that helped sink previous Prime Minister Fumio Kishida at the LDP headquarters after the polls closed on Sunday. Faces of people were gloomy as exit polls said Ishiba's Justice and Agriculture Minister were likely to lose their seats. Russia has been announcing almost daily that it has destroyed Ukrainian drones, says it has shut down 51 Ukrainian drones from several regions, including near the border. Moscow's defense ministry states this Sunday. The statement added that such 18 drones were intercepted in the Tambov region, about 400 kilometers from the Ukrainian border, and 16 in area of the border town Belgorod. Others were shot down in the regions of Oil, Bryansk, Lipsk and Voronezh, while one was intercepted in the Kursk region, where Ukrainian troops have been conducting a ground offensive since August and control several hundred square kilometers of Russian territory. But Kyiv, on the other hand, claims that the strikes, which often target energy infrastructure, are in response to Russian bombardment of Ukrainian territory. Migrants keep warm and dry up their belongings after an attempt to cross the English Channel resulted in the death of a migrant. The death of a man of Indian nationality comes after 2 boat mishaps in the last 10 days. Khalil Mohammed tells us more.
The deceased had set off from the beach in the Pas-de-Calais department in northern France. The vessel, which was in very bad condition, according to the local prefecture, deflated immediately after leaving the beach at about 5:30 a.m. Not all the passengers had life jackets, but most on board were able to swim back to shore. One of them, about 40 years of age, had a cardiorespiratory arrest and could not be revived by emergency services. Sunday's death brings the total number of deaths on the France-Britain route across the channel to at least 56 in 2024, already more than any previous year, with 2 months left to the end of the year. 2 men and a woman were killed on Wednesday when their boat was wrecked around 2 kilometers offshore near Pas-de-Calais. The previous week, a 4-month-old baby died after a boat disintegrated, while 3 migrants were hospitalized on Friday after suffering injury or hypothermia on attempted crossing. Britain and France have worked together for years to prevent people departing northern France in small boats en route Britain. Axel Gaudian, coordinator of Migrant Aid Association, says what is responsible for the uncontrolled deaths is migration policy, which he said should be changed as long as safety is needed along the channel. Kola Muhammad, NTA News.
Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, ASIP, has extended the 15 days ultimatum issued to the proprietors of public polytechnics and colleges of education and technology on 7th of October 2024 to review state of affairs in the sector or face industrial action on the 2nd of December. The union says this followed a stakeholders meeting convened by the Federal Ministry of Education on the 23rd of October 2024, where resolutions and an action plan were developed to resolve its demands on improving standards in the tertiary institutions. The demands include welfare of staff, intrusion of MBTE into the statutory responsibilities of academic boards of polytechnics, and matters of HND, students' admission, revitalization of infrastructure, payment of all outstanding promotion arrears, payment of outstanding arrears of 25% and 35% salary review from January 2023 to December 2023 in federal polytechnics and colleges of technology, and the implementation of the salary review in state institutions, among many others. It thanks the federal government for the intervention and its members for the show of solidarity. In line with President Bola Tinubu's agenda of returning 10 million out-of-school children back to school and reforming Al-Majiri system of education in Nigeria, the National Commission for Al-Majiri and Out-of-School Children Education has solicited the support of stakeholders in the education sector and traditional institutions to implement the policy. This was at the engagement visit led by Secretary of the Commission and his team, the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, and the 43rd Olubadan of Ibadan land. Lukman Hassan has details.
The Secretary of the Commission, Dr. Muhammad Sani Idris, noted there is need to stem the tide of banditry, insurgency, social vices, street begging, and other forms of criminal elements in different parts of the country.
Al-Majiri and out-of-school children's education is a trans-border issue. And then when you are addressing it in Nigeria, other countries, other neighboring countries will also have a model worthy of emulation from us.
The stakeholders promised their support to the Commission to achieve its mandate.
Those children that are out of school are those that we are going to hand over baton to, that will be leaders tomorrow. If they are not properly educated, there is no way that it will not affect, the nation at large.
The civil society, the religious leaders, to ensure that if we cannot eradicate the issue of Al-Majiri and the out-of-school children, at least we bring it down to a minimal level.
The Commission also charged corporate organizations to lend their support as part of their social responsibility for the betterment of the society. In Ibadan, Lukman Hassan, NTA News.
The National Orientation Agency has developed a national values charter to entrench the real Nigerian character. This was the focus of the stakeholders' engagement on the national anthem and national values charter held in Jalingo. Correspondent Bem Hanya reports.
Over time, the National Orientation Agency, NOA, in its bid to re-engineer a fundamental approach to value orientation and attitudinal change, has carried out some campaigns nationwide. In its latest effort to entrench the real Nigerian character in the citizenry, the agency held the stakeholders' engagement and town hall meeting in Jalingo, the Taraba state capital, which drew participants from different backgrounds.
For us to change Nigeria, I would like to tell us today that we have the responsibility to search ourselves first.
We have lost our values as a people, and that is why crime rate is rising.
The agency enlightened the public on some of its proposals that were approved by the Federal Executive Council, including the restoration of the dignity of the national symbols, including the national flag, anthem, pledge, and coat of arms. It said, while only the first stanza of the national anthem will be rendered at official functions, the third stanza will be the national prayer, and the 3 stanzas will only be for special occasions.
This spirit is behind the work that the National Orientation Agency is doing currently. We have found that we need to establish an identity for the Nigerian.
The national values are to be inculcated into the curricula of schools at both the basic and post-basic levels, in addition to the establishment of the National Values Brigade at all primary and secondary schools in Nigeria, as well as make national values a compulsory component of the mandatory National Youth Service Corps, NYSC.
By the time we imbibe these values and decide to go and abide by them, Nigeria will become a truly great nation.
A National Identity Project Committee comprising top government functionaries, selected private sector players, youths and women groups, traditional and religious leaders will be constituted in all the states of the Federation. In Jalingo, Bem Hanya, NTA News.
You're still watching the news on NTA International. We'll take a break now. More reports shortly.
That party where they get your back anytime or day. He go carry a matter for head like say na your own. Now so Go TV tanda for your side as your party for correct enjoyment. We not a tear pocket. For this Go TV Super Plus Golden Window, you fit touchlight all the 380 Premier League games, correct local shows, and better film. We day for you. Make your sharply upgrade or recharge your Go TV on top Super Plus to enjoy every today. The Super Plus Golden Window don't come out money now. No do yourself oh. Go TV. Love it.
Thanks for being there. To overcome challenges of food security in the country, the federal government, through Kano Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone, commenced the distribution of inputs to rice and tomato farmers in 16 local government areas of the state. Aminu Umar has the details.
The Kano Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone is an initiative of the federal government to revitalize Nigeria's agricultural sector through the provision of inputs and modern farming techniques. The initiative focuses on pivotal value chains in rice, groundnut, sesame, and tomato farming.
As part of the Mr. President's Renewed Hope agenda to ensure that we diversify our economy with agriculture. So we're trying to change the narrative of agriculture as a normative way of life, but to a profit-making business to improve the livelihoods of our farmers and also the GDP of our country.
This is a pilot project for rice and tomatoes, which is contained there in the SAPZ program. And I'm sure our farmers are so skillful and they are looking for this help to boost the productivity of their output.
The beneficiaries who received fertilizer, seeds and pesticides expressed gratitude for the gesture and pledged to make good use of the assistance.
We are really happy with this program, definitely, because
we receive a lot of knowledge. We have been trained, not once time, at least 2 to 3 times.
We are very happy to receive this support. It will definitely boost our palm products. Thank you, SAPZ and the Kano State government.
As a female farmer, the rice seed and fertilizer will empower me. I am sure Kura local government will not only provide more foods for local consumption, but for the whole Nigeria. We are very grateful.
They also expressed confidence that the intervention will go a long way in meeting the country's food production needs and setting the stage for long-term economic growth, as well as creating job opportunities. In Kano, Amin Umar, NTA News.
17 more young girls trafficked to Ghana have been rescued and brought back to Nigeria. This operation also led to the arrest of 5 traffickers in Ghana through the assistance of the Ghanaian Anti-Human Trafficking Police, NIDO Ghana, and the Nigerian High Commission in Accra. Chairman Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri-Rewa, thanked the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for her unwavering support in facilitating the return of the girls. Acknowledging the important role played by Chief Callistus Elozewa, BOT Chairman, Nigerian Diaspora Organization, Ghana, chapter of the Anti-Human Trafficking Police Unit in Ghana, as well as the Nigeria High Commission, Abike Dabiri-Rewa expressed her satisfaction with the collaboration of the 2 countries in fighting human traffickers. The NIDCAM boss applauded the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in its commitment to combating human trafficking and protecting the rights of Nigerian citizens both home and in the diaspora. She said the rescued girls and the traffickers have been handed over to the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, for proper rehabilitation and onward transfer to their various states. The rescued girls, aged 18 and 29, hail from various states across Nigeria, including Anambra, Abia, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Imo, Edo, and Ebonyi. The girls were lured to Ghana under false promises of employment, but were forced into sexual exploitation, and getting to Ghana, they were forced to take an oath of non-disclosure and allegiance. She noted that there are still many more trafficked victims waiting to be rescued. William Arega, Director Anti-Human Trafficking Unit Criminal Investigation of the Ghana Police Service, commended Abike Dabiri-Rewa for her unwavering commitment in rescuing these girls and, most importantly, for championing the arrest and prosecution of the traffickers. He said, over the years, the traffickers have been having good times because nobody is coming for them. But now it is heartwarming that a motion has been initiated to collaborate with the Ghanaian authorities in ending the menace. A large consignment of illicit drugs have been uncovered by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLA, at a shrine in Lagos. Sabu Khalid Ibrahim has details of NDLA weekly activities. Details of that report will come in our subsequent bulletin. A former vice president of Zone B and current national treasurer of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Dele Atubi, has flagged off his presidential campaign with a message of rejuvenation. The NUJ presidential candidate at the flag-off ceremony in Abuja promised not to compromise the interest of the union, but protect and cater for the welfare of members. Charles Alpha reports.
Echoes of rejuvenation and a promise of delivering a transformational rather than transactional leadership came to the fore in Abuja. The quest to activate full constitutional powers of the NUJ with honor and integrity, to make NUJ a voice in policy and governance, resonated as the NUJ presidential candidate Dele Atubi, a lawyer by profession, reeled out a roadmap to a rejuvenated union before fellow comrades at the NUJ Secretariat in Abuja.
We have a vision and we have a mission. A vision to develop the NUJ, a mission to be accomplished in the interest of all of us. When I'm voted for as president of NUJ by the grace of God and by your popular vote, there are series of issues that we will do The first thing has to do with your welfare. We will not for anything compromise the welfare of journalists in this country.
Part of the roadmap to a rejuvenated union, if elected, the presidential candidate said will include training of journalists, premium to infrastructural development at the National Secretariat, set up mechanism for increased revenue, empower NAWAJ to enjoy its freedom, given the right nomenclature of a national president.
In all the capacities I've had the opportunity to serve, I serve with all in all. I provided leadership.
I invite you all to join this prayer to deliver the message of the rejuvenation project across our colleagues.
It is not expected of us as a union to extend to him that which he has given us years before now.
You are honest, transparent, accountable, competent, and you are a role performer.
We must all collectively work hard to ensure we pick up back to the stage we all deserve to be.
The Latumbin's nationwide NUJ presidential campaign is expected to be rounded off in Owerri. Charles Alpha, NTA News.
Now let's go back to Salwa Khalil Ibrahim for details of NDLA activities during the week.
A total of 2,118 pills of tramadol concealed in soles of 13 pairs of shoes going to Cyprus were seized at the export shed of the Lagos airport on 12th October 2024, and additional 380 tablets recovered from the home of the sender during a follow-up operation in Enugu. Meanwhile, NDLEA operatives in Lagos on Friday, 25th October, raided a shrine at the Alpha Beach, Abuja, where jumbo bags of Ghanaian loud, a strain of cannabis, were recovered and 2 suspects were arrested. A total of 11,786 pills of tramadol, molly, rofinol, and diazepam, as well as 64 bottles of codeine syrup were recovered from an underground storage. The suspect dug the illicit drug storage deep in his bedroom. Seizures and arrests were also made in Plateau, Abuja, Edo, and Osun states during the week under review. In Abuja, Salwa Khalil Ibrahim, NTA News.
The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has confirmed the collapse of a building situated in Vedas Estate within the Sabon Lugbe extension. A statement signed by the command spokesperson, Superintendent Josephine Ade, indicates that preliminary investigations reveal that the building was previously demolished by the FCT authorities due to its location in an illegal acquired area. Regrettably, the structure was further compromised by scavengers who have been tampering with the rubble for scrap metal, ultimately leading to its secondary collapse. A total of 5 individuals were successfully rescued from the debris and there were no reported fatalities. In the light of this incident, the police command urges the public to respect the boundaries of demolished structures and construction sites, ensuring their safety and preventing similar occurrence in the future. The NNPC Limited says beyond the 3 bodies found in the ill-fated helicopter operated by East Wind Aviation that crashed Thursday in Port Harcourt, no other bodies have been recovered. A statement by Olufemi Shone, Chief Corporate Communications Officer, NNPC Limited, reiterated that intensified search and rescue operations for the remaining bodies, along with relevant authorities, is ongoing. The statement extends the company's heartfelt prayers for the family members and the unfortunate incidents. Nigeria's Deko Oluwatimilehim has been crowned champion of 15th African Scrabble champion in Kigali, Rwanda. Details and more. Let's join Sulaiman Musa on Sport Update.
Doko Oluwatimilehim has emerged the winner of the 15th African Scrabble Championship in Kigali, Rwanda. A graduate of pharmacy from the University of Lagos, Doku was declared a winner with a game to spare. 11 countries are featuring in the 4-day event with 93 participants. 27 players are representing Nigeria in the championship. Following the CAF decision to award 3 points and 3 goals to Nigeria after the Burj AFCON second leg qualifiers in Libya, the Libya Football Federation (LFF) said they will appeal the decision. According to a statement from the LFF, the necessary modalities to contest the decision has begun as they believe the decision was not an accurate reflection of the circumstances surrounding the forfeited match. Ahead of the National Sports Festival scheduled to hold in Ogun State in 2025, Team FCT has intensified preparation by organizing a football preparatory match for players in order to select its final team. This early effort, according to officials, is to preempt the team towards success in the forthcoming games.
Now we have resumed and we are trying to play some friendly games so as to be able to harness this boy proper, because we know that getting them in December period will not be that easy. That's why we intensify training at this point in time.
Elsewhere, British #1 Jack Draper reached the East Bank Open final by beating Italian Lorenzo Musetti in straight set in Vienna. 7-seed Draper broke the serve of 6-seed Musetti 5 times to beat his fellow 22-year-old 6-2, 6-4 and reach his first ATP 500 final. Draper has won one ATP 250 title, the Stuttgart Open in June. And finally, to mixed martial art, as Ilia Topuria defeated Max Holloway to retain the UFC featherweight title at UFC 308 in Abu Dhabi, with the Spanish inflicting knockout on the American. Topuria, who dominated the fight from the start, rocked the former champion Holloway in the 3rd round before ending the fight with a Tudin left hook. Topuria's win followed his knockout of Alexander Volkanovski in February by cementing him as the man of the moment and the feature of the division. With Sport Update, Suleiman Musa, NTA News.
And now a check on Monday's weather prospects for Nigeria and other cities of the world. This is where we end the news on NTA International. Thanks for watching. I am Olajide Bello.
Hello viewers. The International Maritime Organization, IMO, is the United Nations specialized agency with responsibility for the safety and security of shipping and the prevention of marine and atmospheric pollution by ships. The IMO has 171 member states and 3 associate members, which are Faroe Islands, Hong Kong, and Macau. Welcome to NIMASA this week. I am Moyolua Olutayo, your regular host on the program. I'm super excited that you are able to join us on another exciting and refreshing episode of the program. Stay tuned.
Introducing the new face of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA. We are charting the direction for a maritime and regulating the industry for a better, bigger, and more economically stable Nigeria. Evolved to serve you better. We are NIMASA. New face, rejuvenated service. NIMASA, changing the tides in your favor.
Let us start the program today on a political note, as the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency Adegboyega Oyetola, declared that Nigeria will be contesting general election at the IMO with the aim of entering the council at the Category C level. Take a listen.
All is set for Nigeria to launch another bid to return to the Council of the International Maritime Organization, as the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, CON, expressed Nigeria's interest in seeking election into Category C while addressing delegates at the 2024 World Maritime Day parallel event in Barcelona, Spain. He noted that Nigeria has put in place the basic requirements to develop the nation's maritime industry in line with recognized global best practices. In his words,
Nigeria as a maritime nation stands firmly committed to the principles and goals of the International Maritime Organization, IMO. Our active participation in uploading key conventions such as the safety of life at sea, SOLAS, and international ship and port facilities security, ISPS code, reflects our dedication to ensuring the safety of international shipping. Nigeria remains committed to safeguarding the crucial shipping lanes that traverse West Africa and the Gulf of Guinea. In recent years, we have taken bold and consistent steps to secure our waters through deliberate initiatives like the DIMPU project, which has deployed domain awareness surveillance systems C4Y and the Falcon Eye. There has been no incident of piracy in the last 3 years, as confirmed by the International Maritime Bureau. By deploying resources to provide maritime security assets, Nigeria has cemented its role as a prime guardian of maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea.
On his part, the Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Dr. Dayo Mobiriola, assured that no stone will be left unturned to ensure success in the quest for IMO Category C membership at the next elections. According to him, we at NIMASA have met with the IMO technical team and have commenced work on all identified grey areas so that Nigeria can address the gaps noted during the last audit by the IMO. While we at NIMASA focus on the technical aspects of the preparations, our supervising ministry will provide the political will to guide Nigeria back to the Council at the IMO, he stated. Oyetola, who held engagement sessions with the IMO Secretary General, Arsenio Dominguez, and other diplomats, was accompanied on the working tour by the ministry's permanent secretary, Mr. Olufemi Oloruntola, the Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Dr. Dayo Mobiriola, the Managing Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, the Managing Director of the National Inland Waterways Authority, Mr. Bola Oyebamiji, and the Director of Maritime Safety and Security Services, Mr. Babatunde Bombata. Meanwhile, the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegoyega Oyetola, CON, at a strategy session in Abuja, assured Nigerians that the vision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in creating the ministry is on course.
Remember that unlocking the full potential of all subsectors of the blue economy requires a strategic, sustainable approach based on research, collaboration, and public-private partnerships, including partnership with organizations such as AU, IBA, among others. That the true measure of our success lies in the tangible benefits we bring to our communities and the ecosystem we are entrusted to protect. Together, we can navigate the path towards a vibrant economy that not only meets the needs of today, but also secures a prosperous future for generations to come.
The Nigerian delegation engaged with key stakeholders in the global maritime industry. Russell Pegg from OCIMF led a group that included Ms. Karen Davey, the CEO of OCIMF, Guy Platten, the Secretary General of the International Chamber of Shipping, Mr. David Loosley, Secretary General of BIMCO, Tim Wilkins, Deputy Managing Director of Intertanko, Jacob Larson, the Maritime Security Advisor for BIMCO, and Joe Zhu, Maritime Security Advisor for Intercargo, in a meeting with the NIMASA Director General.
And that's a very clear message, because to get the continued political support, the funding, the buy-in across the region, you need to see a bit of that quid pro quo. So yeah, understood.
I think you will find that shipowners totally agree that the insurance premium should be reduced as much as possible. I mean, it's only in our interest as well. But the way the Joint War Committee work and the way they operate with the areas is that you don't automatically pay an increased premium if you enter a listed area. It's just an obligation from the ship owner to report to their insurers that they are now entering the area.
Weekly report is always there. The third point is about the collaboration. I think from that point, we support, because safety, security is the foundation. Transport work is our purpose. So the purpose is to deliver our support cooperation to the local economy.
Dr. Muberiola tabled the issue of the war risk insurance premium paid by vessels calling at Nigerian ports, requesting that the stakeholders work towards achieving a reversal in favor of Nigeria.
The benefit of all the resources Simon mentioned, the Deep Blue project, the Sonata, and every security apparatus that we have put in place, we have not really technically benefited from it in terms of the lower reduction in war risk premium. It's just not fair that the Gulf of Guinea will be paying the same war risk insurance premium as Somalia. Is a consideration that I really want to put on the table.
Intercargo, the International Association of Dry Cargo Ship Owners, is an association that represents the interest of owners, operators, and managers within the dry cargo shipping industry. The Oil Companies International Marine Forum, OCIMF, is a voluntary association of oil companies with an interest in the shipment and terminal line of crude. The Baltic and International Maritime Council, otherwise known as BIMCO, is a global trade association for ship owners, ship operators, and shipping brokers. Intertanko, the International Association of Independent Tanker Owners, is a trade association that has long served as the voice for independent tank owners. All these chief executives participated in the 2-hour meeting with the NIMASA DG, highlighting Nigeria's importance to the international shipping community. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, has issued a marine notice warning terminals, jetties, and international oil companies involved in stevedoring activities to desist from employing unregistered dock workers. Affected parties are advised to apply for new operating licenses or renew expired ones, as stipulated by the NIMASA Act 2007, within 30 days. Non-compliance within the 30-day window may result in severe penalties, including the sealing of operational areas of prosecution, as stated in NIMASA stevedoring regulations of 2014. For further information, stakeholders are advised to visit the NIMASA website at www.nimasa.gov.ng.
It was a memorable day in Ewekoro local government area of Ogun State as stakeholders near and far joined the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adeboyega Oyetola, CON, for the ceremonial groundbreaking of the Gateway Inland Dry Port. The minister stated that the port will be built to international standards and equipped with the latest digital systems for tracking, clearance, and cargo movement to ensure efficiency and global competitiveness. He directed the Nigerian Shippers Council to collaborate with the Ogun State government to deliver the project.
To ensure the success of this project and to avoid repeating the continual challenges we face in Lagos, I'm issuing a clear directive to the Nigerian Shippers Council to ensure that the Gateway Inland Dry Port is developed as a state-of-the-art facility, integrating advanced technology, leveraging ICT for seamless operations, and developing a robust infrastructure that supports modern port processes. Let me therefore reiterate here that our resolve to make this inland dry port a model for other inland dry ports in Nigeria, built on international standards and capable of handling demands of modern trade, is non-negotiable. We must ensure that this port is equipped with the latest digital system for tracking, clearance, and cargo movement, ensuring efficiency, transparency, and global competitiveness. It is imperative that the Nigerian Shippers Council works closely with the Ogun State government and the concessionaire to build a maritime ecosystem that is not only competitive, but also a leader in innovation and technology advancement.
In his speech, the governor, His Excellency Dapo Abiodun, stated that the port will help open up the state and foster further development. He added that the project was a statement to the current administration's vision of prosperity, industrialization, economic growth, and job creation.
On assumption of office, we decided that we must sustain this position by turning the push factor from Lagos to pull factor to the state. Having identified the ideal location, convenient for all our manufacturers, contiguous to a rail line, access to 2 major roads, and availability of natural gas pipeline, the business case for this project was established. We went ahead and acquired this site, which is about 600 hectares in the first phase. Today, history is being made by this groundbreaking of this world-class, state-of-the-art Gateway Inland Dry Port, as remarked by Honorable Minister. This facility is a key enabler of industrial activity and manufacturing in Ogun State. It will, on completion, increase the ranking of our state on the Ease of Doing Business Index. It should provide, like Honorable Minister said, over 5,000 direct jobs and over 15,000 indirect jobs.
You're welcome back on the program. You're still watching NIMASA this week. And you may recall that the International Maritime Organization, IMO, has declared 2024 a year to focus on safety while navigating into the future. During the World Maritime Day commemoration in Nigeria, we at NIMASA this week engaged the Director General of NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Mubiriola, the President of the Nigeria Chamber of Shipping, Alhaji Aminu Umar, and other stakeholders on their views about safety in the Nigerian maritime industry. Stay tuned.
Any economic environment that does not provide safety can never progress. Safety in terms of the staff, the employees, the operators, and even the vessels, the economic environment. So that is the more reason why we have to be sure that in everything we do, safety has to come first. So it is important that for this reason alone, the first agenda on the table is we have to ensure that all our concepts, all our plans must be surrounded and geared towards safety. And most importantly, as we are going forward, you realize that the safety of human beings is the key to progress in life. And then beyond that, when you are in the maritime domain, when you compare it to other developed countries who are also international maritime organizations, they are very much concerned about safety. So if we want to be comparative to them, then safety is the key. And that is why IMO chose that theme. And that is why we at NIMASA, Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, and all of us together believe that once there is safety, there is going to be expansion and economic increment and exploration and exploitation in the maritime sector.
Safety in waterways, both international and the inland waterways, safety is very, very important. That's the thing that can encourage at least the transportations on the water. Important for us that we need to fight and fight to win. We don't need to come here to talk. We need to follow up with the communique, and we need to play the political influence of it so that the maritime industry in Nigeria will be the best and will be the one that will be so tempting, that will give the growth and the development that it needs to play in the country.
First, safety is very vital and critical in the shipping business. So it is a very apt theme. The world, as you can see, shipping or environment. So we thank NIMASA and we thank the ministry for making sure that they host this event.
Relate all the employers of labor in maritime sectors. Using this video to thank the Director of Maritime Labor Service, the DG, Dr. Mubiriola, for giving us an enabling environment to operate. It's a ritual that we celebrated every year. So, and my concern is about the safety of our workers, our members of vessels, either in the seafaring, either in everywhere. Their safety first. Safety is the order of the day. And you must make sure that you ensure that all the workers, both on board and ashore,
and even at the terminals, where the rights of those workers will be adequately protected.
You're welcome back. Our focus at NIMASA has always been and will always be to a report on how the agency has made her customers king. Stay tuned.
A visit to the NIMASA Towers on Victoria Island reveals courteous treatment from staff who are eager to assist stakeholders in meeting their needs promptly. Their polite and efficient service makes the NIMASA brand the envy of other government agencies. It is little wonder that stakeholders from within and outside the organization were eager to celebrate the week set aside for stakeholder appreciation. This is how NIMASA celebrated its stakeholders at the Burma Road and Resource Center offices.